logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Beat them advance. We do we think for the win when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these moves while they still replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it online on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate end gamers league 1,000,000 degrees, yeah, this is where gamers go pro.
Welcome to your Saturday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is season number 9, week number 2. The race for $1 million continues today. So I've got one question and one question only. Are you ready to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down? Because it is time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Welcome, everybody, to the final day in Week 2 of UEL Season 9. We have an awesome matchup that I have been hyping up all week long. But before we get to that, my name is Speedy, and I'm joined here today by Strix. Strix, welcome back to the desk, buddy. We missed you yesterday.
Hey, it's good to be back, and it's always good to be getting a chance to cast with you, Speedy. Especially a banger game like this.
Oh, man, this one is going to be awesome. KLiK and Bandits. This is a stacked set of lineups right here that we have going head-to-head. This entire game is going to be super exciting. I think this is a great way to end the week. KLiK, Bandits, whoever you think is going to win, man, you should stick around the whole time because this one is probably going to go the limit. I'm excited to see which team comes out of this one ahead because I think it speaks a lot for what this is going to be like for the rest of the season for them.
Absolutely. Two teams that the Bandits last week we didn't know, but with a strong showing against the Paladins, makes them into the conversation of championship contender. And once this KLiK lineup was put together, people saw pure talent and value here. A lot of people that could have been tier 1s anywhere else.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of this team, it's kind of like a reformed version of their roster and people that they had been talking to from last season. This was already a grouping of people that wanted to be together. There's still some of the players in the background of this team helping to coach and manage these players and their practice schedules. And then they've got some new additions as well. Mr. OG, Chicken Tech, they've made a lot of changes in their team that they decided to put in the higher tiers. So we're going to have to see if that was the correct move for them and if they've got all of that talent stacked up top where they think it's supposed to be.
Absolutely. I think my eyes looking on KLiK side is going to be on Killer. This is a player that stepped away for a couple of seasons, and we have to see. So far, this past couple of weeks, some of those older players haven't been stacking up the same, so he has a tall task coming in on what many expect to be a team in the finals.
It's a really good point. A lot of veteran players making a return, and out of the ones that we've had, there have been some real rough showing so far. A clear sign that the UEL is only getting bigger and stronger every day, and if you fall behind, you're going to have a lot of catching up to do. So some of these guys have been sticking around for a while, like Chicken Tech, though, right up there in the tier 1 spot. He is going to be showing off today, I'm sure. We're going to have a big display of talent from him, as well as Jury on the other side, who's already shown us what he's got. We already know that he's chock full of talent. So as we head over to rock, paper, scissors here, we're going to find out which of these teams is going to be choosing what we're going to play first. So it's going to be...
Ooh, and Scarlet with the early win here. And I know this has to feel difficult for Chicken Tech in some ways, going up against some former teammates, some former opponents. He kind of was on New Moon, but Jury has been the face of that team for a long time prior. That's the Cyclones prior to who they were now. But now on the Bandits and leading them out to such a great victory. And what do we have? This first game is going to be Maelstrom.
Interesting start. Definitely the first time we've started that game. So
yes. One of the newer games on the wheel. For those that don't know, it's a naval combat game. You go in with your teammates, and your goal is to score as many points by kills, by damage as possible, and ultimately, hopefully, win that battle royale.
Yeah, it is a lot different than the other games we have on the wheel, so a very, very interesting style of strategy to be played. But I think it's fun in its diversity, mainly, is where all that excitement comes from, is just how different it is from every other game on the wheel. So there are quite a lot of the newer games, honestly, are like that on the wheel this season. They require a different set of skills than what players have been used to having to adapt to. A lot of the games in each category were a lot more tightly packed in their play style, and now there are games in the shooting category that are far different, racing category that don't even have cars in them. So we've got a lot of variety within each category now.
Absolutely, that blending of different genres, what it means here at the league to be an end gamer, to really master all these different genres means that, hey, you may be playing a strategy game with fighting elements, or as you said, a racing game that doesn't even involve cars, but really understanding patterns and some of those other key movements that you can pull from any other genre.
Yeah, some real quick thinking required for this season, but with all those games on the wheel, we got to remember that there's only one way that you can get 33 games across 5 categories, and that is by getting yourself a SurfThing. The sponsor, the UEL here, takes care of all of our equipment. All of our end gamers are set and ready to go, able to play whatever game they need to at any time at the absolute best frame rates and graphics. So thank you, SurfThing, for sponsoring the UEL. Go ahead to surfthing.com. Go and set yourself up for success.
Absolutely, absolutely. Love the SurfThing PCs. Now, looking ahead at this game of Maelstrom, we actually got to see the Bandits play this last week against the Paladins, and I'm going to guess they sent in a very similar lineup. It was helmed by Boar and Duck Season. Specifically, Duck Season, compared to most teams, both of these, the players there use some of the smaller ships, with Boar sitting on the Ghost faction, allowing him to go intangible, to be extremely speedy, to kind of outmaneuver his opponents. And Duck Season, while playing one of the dwarves, playing one of the smaller ships, still retaining some of that tankiness, but gaining a little bit more maneuverability.
Well, very nice to see different kinds of strategies coming out in this game. It's great. Every class-based game that we have really lets different players shine in different categories. Yes. So it's always nice to see what players pick up. And we're going to be looking at these 2 tier 1s for a lot of this game, but also looking on the further end of the rosters, having players with so much experience like Lovejoy and Boar, who were already on this Bandits roster last season, down there at the bottom of the tier with a great rookie like Duck Season. And then KLiK, on the other hand, their bottom 3 are Global, Figure, Carnage, and Jekyll. I mean, those are players that on any other team wouldn't be in the 7-6-5 position. They've got the ability to go even higher. So,
absolutely. I think you hit it on the head. Some of these players, I think both, I can tell you definitely Global and Jekyll both had ratings easily above 50%, approaching 60% win rates, which put them in a position to kind of field offers from anywhere. A lot of people expected Global maybe to be a little bit higher on the tier list, but choosing, again, this KLiK team seems to be looking for a championship on the basis of we're all skilled. If we play to our potential, we can take anybody in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. And we could see that Sky Guy has taken a step back from the roster,
yes.
And now is kind of supporting his former teammates in all of these new additions from behind, coaching and managing this team. He has always had a team leadership position on that team, but maybe not feeling that he should be put in a tier 1 position over any other player. So being able to lead from the outside and let Chicken Tech still be a team leader in game, it's a really good combination, and I think it might benefit KLiK in the long run.
Absolutely. Players duoing roles becomes really difficult, I think, as the season goes on, because in a situation like this, I'm looking across the aisle at Jury, someone that has had to lead a team for a very long time and may be comfortable with it, but at the moment you're trying to manage, 5 different people and play your game. It's far easier to make mistakes, but Jury has done it with style for so many seasons. Maybe we start to see the cracks. I have to believe that if there's a team that is going to push Bandits, especially after that strong showing, to the limit, it's going to be KLiK.
Yeah, there's going to be a few teams that I think people are going to have their eyes on for their head-to-head, and this was going to be one of them. I think KLiK, Bandits, Cyclones, Reapers, those are teams that everybody wants to see those face-offs. I think this is the first of those really big matchups that we're going to get to see with some of these big names going head-to-head. So I'm excited to see who comes out on top, especially in this Tier 1 matchup, and especially to see some of these Tier 5 through 7s shine.
And here we go, getting into games. So I see Jekyll here, and it looks like immediately as we pop on the Jekyll screen, he is playing the Dwarf Captain with Mines. Generally, we've seen this come out in the league pretty strong. It forces a lot of players and a lot of people who want to maybe take conflict to be a little bit more careful. Those mines, once they go down, will lock onto you. But if you're not able to slow your opponents down, it doesn't really matter because they just dance around you no problem. You can see him focus up, and we see Boar already talking early on. This is something about Boar. He's a very vocal player, and in the time where maybe some of his other teammates are a little bit quieter, he's always making some type of a comm, some type of a call, something for other players to lean off of, and it looks like we possibly have gotten our next wheel spin being Checkmate Showdown. So once again, we're going from one strategy game into another, but this one a lot more blending those fighting games in.
Yeah, which there are a few players on both sides that I think are going to be happy about that. Now the game really begins. This is where the battle really starts. We're going to see one of those ships going down already. Gather this team a few points here on the side of KLiK. And it is interesting what you mentioned about Boar being a vocal player, because we had mentioned highlighting some of those tier 5 through 7 players. When you can get players to be so vocal despite not being a top 3 tiered player, taking a leadership position when it's needed, it's always good to have that in the back pocket.
Yes, because ultimately the best teams in the league spread the load more than anything else. Yes, these tier 1s are earning 2,500 a game. Yes, they are generally the strongest player on their team, but a lot of times if you're able to allow them to play more freely and really just focus on the skill aspect, I think you end up getting an even better performance out of them. Now, both teams seem to be moving in, and it looks like both teams have already found each other. This is a really big conflict. Some teams like to avoid taking fights early, kill ships, get more damage, build your points up.
Right.
But by choosing and electing to take an early fight, it puts them in a position where maybe, just maybe, you can catch your opponent unaware. This game does have a buildup of abilities and strength over the course of a match.
Yeah, a lot of power building going into it, and let's see if we can get a breakdown of some of these ships as we see what the teams are going for. Try to see what strategies they're developing as well when we're able to see Jekyll's teammates here and what they're deciding to run and why they've chosen these.
So I immediately am seeing 2, it looks like orc ships possibly. We haven't seen too many of them in the league. They're very good for boarding and very good to counter the dwarf ships especially, but also their maneuverability. Their biggest weakness is their aft, their back of the ships are incredibly weak, very easily to break their armor and kill them from this point. But if you're able to maneuver and keep up the speed, you can absolutely devastate players by essentially killing their crew, which makes it longer to reload cannons, makes them ultimately sitting ducks in the water. Duck season on the other side here, but I don't exactly know how coordinated this is. Jekyll otherwise is going to be their tank. I think they're going to want him to be in the front, in the middle, ready to take a fight, and it looks like they've now found some of the other players looking for a fight. And here we go. We see Duck season, 2 of the players, both of these orc players chasing him down, trying to get as much damage, but I need Jekyll to get into this fight. His 2 weaker teammates already taking a lot of damage, and Duxie's now trying to position himself to safety.
Yeah, you can see him falling back, trying to look for some long shots to take, but kind of retreating behind his teammates right now. That first battle had him shaken up, and actually he's still taking shots. They're really targeting him down early on.
And while this is a good latch and a good job of the defensive ability, this prevents him from taking a ton of damage and puts him in a great spot. But now both of his sides are completely without armor. This means any damage, and with 110 health, you can see the middle part of the ship off there to the left. Any more damage, any solid volley is enough to take him out, which is why you see him running and trying to get as much space as possible.
Yeah, using his own teammates wasn't quite working out for his defensive strategy, so now having to use the terrain as well. He is taking even more shots, get another armor down there. Oh, this is looking rough for him. He keeps getting chased down, keeps getting hit from afar, just no matter wherever he goes behind his teammates, behind a rock, using terrain, using his own players. It's just not working out for him in the defensive.
And this is something in a place where I absolutely appreciate. And Duck is down. I love targeting of anybody on this team, targeting that rookie, kind of pushing their limits, him to the limit to say, hey, you're newest in the league. How are you going to be able to handle this? And here we are on Lovejoy, focused up. Lovejoy seems to have lost both of his sides as well. They seem to be in a pretty devastated spot. And ultimately, already on fire. I'm worried here because you're down a player, but you seem to still be pursuing, maybe trying to get this other character just to get some damage in, using his intangibility as long as he can to just avoid taking damage where possible.
Yeah, it looks like now he's pushing into the fight. Was previously being chased, but it's just a merry-go-round of damage right now. It does look like the Bandits might have had a little bit of a close-in on the KLiK there. Were able to put out a lot of damage and didn't take too much in the meantime.
And I think this could be absolutely the result of last week's game. The Bandits played this. This was seen to kind of seeing how they approach their strategy, even how they approach their fights. And what this ultimately could mean is that if KLiK was paying attention, if KLiK was doing their research, and we see Lovejoy smack into the side of the rocks, but incredibly low. Both of these ships are one good shot away, and you just have to find your opportunity and find your shot to be able to take a win and take a kill. Boar has taken out Mr. OG, evening up this life total, so this game is far from over. But I am noticing right now, one of the players, they're still very healthy. Using this intangibility, I think it's incredibly smart. But if he ever gets hit on this right side, I have to believe that he has maybe one small fight in. Where is this orc ship? Because that is going to decide everything. If you're being chased in the orc ship, you have to protect that backside. You have to ensure that no one is able to get a solid shot on it, because if they do, you will go down way faster than even I think some of these players might expect. Using the current now to swing back towards the middle of the map. This is a battle royale, so there is a ring to worry.
Yes, yeah, you can see in the bottom right that there is a ring closing in that red space the players do not want to be in, and most of the map darkened now. We are getting down to a smaller point of play at this point, so it was a good rotation to get off to a preferred point of the map, but it looks like they're not alone anymore. You can see a bit of a whirlpool there as well.
And here we go. We are back on Wk2. Wk2 moving around. Now that we're near that maelstrom, that whirlpool that's sitting in the middle there, we have to be really careful. Dwarf ships especially, you don't have the ability to really get out. And I saw one of the ghost ships kind of moving in the general direction, using it to gain some speed and to be more maneuverable just in general. And I like this idea from Wk2. One of the dwarf's abilities is to be able to heal and improve themselves, their damage and their shielding over time a little bit more. He's now swinging back around, taking a little bit of damage. That's one of his mates proccing. And it looks like both teams kind of just jockeying for position. Going against the current here is really going to slow him down and make him, once again, a sitting target. Dropping some mines, though. They're in that choke point. If anybody is following or tries to use that to get out, it could be big damage. Again, I think he's recognizing that I'm a little bit hurt. My armor on one side's completely gone. Let me just collect some points.
Yeah, Jekyll's been playing this one very methodically. He understands how to play this one for his team. He hasn't only been playing for himself or only to put out damage. It seems like him and his team know what they want to target and when. So his survival this long is no coincidence, but he is taking quite a bit of damage, pinched in a precarious situation right now. And
this rotate is really worrying. He had an enemy, I believe, to his right, but keeping himself just with his armor side always facing the enemy. Great play from Wk2 and really insightful to ensure that he's not in too much danger. But now we're in open waters where he doesn't really have a rock or something stationary, something to protect him. But again, making sure he's getting all of this damage in. His shields on his backside are his strongest shields, so as long as he can keep them behind him, he is in a great position. Is it 2v1? Did we lose the other player on the side of KLiK?
I'm not seeing any support on the side of KLiK right now, so I do believe it is only Jekyll, or at least as far as we can see for the moment. What we saw in the early game was, honestly, the Bandits in a much more precarious position, but right now it's Jekyll not only playing his life, but putting out a little bit of damage at a time and positioning himself really well to try to take this over a longer period of time.
And he's doing a good job of circling this area where he's placed his mines. Anybody that's ever going to commit to really try and fight him there is going to take a ton of damage from those mines and is going to be forced to eat such a tremendous damage. I think he has to use this third player. He has to ensure that they're getting some damage and putting more pressure on, and that intangibility they're able to help the Bandits player slip away and reposition once again to take another fight. Every single one of these. And now the NPC seems to be on him more than not what you want to see. Moving and sailing there across the maelstrom, dropping a couple of mines. This should be big damage onto that enemy boat, which is ultimately helping. If he can get them locked in, but near the edge, you as the dwarf boat have to be most worried. His shielding on his left side now is almost gone. Right side, front, all are so low, and now his backside is clearly being damaged as well. He has to just, I don't know, find a fight, maybe push them into an awkward position, but these ghost ship are just outmaneuvering him.
Yeah, that is the difficulty for him right now. If it were one ghost ship to take care of, maybe he could take his time with it, but they are forcing this one to go a lot faster than he would like. He's taking a lot more damage over a shorter period of time, and they are really collapsing on him now. You can see just how excited Boar is. He knows that they've got him.
Yes, he was cheering, he was calling, he was telling him, hey, go in, go in, go in. But Jekyll playing his life. One thing that does matter here is position. If you're in that top three, does earn you points for your team. So Jekyll trying to maximize what he can earn for his team at all possible corners, looking for an opportunity, trying to get an aim, trying to get a shot. I don't know if he can use that maelstrom anymore. I think it's too close to the edge and just constantly turning, trying to keep himself. He's still in combat, doing a good job here. That's something the Bandits have done. If he gets out of combat, he's able to regenerate just a little bit of shields, which will buy a little bit more life. And he just has to, and he's been locked down now. This could be huge, but choosing at that moment to use his mines for big armor damage. Can he pump out as much damage? I don't see him being able to win this for free, but he absolutely is going to be able to get more damage out here. And you see how many players are in this tiny circle at this point.
Yeah, very forced survivability right now, just making his opponents deal with everything else around them. Even when they think they've got him for a moment, he's still able to somehow, in this much less maneuverable ship, outmaneuver them. So his positioning has been fantastic and kept him alive this long, much longer than really he should be.
Absolutely. I would love to see him utilize his secondary fires on these cannonballs a little bit more to take some of the sails down on these ghost ships, slow them down, force them into a situation where they're not as maneuverable. And I think they realize that this game is all but done as he goes ahead and takes a shot. Now the big thing here is with all of that damage done and dusted, it still matters here if the Bandits are able to finish this out. If for whatever reason they ended up in the Maelstrom, they ended up taking a ton of damage, this game is not technically over just yet. And here we go back to Boar, once again relying on these ghost boats. They have proven time and time again to seem to be some of the strongest offensive boats, and even against defensive powerhouses like the dwarf ships, just seem to dance circles around them.
Yeah, you can see just how much damage they're putting out together. His teammate here just circling the enemy ship at the moment, kind of acting as a distraction. They seem to have slowed down despite having so much maneuverability and having the speed that you always want as an attacking class in any game. Really just staying calm right now and relaxing. They see this as an over, done and dusted kind of game.
Yes. And this is the small thing, is if you can kill your opponent's team, you're allowed to still collect points. And now you're uninhibited. You don't have to worry about them getting any more. And as long as your total continues to go up and up, you might be able to find a win here in a moment. Again, that's another hit, and they emerge victorious with 2 of them up. That has to make me believe that they're getting at least 15 points from first, 10 points from second. That extra 25 points could absolutely be the difference in who wins this game or not. And if you're at home and are enjoying Maelstrom, go ahead and head on over to Steam and check it out. Drop in. It's a really fun game. There are plenty of community nights. It's like every Tuesday we have community nights where the pros are on, and you can chase us down. So definitely a fun time. We'll see what the final call is there, but I have to believe that was pretty Bandits favored, even with some of the heroics there from Jekyll towards the end. Yeah,
and that's not just a Bandits win, but the Bandits 5, 6, and 7 tiers all taking a win together in Maelstrom. So it shows just how diverse our wheel is and how, you know, a player might be ranked low, but it doesn't mean they don't have tricks up their sleeve. And
absolutely,
when it comes to our teams as well, there's a much higher limit for player positioning than just 7 players. There are a lot of players nipping at their heels on their teams, wanting to get a position on the team. So even if you look at the 7 position, they had to beat a lot of other players out for that spot.
Absolutely. You have to be willing to compete for your spot for a lot of these teams. I know that's true of KLiK especially. They aren't just kind of giving beyond Mr. OG and Chicken Tech that they're 2-1 respectively, Chicken Tech being the 1. They aren't giving anybody a guaranteed spot. You're going to have to earn that. You're going to have to show it through hard work and through performance, which I think keeps people on their toes and is how you create these motivational situations. You mentioned it, like we saw a great player last week for the Bandits, Lucci-sama, not even in the lineup this time. Lovejoy instead playing here. And after a performance, I have to also say, like, hey, Lucci went 6-3 last week. He played really well. He beat people that a lot of people wouldn't have expected him to. Now sitting on the bench, Lovejoy has a lot of big shoes to fill.
Yeah, absolutely. This may have been a strategy by the Bandits to try to counter what KLiK specialize in, what they're strong in, but we won't know until we see it. I imagine we'll see Lucci-sama some more this season. You don't go with a performance like the one that he put on and not get rostered again. So perhaps just trying something out here for the Bandits, confident that they could take a win either way, but seeing something in Lovejoy against this team that makes them more confident that they can take the win against KLiK. So far, very much working out for them.
All right, so we will see here. But going into Checkmate Showdown, another interesting game.
7v7.
7v7 and both unproven teams. And I know that's a little bit of a controversial take here, seeing as how the Bandits won, but I think the Bandits proved they play UEL better, catching the Paladins with their pants down, not calling that button check, sitting down and finding an easy win on the game ultimately. I want to see what happens in the full game just to confirm their strength. They have Scarlet. Scarlet was the fighting belt holder for a long time, has always been on the championship team, the Reapers, as almost a solo fighter for a very long time. And so now in a situation where he has a little bit more help from the likes of Phoenix and Lovejoy, I believe Duck Season plays a little bit of fighting games as well. Having those extra players that do touch fighting games, I want to see how he's able to succeed and see what this team does in Checkmate when actually challenged.
Yeah, what I think is interesting about the Bandits on this one, actually, you know what? Forget what I was going to say. KLiK just got a point, so they won. They won by 5.
So those heroics that we saw with Jekyll, just,
Yeah.
okay, I'm going to keep circling, I'm going to keep finding my spot, managed to get enough damage consistently to put him in a position. This is where a lot of people in the league, once again, are like, oh, well, they won the Battle Royale, they win. You get extra points for that. But if your team is able to find, like, well, we need more damage, we need more points just in general, then ultimately you can pull out a win. 5 points,
Yeah.
which has to go back to one very simple point then. The one player that died early, which was the
Duck
rookie,
season. Yep.
if he had taken that 3rd-place spot, would have gotten 5 more points for his team. Taking him out early opened the door for the KLiK to make, you could say, find the win ultimately.
Yeah.
And very convincing, showing you why a player like Mr. OG, traditionally a strategy player, Carnage, again, was in that coaching role last season. Also, I know, very strategic-minded, and Jekyll came together and found their way to win in spite of everything else going on.
Yeah, really impressive win coming out from them. They played that game, I think, very intelligently. They didn't just play for the action and for the game win, but they actually played the UEL like you always talk about, which is fantastic. I know that is a favorite of you to see happen.
Yes.
So now going into the 7v7 checkmate showdown, something I think for the Bandits that's really interesting here that I was going to mention before is that they do have some great fighting game players on their team, but when every player is on display, it does highlight your tier 1 players. It puts them under a microscope, and we're going to have to see Jury keep up with some of these players on his team that might show him up in this specific game.
Yes, and that's what the big worry more than anything else. Both players, I mentioned this actually in one of the more recent games, we seem to be having a style that develops. Actually, no, both of these teams have opened up their king for fighting, which I don't know if I agree with from both sides. Yes, you get your queen out into the board and the possibility of an early win like here, but if I'm KLiK here, I'm pretty sure I can just take that pawn for free. And no, instead choosing and opting to go into the fight here. And on
early.
Which side, I have to wonder who is going to play. A nice job. MK1 coming up next with Chicken Tech available has to be a great role. All right, we will let you know here in a little bit who is on which side. The queen is a very strong character, but the king is going to be doing a great job forcing out a burst here. That queen is already in a great position. The king does have the ultimate. Boom. And here we go. Do you have the combination? KLiK on the orange, looking for an easy win, but it looks like maybe, just maybe, the Bandits were prepared, close to a touch of death, needed just a little bit more damage, and punishing big options. So one thing a lot of players don't realize is the queen can be very strong, but you have to get away with charging her ability. That allows it to be safe, so she can keep her turn. But because recognizing that it's not charged, it's like, oh, cool, it's still my turn. I'm able to take it. And this shows you the terrifying nature of the king. If you're allowed to play, you're able to get a ton of damage out here. And I'm looking at these players and trying to see who is going where.
Yeah, it looks like they might just go for a rush down on the king, truthfully, but he does position himself well. Bandits positioning their king to not be able to be taken by that bishop anymore that can only move diagonally onto those red spaces.
Yeah, it ends up being in a pretty safe position, and it looks like
I thought it was going to happen, yeah.
The Bandits were going to just do exactly
the same thing.
The same thing, take that fight with the king. Now instead choosing to develop their queen and bring it out. So looking at it, the idea here, that queen play was, I believe, Chicken Tech actually going up. So that's their tier 1 already out of the game. Maybe looking to get a early win. And on the flip side there, the king he was fighting was Scarlet. So again, choosing to trust your fighting game player there to the best position shows that Scarlet was prepared and ready to go. Now we see Scarlet also on the queen stepping up to take a fight against the king. And now I have to look at him to say, hey, are you prepared? Are you ready to go? And instead choosing to possibly step out of the way of this fight.
Only one spot you can take to, and honestly, then you trap yourself, and this queen will be able to take the fight anyway. So
instead opting for the fight on his own terms, and now we have to see, has Scarlet learned both characters using the pawn, gets a quick jump in, looking for a combo there. And here we go, him immediately being bursted by Scarlet, recognizing that damage that he did to Chicken Tech he doesn't want done to him, is not able to connect the air hit into a bigger combo. But here we go, him finding his rhythm. And if you can match Queen for Queen, that ends up being huge. But a big punish here should turn into damage unless you burst it. Great job, catches the dash ahead of time. Both players just kind of hopping at each other, trying to get close, find that one hit. And here we go, Scarlet. How much damage can you dish out with this Queen? It's going to matter because every hit on their King is one less fight that he can really take. And this game might be over just as quickly as we started. Unable, and that should be it. This is going to be combo. Nice, the burst is rebuilt.
Burst.
And here we go. I need to see something. Him has to find an opportunity to find a win here. And I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected this team of all people. The KLiK have such a array of fighters, such a depth to them, and immediately able to find the hit and find the opportunity.
Wow.
And once again, the Bandits did it. So if the question was there, it shows that, hey, this wasn't just one random play, one random hit. Whether their opponent is sitting down or not, they can find that win. And I got to give great play to Scarlet, both playing the defensive side as the King finding his win, and the Queen closing out on the opponent player.
Yeah, he's the only one who even had to pick up the controller for his team. Nobody else even had to touch the sticks for that one. So Bandits relying heavily on one player, and it was not their tier 1. So really great job by Scarlet in that tier 2 position, being their lead fighter on the team. First, taking out Chicken Tech, which was a huge deal right off the bat.
Absolutely.
Not only the Queen for the KLiK, but the fact that it was Chicken Tech himself, that's a huge deal.
And I can almost tell you without a doubt right now that Chicken Tech is going immediately back in for Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
This is his game in the UEL, for lack of a better way. Yes, he's lost before, but he has consistently won, even against the people that have beat him, and has so often performed that most people recognize that he's a bar that you have to either know you can cross or you just don't bother dealing with it.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of fighting games in the league that are like that for some of the players on both of these teams here. And looking at who's available for KLiK, knowing the former Guerrillas roster, I would have to say Global Figure is an option in every fighting game. But when you have Chicken Tech going into Mortal Kombat, I almost wonder if you hold on to Global Figure. But we are going to take a look real quick at Chicken Tech and Jury rather than Chicken Tech and Global right now. We're going to go to the head-to-head, and so far, obviously, Jury with that 1-0. I mean, 1-0 in spirit. He didn't really have to do much, but I guess it's all the training and time that they put in as a team with him being the team captain. It does always affect those big team games that he's part of. So far, Chicken Tech actually being on the receiving end of that loss in the strategy game, that's just not a factor of him being on the team. That was actually a direct impact of him not being able to beat Scarlet. In fact, as sad as it is to say, barely being able to land a hit on Scarlet throughout the entire conflict.
And I think that goes back to some of the base level strategy for a game like that. Chicken Tech, you see him struggling there, okay. He's like, well, I'm gonna just win. I'm just gonna be better. And in a situation where sometimes you hit that wall, you got to be prepared. And I kind of called it a little bit ahead of time. Yeah. We just got the call here in the back that there was a forfeit. You play Chicken Tech. You kind of, funnily enough, can play him as well, very quietly, been working towards being a better fighter as well. I think they recognize that, hey, they can't actually take a win. Yeah. And so there we go. That's an FF out of the Bandits early on, but that's an expected FF.
Yeah, so that'll be another win on the tier there for Chicken Tech. So he is now 1-1 due to that forfeit. But we do have CTR coming up next, and we know who's going in for that. It's going to be Killer and him against Jury and Scarlet.
And this is the big idea. This is, if there's a role you wanted Chicken Tech available for, it's going to be these racers. These are two of the premier racers out of the entire league. And Jury, let's just be clear, CTR is Jury's game. Yeah. He lost a few times last season, but that is only to literally Hollywood and Cat.
Yeah, together.
And Wk2 and Herb, again, top-level players. At this point, I'm looking at this and I'm like, hey, KLiK, you might just have to go ahead and hand that FF right back.
Yeah, honestly, it might just be an exchange of forfeits. So when we said back and forth at the top of the show, I don't think that's what we were expecting, but it might end up that way. Either way, it would be interesting to see if they want to play this one out because it is KLiK's first game of the season. They have a lot of practicing to do in a lot of different games. So it is up to them whether they want to be throwing around forfeits willy-nilly to try to win this one, since it's going to be a tough matchup no matter what, or if they still want to look at this as a first game of the season. Forfeiting means less practice going into these future weeks where everybody else gets warmed up.
I'm really interested because looking at the players on the team, him has been consistently getting better at season over season. There's some people that believed he was one of those top-tier candidates for most improved last season. Him coming over to a team like the KLiK, he's worked with tons of players. He got better in fighting games where he's challenging even some of the fighting game players more conventionally. And it wouldn't surprise me if maybe, just maybe, knowing they're coming into a week like that, a week against Jury of all players, you're looking at everybody being like, hey, our CTR has to be on point. We can't just rely on Chicken Tech, Mr. OG is our 1 and 2 to have to be available all the time. So maybe, just maybe, they play this to see, like you said, where they're at, and maybe they come out with even a bigger surprise. They do have setups, so they can maybe pick a map, and hopefully that home field advantage can offset. And if you can beat Scarlet and maybe take a race from Jury, you can take this.
Yeah, the interesting thing about CTR as well, when you think about practicing that game, a lot of the times you see players play as a duo, but they probably don't often practice that way. They probably more often practice as a set of 4 altogether, so you get more than half the team practicing at a time. You don't only have to have 2 players on KLiK that are experienced in the game.
I'm interested to see, and now I have to find out if this forfeit gets pulled out. It highlights that tier 1 that we did before already again, where both of these players got games they're known to be strong for, and they're doing their job as a tier 1 by not even letting the opponent touch the sticks by virtue of saying, this isn't worth us putting in the energy and time, at least right now. I have to see, I have to wonder, I have to see where we're exactly going. I am absolutely wondering.
Yeah, we have
see
our
the lineups lit up.
But we only have a minute left in setup and still no forfeit. That makes me think that we're getting ready to go in.
Chicken Tech, more than anything, and I speak about him as the tier 1 because he's the leader of this team, very clear. Yes, he has GMs, he has coaches, he has other staff around him. But his mentality is always that, like, no one in this league is unbeatable. I'm not worried about a single other team. Yes, there are people that are good. There are people that I need to be prepared for. But you're not so untouchable that I can't actually ever play you. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's been telling his team, like, hey, Jury's good at CTR, but he's not unbeatable. We can do this. Put your time in, and I would love to see that coming out of the teams. At this point, I don't think most teams would expect CTR to be played against the Bandits if Jury is available. And Scarlet was working on racers. A lot of people don't know that. Back on the Reapers, he was absolutely getting his racing skill up as well and kind of taking what he could any and every category. Kind of those off games he was fully willing to play. So he might not be a pushover. But, again, I don't think you're worried. And, yeah, 2-2. 30 minutes in. 30 minutes. These games are flying by. So it didn't feel like 30 minutes.
We've only had 2 games. Checkmate Showdown was 2 matchups, and that was it. I'm not really sure how we're 30 minutes in. I guess it was that Maelstrom game going so late and still coming out of the KLiK win despite them not being there in the end game. And I think that one is what drove so much time out of this one already. We did push this one all the way down to the end of the setup timer. So.
And I believe that there is a technical issue. And speaking of technical issues, that has to be us talking about technical timeout. On Wednesday nights, you can join us over on the UEL YouTube channel with Logan Summit, telling you what's going on in the league, asking the hard-hitting questions. Lord, I'm so nervous because when Logan gets started, he doesn't pull any punches. He's going in. He's going to find you all the information and an incredibly entertaining show. How have you been enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's so much fun to watch. I've talked to you already about the fact that it's one of those, as analysts, it's so far away from the job that we do. People consider us to be in the same position, having the same job, but not at all. Logan's job is so far out of my realm of understanding. I could never confront players the way he does. He really wants to get to the bottom of all the information. So we're able to break down the gameplay and the background information we know about these players, but where you're really going to find out what's going on behind the scenes is on Technical Timeout with Logan Summit.
Wednesday nights on our YouTube channel, UEL Esports, 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. EST. Please join us and check out the episode because this will be a fun episode. He always has something to say, so depending on how this game, somebody
this entire weekend. I mean, we just saw Hollywood on the last episode of Technical Timeout, and then following his pretty crucial loss off of his very first game with this new team after how much he talked them up. I mean, I I'm sure they won't have him on back-to-back, but I guess it's never say never because there's a lot to drill into him for. A lot happened this week in the UEL. I'm sure technical timeout is going to be fantastic. But CTR with these 4 players, I'm really excited to see. I don't think there's going to be a single slouch in the lobby.
Yes, players looking like they're making sure their controls are correct. Everyone looking around, ensuring that everything that they're, notably knowing and are comfortable with, maybe playing at home and not realizing you adjusted a button or play on alternative. It matters. Everyone looks like they're just checking out to be safe. No one wants to fall victim here to a death. And let's see, last player should be going in here. And we'll be fine. So Killer and him going up against Scarlet and Jury, and off to a early start. And I'm trying to see. I'm looking at gameplay because gameplay I think is going to be the biggest tell. And I'm going to have to say Jury's on that bottom left.
So it is Jury on the bottom left right now. We do have an interesting split for the players. It's going to be bottom left Jury and top right Scarlet. So it's going to be that first and second position that we have right now, both going the way of the Bandits. And then on the top left, we have Killer. And on the bottom right, we have him. So we're going to see how these 2 players have developed in this game. And we see the boost being utilized by both of the players a little bit more honestly out of Killer right now, despite the fact that him is ahead of him at the moment.
Yes, and that's the big thing. This timing game that is the boost mechanic, you have to be hitting these to stay ahead. This is why if you take a look at that bottom left-hand screen, and the easiest way as well to look in the middle of the screen and see where players are. Jury is quickly approaching lapping a player already just by managing and maintaining this boost time and time again and using some of these quick jumps and shortcuts there to skip an entire set of turns on the entire map we see.
I mean, you can see him skipping across the map, and there he goes lapping. I believe that's Killer that he just lapped there. Coming up on him as well, might be lapping him as well soon. They're contesting for it, but yeah, he did end up getting past him. So now over a full lap ahead of both of those players. I don't think there's any question what position he's going to end this race in.
I think he took it personally, some of those losses that his team suffered last season, saying like, all right, we're not supposed to lose this game. Now is he able to get the TNT off his head? He is, while still maintaining the boost, coming around the turn and just moving. This is, for people wondering what top tier gameplay, because Scarlet's still in second, and Scarlet is managing to keep up best he can. But if this first race is the indication, maybe that forfeit is the better option. Don't even waste time with this.
Yeah.
But sometimes, sometimes your players have to take some lumps in the effort to just, we need our forfeits later on in the game.
Yeah, it's true. There's definitely a lot of good CTR players in the league, but there are some points at which I could see the movement that him and Killer have. If they were to develop strategies and maybe just not make contact with these walls so often, it seems like they understand the drifting and boosting mechanic. They just have to learn these maps a little bit better to understand when they're going to actually have to use those and when they have to let off.
I just want to highlight, Jury is done, and Scarlet, who's in second, just started his final lap.
Yeah, Jury's setting records out here. It's him against the clock and nobody else, not even his own teammate. But that being said, his own teammate is making quick work of the map as well. Don't be mistaken. Yeah. Scarlet is moving quickly through this map. Jury has just gone supersonic speed. I think he had a little bit of assistance from the Air Force, and I mean all of the Air Forces because they launched him across the map, trying to go for that shortcut. Scarlet had second thoughts about it and a little bit too late for the full stop.
Absolutely. And this normally would be a game I would absolutely be looking at Killer for, but back when he was in the league, this was another game that was on the wheel, so it's something that I would have expected he kind of already had in his wheelhouse. And both these players may be realizing, like, okay, we're not with the top dogs just yet. Back to the drawing table, back to a little bit more practice. So I'll ask you, Speedy, as someone that has far more of the, like, bird's eye view, would you keep going and just let the rest of these races play out? Would you be thinking about forfeiting here? What do you think?
Oh, I would definitely be thinking about forfeiting at this point. Seeing the way that my players are running through these maps, I don't think this is a useful practice session for them. I think that they're just going to be more demoralized the more that they see Jury finish, go take his water break. He's probably eating lunch right now at the moment. So I think it's only going to demoralize your players. I don't think this is the practice you need. You need to be practicing your players outside of the actual game. I don't think you need to be warming them up anymore. Go ahead and forfeit. Move on to the next one. You know it's Overwatch 2. You have players that enjoy playing that game in different roles. So I think you move on to the next one with your head held high, saying we're 2-2, but we're going into something we feel pretty good about.
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree with you here. and we now see the two KLiK players working their way around the track. Trading spaces, it seems like Killer and him are competing with each other, and an unfortunate turn there for Killer in the bottom right. Him looking across the finish line and take it. Are we going to go for another race is now my wonder.
Yeah.
If we do race, then my opinion here is that the KLiK may feel that they don't win the wheel out totally.
That's exactly what I was just going to say, is you would only want to speed through this if you feel like the majority of games would go in your favor.
And that makes me really interesting, because if you're saying that a lot of this wheel is either 50-50 or losing, it's really dangerous to give the opponents momentum, because some of those 50-50 games will absolutely be decided by teams just having good momentum going into them.
Yeah.
It's one of those really funny things, and I'm looking around and this is I thought he was going to hit the fire each time. He's just by the smallest of margin avoiding every one of these hazards and continuing to move forward.
Yeah, it looks like we got a forfeit from KLiK. I think they saw Jury take off there, and they may have had a little bit of in cleanup on aisle KLiK at the moment, because that was fear that Jury just struck into them starting off that second map. I think he was somewhere close to being 3/4 done with that map already by the time we forfeited it. So that's really rough for KLiK right now. Going to have to give that one up in a forfeit. But moving toward Overwatch 2, not feeling too terrible about it. Maybe the idea there was getting Overwatch 2 set up and not risking having to take a timeout.
That's probably the smartest option. If you can get everybody in the lobby knowing that these two players just say, like, buy me a little bit of time until we get there. Absolutely a smart move. They probably realized going in that they weren't going to win this. Now, Overwatch should be a pretty fun and competitive game. I know a lot of these players in this game love this game. Mr. OG, usually as a tank, Jekyll as a support, him always running around, Carnage support. The KLiK have a lineup, but then one of the best Overwatch teams was New Moon. We keep calling back to it, because right now I think the story of the entire league is how those New Moon players are faring. Jury, Tegeta, and Phoenix have been showing out so far. And the three of them having played together for seasons, I can't help but believe that they have something cooked up. And Boar is no slouch himself. So who is going to be the weak link is going to be the bigger question for Overwatch than anything else.
Yeah, and there is still that undetermined rookie in Duck season. There's a possibility that they have a fifth suitable player for Overwatch. Overwatch, a very popular shooter for people who don't play standard shooters. So if you're not into the Halos, Call of Duty, Rainbow Six, Overwatch is still a very popular game for outside communities. There's a lot of class basing to it, a lot of shielding, meleeing. It's not all about third-person shooting, first-person shooting. It's not all about any of that. So there's a very big possibility that some of these non-shooter players still do have experience with the game.
I absolutely agree. So do you think, and I'm going to ask this because I don't think actually we've ever gotten a chance to cast Overwatch together. I think we've somehow never done it.
Strange.
How do you feel about the prevalence of GOAT here in the UO as a team composition here in the UEL?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of, it almost reminds me of like Jotes, if you watched the beginning of Overwatch 2 competitive, which was the Junker Queen Goats composition. It was more damage focused. Goats would be a composition that is all tank and support, and we usually see a DPS coming out with these teams, so it reminds me of that heavier damage-based survivability. Something that we don't see enough of here is playing those tanks in the front line and letting the DPS play in the back. We see the DPS extending or trying to take off angles too often, and it ends up getting them eliminated, and it turns the fights into 4v4s. We need to see the DPS being consistent damage dealers from the back line if you're going to play that style. Otherwise, just put in a third tank and go ahead and drive face first into the enemy team, because you will survive with 2 supports, or even 3 if you decide 2 tanks is enough.
Absolutely. And if you're at home wondering, wait, why are we talking about GOATs in the first place? One of the things about UEL is we play 33 games across 5 different categories. And in those games, we play different rule sets. Overwatch prime example being we play open queue. We don't have those locked roles, and it allows players to kind of experiment and maybe come up with different options that wouldn't normally be seen. We play 4 hours, and the games end up being really interesting because you've seen these lineups, right? I think both teams have managed lineups really well. I also think Dead by Daylight has not rolled yet. That's usually the more stressful game.
Yeah.
Once you start having to manage a disconnected lineup between the two, it becomes pretty difficult. So I'm going to give you the tall task of telling the people at home who's going to win this game in your opinion.
Oh, man. Listen, I do think that the Bandits have the skill to push any game to the limit, honestly. I think that any game that KLiK goes into, it's up to KLiK to win or lose, because I think the Bandits have already established their confidence. So I think it's up to KLiK. However, KLiK, the core of the roster, the Gorillas that we used to know, they enjoyed playing shooters together. Overwatch is a game that they were comfortable on. They've only added to the available talented Overwatch players on their team. So I really do think that KLiK have a better opportunity to win this one. And it looks like they're going to start on attack here on Route 66, however you like to pronounce it. And it looks like they are going to go for a GOATS composition. They're going to go for the Ana Moira, so opting for a very aggressive GOATS composition as well. Not the Jotes style with the DPS, but rather 3 tanks and 2 supports. I think this is smart, and I think this is really, really going to hurt if Bandits are doing anything less than playing 3 tanks right back into them.
And right now at home, if you're wondering, we're going to be seeing from the KLiK him, Carnage, Mr. OG, Jekyll, and Killer. On the flip side, Jury Bora, Duck Season. You highlighted the rookie possibly coming in here. Phoenix and Tegeta. Yeah. So the expected lineups, and I'm interested to see if, some research has been done. If you've been paying attention, this isn't anything new for the UEL, especially not this season, and I have to see where people are going to play. So we're watching Carnage right now on the Orisa. I know it's a character that he has more traditionally played consistently.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy to see how he's able to perform. And what Reinhardt, Mauga, Orisa feels really scary to have to deal with.
Yeah, it is very dangerous. I could imagine if there were maybe a Ramatra or Zarya, this could be a little bit quicker of a damage output, but I do like focusing the survivability for the team because it's the huge health pools that makes GOAT so dangerous. Just being able to kill something is so hard. It doesn't matter how long it takes him to kill you. Speaking of which, almost a death going down already on the side of the Bandits. This Mauga's going to get caught out, and he's going to go down. Now it's only 4 left. The Bandits trying to get out of this, but their Orisa goes down. The Mercy does get a revive. That would be Lovejoy getting the revive, but he goes down to Carnage. Carnage now putting it in the face of this Roadhog, and there's only 1 left for the Bandits, who's going to try to retreat, but end up getting killed late, and that would be the Kiriko. So a 5-player elimination, a full wipe from KLiK, and this is what I expected to see from them, truthfully. Just a masterclass in Overwatch GOATS, just taking their large health pools, having a reliable aim, and being able to steamroll anything.
And this is the big thing there. You saw it was just a cascade. That one play where Carnage on the Orisa was able to get the Mauga slightly out of position. He fell, and the entire team just started to fall with him. Now, once again, already to this first checkpoint, and the door's opening up. So what are you making the call right now that we need to be swapping the GOATS as well to try to counteract GOATS to the best of our ability?
Absolutely. I think with that Reinhardt standing there in the front and Orisa being able to mitigate any headshot damage from being taken, I don't think this Ashe is going to be very effective. Now, a very good position held right up the middle from the Bandits here. They're able to take out that Zarya right off the bat, and then we do see the Orisa go down as well. So getting the kills so far. Actually, I'm sorry, I believe this is Carnage still running it down the Bandits. So I believe the red there that we're seeing is not the Bandits.
Yeah, we're watching Jury currently now playing this Ashe, trying their best to do whatever they can. And he's able to stop kind of the push. He finally took out Carnage. It looks like they found a couple of kills, have slowed up the push. But you still have 2 more tanks to deal with. You still have tons of healing. The Moira, or we see run by, they're forcing him back into hiding once again. They are playing the top side here, and they're like, it doesn't feel like they're even challenging heavier, but Bob is available.
Yeah, this is the one thing that can honestly make Jury useful here playing this Ashe. It's got to be this ultimate, but he goes down before he's able to use it. That opens so much space. Now Carnage using his ultimate with the team, able to get a kill on the Junker Queen. And we're going to see even more kills come out as the Moira ult comes out for the KLiKs now. Yeah, KLiK is just going to push it right in the face. They're cheering themselves out there right now. Carnage going big, getting kills with just about every ability in his tool set. I think he got 1 kill with each ability that he had. So really utilizing that kit to its full possibility, getting all the kills. And that second point is already taken 5 minutes on the clock for KLiK to work with.
Absolutely, and I think this is a completely different environment for Duck Season. That first game of the season, I think, was a little bit more chaotic, but this is that well-oiled KLiK machine that a lot of people expected to see come out. He's under a lot of pressure here. He's playing one of the 2 tanks it looks like they have in the front line and trying to get something done with the Junker Queen, but not able to find anything to kind of latch on and just start his game.
Yeah, it is really difficult to play Junker Queen in this composition. The Mauga stomping in and ulting, locking everyone in, and you can see the damage comes out so heavy. There is no escape for the Bandits when that ultimate locks them in the small space. A clean team kill wipe. There was absolutely no contest to it, and they're going to get this objective all the way home before anyone's able to touch, unless we see a Tracer swap over here in the last moment. Maybe a Wrecking Ball. It doesn't look like anyone was able to touch. That Mauga Jekyll standing in the doorway, holding them from touching. And with over 4 minutes on the clock, finishing that map, Bandits have so much work to do, and the same way that CTR was forfeit mid-game by KLiK, I have a feeling we're going to get the same thing out of the Bandits.
And we see Jekyll howling himself, completely happy. Jekyll enjoys playing the game. He enjoys having a lot of fun. And now, ultimately, I have to ask the question. KLiK, you're on the map, but I need your defense to be as strong. If they have a defensive round as dominating as that offensive round, I'm willing to start calling them the best Overwatch team in the league.
Yeah, I already think they are, and I don't think that we're going to see another round. It does look like there's a player missing from the Bandits already. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a forfeit here, honestly, with that disconnect happening.
And if it's... Was it? I didn't even see which player it was. If it was, unfortunately, Duck Season, not knowing, like, hey, you can't just close the game here. You have to be willing to get back in. But no,
it looks like he did join back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Small crash there, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to be getting back in. Now the defense, and it looks like the composition hasn't changed. The plan hasn't changed.
There's no reason to change anything about what just happened. I mean, with a single team fight stagger to that entire first round, yeah, I don't think there's anything that you need to change here. Very few deaths on the side of KLiK in general. I want to see an adjustment from the Bandits. Honestly, I want to see them push in with this GOATS composition. Even if it is slower, it gives you another chance to go on the defense and play again.
And Jekyll just kind of holding this Overwatch position, pun intended, with Mauga, just in case his team kind of gets pushed or maybe somebody looks for a cheeky flank. He's here just on the Mauga, and I don't know if there's many things I would less like to see than turn a corner, think I'm about to make a play, and a Mauga just looking back at me.
Yeah, only using the left machine gun for now. Targeting down this Bastion. Listen, when we said change to a tank, that's not quite what we meant. It's not working out for them just yet. Yeah. Oh, we're already going to see a lot go down. It's the supports that go down first, too. Now the tanks can be targeted down. You see Mauga just letting himself get some more health here.
Running back in to possibly swap characters. I think they realized whatever just that was, it wasn't it. They have to swap. They have to try something different. I saw Jury looking around, looking to his team, calming something, maybe saying like, hey, no, we have to make a swap here. We can't use that. We can't do that. Maybe finally saying, hey, we just have to counter GOATS with GOATS. We cannot have 3 tanks or 1 tank or 2 tanks with this DPS. We need to just match tank for tank, healer for healer, and just be better.
Absolutely, and I do like the position as well that Mr. OG is taking. He knows he doesn't have to hold exactly up on the cart. He can play this corner, wait for plays like that. That Reinhardt very lucky to have been up on the cart, but a lot of damage still going to come through. Mauga charges in, not able to find nearly as much as what the Mauga for KLiK is going to find right now. The tanks pushing forward, able to eliminate 2 of the enemy tanks, only that Orisa left, and they're going to fight through the healing rather than targeting the healers first. There's so much damage organized coming out on single targets at a time. They're able to eliminate those tanks one at a time without even taking out the healers that are the core of this GOATS composition, being able to survive for so long.
Absolutely. The biggest thing I highlight there as well is between the 2 Reinhardts, Mr. OG shield was almost undamaged, whereas looking at that Bandits Reinhardt, his shield was done.
Yeah.
He didn't have it. His team had no protection, no wall to kind of walk behind if they even wanted to make a play. And we're back on this corner once again, Mr. OG holding the exact same position. And we know how this goes. Bandits, this is insanity.
Oh!
Wasting the ultimate.
The Shatter connected with one in the back that was trying to sneak through the tunnel. He ends up painting the Moira as well, who goes down now. His team able to capitalize off of that one player caught out on the side. Mr. OG, how did you know?
I'm sorry.
Clairvoyance.
I did not respect your game. I am sorry. That was an amazing play. I was like, he's just using Shatter?
He connected with a player that was trying to sneak through that tunnel. You see on the bottom right, the other end comes out on the side that he turned right to hit, and he did connect with him, was able to down that target. it. Now, something I want to note on the side of Bandits is they're using that Juno. They have that speed boost. A key component of GOATs that neither of these teams are playing is Lucio. Because of the speed boost and AoE healing, neither team using it, but the Juno with the speed boost does give the Bandits an opportunity to push into KLiK a lot harder, like the GOATs composition wants to.
And here we go.
A connection with the Moira, a swing on Jury on that Reaper. Jury has switched characters a total of at least 30 times at this point, and none of them working.
And I don't think players remember. This is the funniest thing to me. People know Boar for being loud and boisterous, but a lot of people forget Jekyll used to be known as the loudest voice in the building. We can hear him loud and clear.
Oh, very much
He's
so.
having fun. The KLiK are having fun, and they are absolutely dominating this Overwatch game. I am saying it right now, flat out. They are the team to beat right now in Overwatch.
Absolutely. I can't think of a single team that can even touch them in Overwatch. Honestly, that Juno already down, this Mauga charging in, doesn't need his ult to lock them all in because he's got a Carnage pushing in from the back line, making sure nobody can escape. They're still going to catch these shots on the target trying to get out. Almost no movement made by the Bandits on that map. They weren't able to defend. They weren't able to attack. Very little got done on the side of the Bandits. Honestly, I'm not sure if they even played that one.
I'm trying to tell look, I love me some Jekyll. I'm going to let you know right now. Having fun going in. He's enjoying himself, enjoying the play of the game, showing off a little bit for the camera and just saying, hey, this is what I do. Fun fact for people at home, he played support all last season. He was not on tank last season. He always was like, yeah, I can play tank if you need me to.
Oh,
but
man.
the idea here that is the talent of this roster.
Yeah.
The flexibility of it to be able to say, cool, people move into whatever roles we think work. This is our composition. This is our plan. We execute it to near perfection. And it didn't look close.
Not even close. It didn't even look like a game, honestly. It looked like an intermission between CTR and BlazBlue, if I'm being real with you. That was just a little bit of a GOATS showcase was all that was. So, yeah, KLiK going up by an easy extra point here. We've got about 12 minutes left before the end of our first hour, the first quarter of our match. We are at a 3-2. KLiK are in the lead. Bandits being looked at as one of the strongest teams around right now, winning their first game against Hollywood over on the Blaze. So very impressive that KLiK are able to hold a lead on them in the early game right now, something that the Blaze weren't able to do.
Absolutely. And now here's the funny thing. We saw them get swept. Grammar.
Sweeper-rooney.
Swept. Yep, Sweeper-rooney. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. In BlazBlue, I want to see, are they willing to play again now that the rules have slightly changed? And I had heard rumors of this, the rumors that Scarlet had started playing 9, this character on the right side of your screen, Elemental Mage, a lot of very tricky buttons and options you have to keep up with. And then on the flip side of this, my guess then is that who you picking, who we seeing. Don't tease me with the love of my life. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Susanoo. So, funnily enough, this is a matchup I know extremely well as a Susanoo player. I'm absolutely excited and ecstatic to be able to deal with this. Looks like Global Figure is playing the Susanoo. Susanoo is a very interesting character. The character on your left side of your screen, incredibly big body. What he is able to do, though, is the way they limit some of his skills, being slower, he has to unlock his special moves. He starts with 1 unlock, and over routing combos, you're able to unlock multiple moves. These are things that extend your combos, deal more damage, even like defensive moves. And on the flip side here, I am now looking at Scarlet to say, like, 9 is also a tricky character that has to get this set up. The way she works is she combines elements. So if she combines earth and fire, she might drop a meteor on you. But you have to manage it. So I'm going to be looking at both of these players' ability to not only look at a fighting game state, but how well can you manage what resources you have and your opponent has.
Yeah. This is not as easy to follow as a lot of other fighting games where you kind of just gonna have to learn the system of the game, and then there's very little to learn about each character. This is a complicated one for sure. This is one of those ones that only specialists. I'm actually surprised that you say that you've played this one, because the only people I know that play BlazBlue are people that only play BlazBlue. So I'm very surprised that you've had a little bit of experience with this one. This is usually one that people dedicate themselves to, because it is very hard to step away from it and keep your knowledge in this game.
Absolutely. You hit it on the head.
Yeah.
This is a game you have to play. The finals coming up next.
Oof. After
All right.
Overwatch,
And here
I'd
we
be
go.
scared if I were the
I
Bandits.
like Global structuring his pressure well, but Scarlet with a good response.
Yeah.
And it looks like Scarlet might not know the matchup super well. Let me see. Oh, Global not being aware, but is able to continue and start his pressure. And Global is doing a lot here and playing the game in a very big way. Using every time you see that seal appear on screen, he's unlocking another ability right there, and you can see them unlocking on the bottom of your screen. He wants to keep pressure up. The way that I would define and tell people, I have a funny saying. One of my teammates came up with it. Susan, that's Susan, is a belligerent gorilla. He wants to be in your face and beat you down, as we see clearly going on right now. You have one round. You have to figure this out. You don't have an opportunity. You just run them over. This is the confidence I wanted to see out of a player like Global figure. When he gets started, he loves the sauce. He loves being creative. He loves having fun. But sometimes you just need to run someone over.
Yeah. Yeah, so much pressure came out from him at the beginning. I think he knows that it seems like there's really only one way to play this character, which is you have to put out as much of your own pressure as you can, because if you try to wait, you're not going to get the abilities you need to bring you through the later game.
And Scarlet utilizing this unique dash that Nine has as a teleport to get in and try and fight. But you just see Global doesn't care. He's continuing to fight, and a nice job. Another throw into a combo. It's Bluto. That's not real. You got to break these. You got to break these. Thank you. But I think it might be over and done unless Scarlet starts right now. He has to find his opportunity, and he has to get a hit. He has to confirm all the damage into this moment. But Global's burst says, hey, I'm not letting you have an opportunity. And the quick projectile, and that is a win for Global figure.
Wow, very strong showing from Global. This is not one of those games that he just picked up for the UEL. This is a game that he clearly understands. Either that or he took a real good look at a tier list, because he knew exactly what he wanted to play as a skilled fighting game player and not just somebody coming into the game randomly.
It's one of those things. I always appreciate him watching Global because he always has something cooking, something new. He's always prepared, and I'm still going to have to say it now. Hey, Bandits, first week you played, saw your Blaze Blue. Now seeing it your second week, somebody's got to keep grinding that game. You got to be able to cook. And I know Scarlet can. Nine's a pretty complicated character, but I'm interested to see ultimately with a 2-point gap appearing. I don't know. This game was so back and forth. I didn't expect Overwatch and Blaze Blue to be these overwhelming victories for the likes of the KLiK, but this shows why everybody's so big on them this season.
Yeah, they're going to be a really, really tough team. I think there might have been some questions, but I think the only questions were whether or not they were going to be at the top. I don't think there were any questions about whether they'd fall toward the bottom, middle of the pack. It was about whether they were going to be a first
One
or a
two.
second place team in their conference. And they're proving that they want to sit on the top, and they've got every reason to think that they can make it.
And you just reminded me with that statement, these are two divisional teams.
Yeah.
So the division is the KLiK, Bandits, and the Paladins. All three of these teams care about these matches, especially a match like this, because this could be a determining seeding factor going into the season. If both of these strong teams continue on their normal trajectory, it could come down to this game being what decides who takes that first seed and gets a bye possibly going into play.
Yeah, it's very true. We could get to any situation where these teams are both 8-2 and they need just this game as the decider that really took them there right at the beginning. I mean, the KLiK's very first game might be the most important one they have all season long. So it's very, very smart of them to come out with everything they've got. They're not taking it easy. They're putting Global in on his fighters. They have a team synergy in Overwatch already with players from different teams all culminating together. I've never seen a team come together that fast to be that dominant. It really shows that they have players that care about that game, or at least care about team-based synergy-style games, which is really big for this next upcoming one as well, because developing a strategy in the finals rather than just outgunning the other team can grab you a win in some of these objective-based game modes.
Absolutely. And man, oh man, again, if it is anything to go off of, I am looking at this lineup and the KLiK look good, but we do have a timeout coming from the Bandits. Maybe just wanting a chance to catch their breath and calm down a little bit, refine their composure, and find their footing.
Yeah, I know I'd want to at this point, honestly. They taking 2 in a row like that and then having to go into a game that if I were the Bandits, I don't know that there is a throwaway game for the Bandits, but this one is not as strong as a lot of your other options on the wheel. However, because we have a timeout, we do have a little bit of time to take an interview here, so I'm going to step away for a moment, and in just a minute, Strix is going to get you a interview with a player that he's been talking up quite a bit this game already.
And we are back, and I am joined with Jekyll. We
Howdy,
heard
folks.
you getting loud out there, and I got to ask you, that Overwatch, what are y'all the best Overwatch team in the league?
I feel like it sometimes.
Y'all looked amazing, an incredibly dominant win. You were boisterous, you were loud. How does it feel to be on this KLiK squad? How are things coming together?
It's feeling good so far, especially since this is like the first opportunity we have to get in a real environment and us playing together instead of practicing. We know the Bandits have come out before and they've played it, so most of us were a little wary of seeing how we would play. But then after we started getting those first 3 games going through, we're going in, and I don't know how to die.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to let you get back out to your team, but I want to compliment you again. I saw that Maelstrom gameplay.
Yes,
y'all won. Y'all are looking great. I am excited to see y'all for the rest of the season, and it's
Thank
always
you.
good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Alrighty then, and I'm welcome back with Speedy as we start this finals. The tough shells jumping in here, and I hope that the Bandits have some tough shells because they have already taken some big blows as this game got started.
I have a heavy bias toward the tough shells. I am an absolute fan of Turtles big time, so a little bit of a bias there toward the tough shells. We'll have to see which team that is, but we are going to start off watching. We have Lumina Rush coming up next. One of those racers we were talking about. First racer of the day, has no cars in it. You love to see it. That is the kind of excitement and diversity we love in our categories.
So our attackers will be the Bandits, so we should be watching them as they push towards this point, trying to find an opportunity here. Oh, we're watching Mr. OG right now, actually. Correction. They're playing Power Shift, the tug-of-war game mode with the platform in the middle, and we've seen how crazy it can get, especially around this church area, if players are not prepared. There's a lot of open ground, a lot of high and low areas. You're fighting on multiple levels constantly as this church will start to crumble around various players. And now let's see. The Bandits won pretty considerably in their first opportunity playing. Somewhat. Oh, we got a sniper? Oh, Killer. That makes sense. Killer known to be a pretty good shooter strategy player from back during his time in the league and always looking to pull the sniper out. But here we go. We see the movement pretty heavily. We see him locked in looking for a sniper. And I heard the call, and it was too late because I think somebody lost their head.
They're connecting some decent shots here.
Trying to hug this wall, trying to just buy some time, and finally gets pushed off that position. I love the quick thinking there from the Bandits.
Yeah, the Bandits have a roamer, which is exactly what you want. You want at least 1 or 2 roamers, either a light or a medium, somebody that can get around the map and kind of do, no pun intended, but Overwatch on the objective. And it looks like that battle doesn't go Jury's way. Missed quite a few shots, went down there, and now it looks like Carnage and the team moving in, trying to overtake the objective to get their first possession of it.
Absolutely, and here we go. We see the Tier 1 right here in Chicken Tech, focused up, looking for an opportunity to jump onto the point and make a fight. He's playing a medium here, I believe.
Yeah, and he's not using jump pads, unfortunately, so not going to be able to get up on that objective as easily as he would like to. He has to find some terrain to actually get up there.
And look, transitioning back over to the church, getting caught on a few corners. And he would tell you that he's not the greatest shooter, but he knows how to play his role. Throws out a quick grenade, it looks like, and is finally starting to take some shots, able to lay a little bit of damage down, which is super helpful for his team.
Yeah, throwing out some more grenades now that some of these players are grounded from the Bandits. He took some damage, but knows exactly when to get out. It looks like one of his mines might have just landed a hit. Only one of his teammates down right now. His team also doing decent damage. They do get another kill as well on the part of Chicken Tech. Going to get a revive, too. So a lot of beneficial team play coming out from Chicken Tech, helping out his team with a little bit of damage, some revives, and a lot of distraction.
Absolutely, and they're back through the church. They're now starting to take this lead. They have control over the platform, and it's going to absolutely come down to this play. I noticed that that roaming player was the player that Chicken Tech managed to kill, putting their opponents in such a difficult situation. that you don't know if Killer's allowed to shoot for free on the roofs. Now you're trying to fight 3 different fights at the same time, and we see them with heavy man on and jumping off immediately to jump up here. One of their teammates, it looks like, has gone down. Are they able to find the revive here? You got to find who killed him before anything else, taking a little bit of damage and immediately backing off.
Yeah, that revive marker can be moved around as well, so you don't have to revive him right there on the spot. It's possible to bring the teammate back, but it looks like they may have taken a respawn. So Chicken Tech doing what Chicken Tech does in this game, which seems to be distracting, putting pressure, maybe not landing all the shots, maybe not getting every kill, but doing just enough. And his utility use is fantastic, because that's the second time a landmine has hit an opponent, and he's gotten a kill off of this one, so putting his team in a good position to hold control.
And again, he routes his way through that building exceptionally quickly, gets back up here, immediately finds another kill. And this is the play we're looking for a Tier 1. Last week, a lot of eyes were on Jury, but this week, in this game, it might be all eyes on Chicken Tech.
Yeah, we've got him right now as well, trying to fight his way back onto the platform. There are enemies contesting for it at the moment.
OG's on your way. OG's on the way.
And he does take enough damage to finally go down. There's only one opponent on that objective, so if the team could just rush, but he's putting out so much damage with that silenced handgun right now. Finally, it looks like the KLiK are able to take a position. They're going to get these respawns on their teammates. That's a great thing about taking the position right after your teammates go down as well.
Oh, did he end up throwing his teammate, or did he drop him? He could have had a revive there, but I think he accidentally ended up throwing the trophy off of the map. But now, how do you approach this? They have glitch traps to slow you down if you jump on. They have turrets to hit you. They have at least 1 or 2 players also there. Utilizing this building is exactly what I was hoping for, and the Bandits have found the solution.
Yeah, it looks like more fighting taking place on the objective right now. Nobody quite has the control just yet. But some more damage coming out from the KLiK gets him control again. Despite the Bandits having one of their best fights so far since the beginning of the game, they still were not able to control. The Bandits had pushed just a little bit into KLiK's territory at the beginning, but you can see now that KLiK, the distance that they've made into Bandits territory is making this one a hard one to fight back from if it's going to go either way.
Absolutely. And now we see this overwhelming win. And similar to Overwatch, I'm just looking for what is the answer, because that initial push had me a lot of confidence in the Bandits. They'd found an opportunity. It seemed like they were working their same magic. But right now, a good kill and a good pick could lead to a huge swing of momentum. Mr. OG pushing a little bit far, but Carnage there looking to possibly pick up a kill and immediately get his teammate back up. And I like the movement. He's trying to get an opportunity, but that's 2 down. This is the Bandits' opportunity.
Yeah, this is where the Bandits can come back. They grouped themselves up as a team instead of rushing the objective 2 or 3 at a time, and now it looks like they finally have enough pressure to catch these roamers around the map off guard, and now they're pushing for the platform. We see Jury is on it with his team, and they're going to try to push it away, but we see just how much distance KLiK got, about halfway between the center point and Bandits' end zone.
Jury with that jump pad that you mentioned wasn't being utilized on the other side, trying to get up here for an early fight, wasn't able to win, but his teammate luckily is there to support him.
This roof hanging on by a thread, barely able to be supported. It can be used at the moment, but Jury's going to opt not to. He wants to go for the damage. He fights one player, but both players get down to about half. Might look for this kill here. He's not able to get it as one of the KLiK teammates comes in and puts the damage down needed to finish off Jury. So with Jury down, KLiK look like they might be stabilizing, and all they have to do now is fight the objective, but it's not going to be easy because there is some defense for the Bandits on the objective. Just a singular player right now.
And it looks like Phoenix is doing his best to hold it down. These gas grenades are going to start trying to force him off the point, but he's just staying here saying, I will be our anchor. I will hold us in this game. We're moving it back slowly but surely. Every step is what matters.
Yeah, it looks like his team may have taken a fight a little bit too far from the objective. It benefited them for a little while because the KLiK took more time to coalesce around the objective, but now that they're closing in on it, it's going to get tricky. There are a trade of kills, so possession of the objective not really going to go either way. We do see him go down, so still a little bit of control for the Bandits at the moment, but it's another trade coming out.
And we see that platform uncontested. The fighting gets so chaotic that everyone has to step up. And I hear Chicken Tech's voice calling out like, hey, we need to regroup. We need to slow down. We have to be playing this as a team. 3 of us are dead. We had a lead. It's fine. We don't need to worry about this. There are 2 minutes left. Let's keep playing clean.
Yeah, there's really no excuse for it to have come this far back because with them winning as many fights as they were, KLiK should still have an advantage, even if they lost a fight or two. But no, a lot of distance made by the Bandits. We do see Chicken Tech ops. Oh, he cannot chase that player down because the zip line breaks down due to the alien invasion. The player he was chasing is dead now, however, and we hear the call out for heavy dead. That's a big deal. That's a big health pool that you don't have to worry about anymore.
He jumped on and dropping his turret, getting off the point, at least utilizing that as a way to get damage while not being on there, and that assist seems to have helped out enough. I think the Bandits are cleared off this point. No, one drops from the roof. Chicken Tech moving up to the top. No one seemed to have noticed him. He got away with so little life.
Was almost able to stay away, but the Bandits were able to finish the kill on him, and that's a lot of teammates down for KLiK. The Bandits don't have too many remaining, but they do have control of the objective, which is the most important part with only a minute left in this game.
Absolutely. So now looking at it, all they have to do is hold this down, and whoever seems to have this platform is going to require a pretty big play. Now, I want to see some of these AoE grenades tossed onto this point. Utilize those rooftops. If they're going to stay on here and stay around here, fill the entire point with fire, with gas, with all of these different elements. Make it so they either need to leave the point and take a fight or not. If they have 1 roamer and 4 y'all on a rooftop, call that out.
Yeah, that's a really, really big deal right now. That's actually an ideal play, the one that you just called out. Trying to lob some of those grenades, do a lot of heavy damage because you have to get a possession right now if you're KLiK. All of these players on the roofs, they've got the positioning. Now they just have to make it happen. You see the fire coming down. Jury had to get away.
2 kills.
He dies, 1 player each going down right now. The control of the objective still the same, but we see those grenades coming out. This is going to be big. That's so much damage that's going to be coming down.
And here we go. Boar on the rooftop with this pistol. He's taking these shots. Someone's low. Can he find this kill?
He's invisible as well, but he does lose track of the player. However, his mine gets a kill. One of his teammates kills themselves.
And looking at the turret, Mr. OG isn't able to find the kill, and I think that's it. And the Bandits managed to take the finals.
Boar with control of the objective at the end, taking down about 2.5 players there at the end, keeping control of the objective, making sure it doesn't go the other way. That was a very toss-up fight and a very clutch play by Boar at the end. You can see how excited he is, and his team is very excited for him.
The entire team looking towards a young player like Boar. And I think we have talk from the floor coming from our director, AV. Let the people know what's going on.
I'm sure you guys have already heard Boar going off, bro. I've seen him pop off, but he almost ran out of the stage into the kitchen, bro, and back. So, a lot of hype coming from the Bandits. They are not giving KLiK the opportunity to take off. So let's see if they keep up this momentum, but it's looking pretty hot out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Boar clutching a 1v1 game is pretty exciting. Clutching a 2v2 with a teammate is fun, but when you're in a 5v5 game and it's your singularity, your play standing alone that ends up winning you the game, controlling that objective, that feels really good, and you've got a lot of people that you can rub it in their face now.
And that's absolutely Boar. He's going to be like, hey, remember finals? Remember what happened? Exactly what happened? But I have to look ahead really quickly to Lumina Rush because the Tier 1 is available. Chicken Tech, one of these top-tier racers, and funnily enough, we talked about it with CTR, so I got to bring it back around. What are Bandits going to do now that a Tier 1, a top-tier racer is available? Now that I've said that, returning to the finals. Thank you, Bandits, for showing us some life.
Yeah.
Some teams get hit and roll over. You've shown us, like, hey, this game went a little bit wild, went a little bit wide, but we figured it out. We locked in, and we put them on the back foot and have taken back momentum.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, if anybody, it's definitely Boar that's going to be carrying that momentum through. I think they could lose 7 games in a row, and Boar would be like, remember the finals.
Oh, my goodness.
We have to do what we did in the finals.
Absolutely. But Lumina Rush is such an interesting game. Now, we do know our lineups. It's going to be Chicken Tech, Global Figure, and Jekyll going up against Scarlet, Lovejoy, and Duck Season. And I want to highlight, because we've seen now a few games of Lumina Rush.
Yeah.
Lumina Rush has now not become defined by your best player, but by your worst player.
Absolutely.
The teams that have been losing are because one player has one bad round that leads to like a 30-second gap that you're then looking at your best player to hopefully take. And unless they're matched up against their opposing worst player, that's a hard ask in this game.
Yeah, it's become a game that everybody has to practice, which is really great for the league, honestly, being that every single player on the team it could be the vulnerable weak link for your team. We've said this about a lot of games in the past, but this game is the definition of you're only as strong as your weakest link, because the 3-second difference that you get by being a better player is not nearly as good as the 40-second difference that you lose by having a terrible player on your team.
Yes. And I'm going to call out a little bit of the league here. Some of y'all are doing that on, like, the second level of the game. So go ahead, load it up, and start practicing, because you don't want to be that player at the end of the day. Now, looking at it, we haven't had any sports games yesterday, which is really interesting because that was one of those genres that I didn't know exactly how it was going to fall.
Today?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No sports games yet today. I can't really see anybody on either side that I see as like one of the bigger sports player names, but there's a lot of big brains over there on both sides, so players that know how to maneuver these games and develop strategies that are going to get them wins. So I think it's going to be a really different style of play of sports games when we watch it.
Absolutely. I think the one game that I would love to see if I got the opportunity to pick one of them is going to be Duck Season versus Jekyll in NCAA.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both of them, Jekyll historically playing Madden very well, and on the flip side, Duck Season, apparently that's one of his best games. That's what I was told, that we were lucky that he didn't get a chance to play NCAA. So I want to see, go ahead and show out here for the rest of the league. But Lumina Rush here first. I'm interested to see what levels are being selected. It really does come down. A lot of teams will try to opt to those early levels to be a little bit more conservative, and we'll head on over to our head-to-head screen, global sitting down here first. This looking like that really early level that we consistently see players play for. I'm going to see if anybody's able to hit the high path to avoid the little back and forth you have to do that requires some pretty precise timing.
And it looks like we have a start at the moment, and that's okay. Well, that will be global playing in full screen mode. So
yeah, and I think this can work, but as long as he's able to keep track of where he is, he might be able to find a pretty good opportunity. 18 seconds finished over there for the Bandits, and an 18:51.
Yeah.
So it looks to be fairly close in timing. And I actually felt this personally, that it is really useful to have that wide view of the map on some maps. I don't think for this map specifically. I think there's some precise jumps.
You should know this one by now.
But like some of the later maps, absolutely. But looking at this jump here, that jump cost a little bit of time here. And then that whiff also puts them in a pretty rough position. But overall, you finished it in under 20 seconds.
Oh, 1-1. Sorry, I said 1-2. That's the 1-1 map.
Oh, so y'all turned on the game. I'm proud of y'all.
Yeah.
I'm gonna clap that up.
Yeah. It does look like actually they both knew where those double jumps needed to happen, but they timed them too early. So I think it was a case of having practiced the game but getting the timing wrong. Maybe need some more reps, because you've got it on lock. You know how to play the game. You even know this map. But if we watch that double jump right there, he just hit the corner. So he knew what he needed to do. He just timed it incorrectly.
Absolutely. So next going in, I think we're going to be having another set of runners. Let's see who's going. 1-2 is going in. I see Jekyll sit down, and across from him, the young rookie Duck Season. Let's show him what you got, Duck. Show him what you got, Duck.
Yeah, we are replaying. Sorry, not replaying. We are going to 1-2 now, the actual correct version of that map.
All right, let's see what these players are going to do.
Yeah, so for those of you who haven't played this game, this is the order that you will be playing it in, so take notes. There we go. Looks like both players are ready. Both of them are going to be playing at the minimum view.
The start call done. A nice jump by Jekyll to get out to an early lead.
Oh, yeah.
Duck taking a little bit longer of a route, but Jekyll finding his way through, and is now, if he hits this jump, and that's the really hard part, you have to hit this corner correctly.
Oh, and still unable. It's giving time for Duck Season to catch up. You can see him making his way across the top part of the map. And Jekyll does eventually finish. Let's see if Duck Season can catch up.
Looks like he's struggling with that jump as well. I almost wanted Duck to stay on that top path. Yes, it takes a few more jumps and it's a little bit more difficult, but this could be the big time difference. Again, you have to hit this jump just correctly. Making the call to go back to the safer side, I think, is really good here, because now you're just trying to save time wherever possible. Yeah. So take your time. And he unfortunately whiffs the jump. Oh, no. This is going to be a huge time differential.
And that was time. I believe he was now 30 seconds behind Jekyll, which means a time penalty for the team.
Oh, no. That is huge here. We've
Yeah.
talked about, again, 20 seconds has been the difference, but getting a full penalty is huge. And they have Chicken Tech left here, so we have to see. We just have to see. And you can see the Bandits are kind of taking it in stride. The Tier 1 in the background, the jury laughing. I mean, like, bro, like, hey, bro, like, what do you want me to say, bro? Like,
Yeah, I think they're still feeling all right about this matchup in general. Maybe with Chicken Tech being in here, they might not have expected to be able to take this one anyway. It does show, though, that this is not the first time we've seen there be a weaker link on the Bandits for this game. So they definitely do need to put in full practice time with the entire team on this one to make sure they can at least get those first 3 levels.
It looks like they selected one of the later game missions, one of the 3 levels. And Chicken Tech loves to do this. You can see him out to a start. I have to believe he wanted this level. I need you to understand. We heard the done as it was finishing on screen. Oh, my goodness. Lovejoy, though, putting up a respectable show.
Definitely, yeah. Oh, almost touches the red there, but doesn't. And he is able to finish. So
good job, but man.
20 seconds, not a poor time by any means, but Chicken Tech destroying that level. And it is very obvious to us that KLiK have just given themselves another 2-point lead.
Saw a little bit of the staff kind of being like, huh? What's going on? Oh,
Global.
And Global with a
proud
nice
of himself
wave.
and his team.
Told you. Good guy, Global. I got to believe that is absolutely. Into Street Fighter, this game is after my own heart right now.
Yeah, with full rosters available as well. This is going to be.
Goodness.
Oh, this is going to be action.
This is going to be. Wait. Okay. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask here. Ayo, KLiK, can y'all full send for me? I know y'all probably not going to, because you're gonna look at it, but I need to see Chicken Tech, him, Jekyll, Global. And then, like, that you can pick after that point. You can pick after that point. Mr. OG, I know, got a little bit of game. Killer was working on the fighters. Carnage is no slouch himself. Because, once again, the Paladins found out firsthand what happens if you underestimate some of the fighters on the Bandits. You have to be able to get to Scarlet with as much as possible to take out a high-tier player like him.
Yeah, it's going to be a dangerous matchup. I think when we get to the power players of each of these teams, which KLiK does have a few more in their favor, I think we're going to see some serious domination. So it's really going to be about who can get through Scarlet. And then I think you have, not in open playing field by any means, there are still obstacles in the way. All of these players are capable, but KLiK has such great fighting game talent. They're a really well-rounded team, and I think that's going to help them out a lot. Last season, it was a lot of players coming from similar backgrounds trying to get good at everything on the Gorillas, which was a good strategy to be good at every style of game. But now they've gone for players that started with talent in different categories, and that gives them an open baseline to work with from every angle that they want to come at it from. And then they've got decent talent to back them up everywhere else.
It's the idea of, if I can have a 1 in every category, then I can have a 2 and a 3 that's maybe a 1 here, but 2 here, 3 here, and I always can manage to field somebody strong in that general area. It's really good. It's really nice to see, but now we have to see. And it looks like the Bandits are going to call a timeout here. We are approaching that 3-minute mark. Once again, we went from having, in 30 minutes, a few games played, to almost 10 in the next half an hour. So these games finally starting to pick up pace. And I think it's because we're starting to see a lot more dominance from the KLiK. And those moments that we saw, like the finals from the Bandits, required them to kind of fight back and make it a closer game.
Oh, yeah.
I think what everybody expected out of the KLiK is starting to happen, but again, there's a lot of game left to play.
Yeah, there's plenty of game left to play. There's still a lot of games that the Bandits can kind of underhand KLiK on, but KLiK looks like they're solid in just about everything. I don't know where their weaknesses lie yet, and I'm not sure the Bandits do either.
Yeah, I have them in my personal power rankings as absolutely being the favorite out of the North. Honestly, And I don't want to necessarily put pressure on teams, but if I'm being honest, anything less than a championship game for a squad with this talent and built in this way is absolutely a failure, because you've gotten so much talent, so many strong players, that you should absolutely be able to contend with the Reapers for taking that championship game, which is why I know this team was good.
Yeah, 100%. I think what's a little bit unfortunate is that I think both of these teams, despite being in the same conference and same division, are championship level teams. If only there were a way for us to see them both in the end against each other, but we're going to have to see some of the other talent from the other side that is really, really going to stick it to them. They're going to be bringing the competition just as fierce. So, but if you want to be a championship level player, you got to have championship level equipment. So you're going to have to go on and head over to SurfThing.com to grab yourself a SurfThing PC. That's where all the greatest equipment is going to come from. It's what everyone is running on out there. You see Jury sitting by one right now. He's so happy with his SurfThing. It's how the UEL runs as well as it does. So head over to SurfThing.com, grab yourself some gaming equipment.
Absolutely. And so we're going to see Phoenix versus Killer here. And player one side seems to be Phoenix, so Phoenix on the Ryu, and this modern Kimberly, which has gotten a lot of miles here in the league, being piloted by Killer and coming out to an early league with Siege being the next game to come up.
On a very nice counter with the Shoryuken there from Ryu as well, catching Kimberly on the engage from above. That's the kind of plays you like to see, those heads-up quick reactions.
And we finally see Killer slowing down now that he's burnt out and not able to make a whole lot of options, but still using this modern mode to great effect, getting out a few combos, a few strings, but this is going to be a big crush. Unfortunately, was slightly slow, so did not get a stun here. And now Phoenix is starting to play his game, realizing that maybe letting his opponent play isn't the opportunity here. And now Killer with one more option can win out. The drive impact doesn't connect, but he goes for the overhead, hits the punish counter. It wasn't ready to continue the combo and to possibly end this. And a great job there taking out Phoenix early on. Now up Tegeta for the Bandits. And for people at home that might not know, we do play this in the team mode, so you retain your life, you retain a lot of your resources. What that means is you're not just looking to win, but you're looking to win as clean as possible.
That may be incorrect setup.
Yes, I'm almost certain we're supposed to have those health bars retain their spot. So
there were only 38 seconds remaining. There was no way he healed his full health bar. So
yes, it's not just on us, though. It's going to be on these players to recognize. And KLiK may just be in a confident enough position to not really worry about the change, knowing that, hey, if our first player here is able to consistently do this, we don't care that you aren't able to do enough damage. And that's a perfect KO coming out from Killer. An impressive performance from a player I had a lot of questions about. I mentioned to you earlier and to the people at home that he's coming back after a few seasons of hiatus.
Yeah. And we do have a pause as well, calling
like
out Game Master.
Finally noticing the change. And that's what was really interesting to me about KLiK is KLiK, regardless of if they could win, is not the team that's going to let you get away with it either way. They're not going to let you have that change. And so now I have to look with Lovejoy sitting down, but it might just be too late. You have about a 2-minute window to call it out, but we will see here shortly.
Yeah, it may have just honestly been a call for a button check. I'm not sure if they did notice the health bar issue yet. So this character here, Lily, not seen often.
Was considered to be the weakest character for a very long time in the game, and I think it's finally being called.
Yeah.
It's finally being noticed the game was set up wrong. They did not recognize. They did not set it up right.
And who had set up on that one, though? Because
it was the Bandits.
It was the Bandits that had set up on that one.
Because finals should have been the Bandits. Lumina should have been us. Go back to Street Fighter 6 over there.
Yeah.
Or KLiK. I said us. Hello. I'm just joining
teams
teams
now.
I'm just joining teams now. I'm going to be actually on every team.
No bias on the desk, by the way.
I will be biased. Every team out there, send me a jersey of your team.
Yeah.
You have my heart. Whichever one you want my support, you want my never-ending service and gratitude. All it takes is a jersey here at the UEL for me, anyway. Speedy is a little bit more unbiased.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah. I don't have favorite.
Who do you think is going to win this game?
Probably the Cobras.
Ah, good choice, good choice, good choice. And we're looking at Rainbow Six Siege. You got to always avoid the traps. Again, trap operators are huge in the game.
Oh,
right
yeah.
now, and Speedy dodging that with precision. So what do you expect here? We saw the Bandits. Again, they lost one round but managed to bring it back. I'm going to ask you the question that chat's probably running right now, probably arguing over. Oregon?
Yeah, it's Oregon. It's going to be Oregon. It's always going to be Oregon. It's what everybody is going to be the most used to. It's the most standard map. All of these teams are training their players up because they have to practice 33 games for the season. They have to practice 1, 2, maybe 3 maps if they're lucky. What you're going to be practicing is Oregon and a map of your choice for when you have map pick. Because when you have map pick, you might be able to choose a map that nobody else is ready for and you've been practicing. So I would say every team is going to have about standard 2 maps that they're good on. Everyone's going to be good on Oregon, and then a few teams are going to scatter to different maps that they enjoy and that they find success with. So we'll see, but I think most likely we're going to see Oregon. Everybody is the most confident in it. And what I want to see is a little bit outside of the abnormal. We've been seeing a whole lot of full team rushing the objective lately. And what I want to see more of is I want to see coordinated breaches from one end and rushes from the other angles. Like on basement, I want to see a player anti-roaming above, and then I want to see them sneaking down through the freezer, sending one that way, sending 2 down maybe the main stairs, and then 2 in from either the tower side or that basement breach, that construction breach.
Yeah, I think some of the players get very comfortable in playing one very specific way and then aren't prepared for maybe a more just strategic approach to Siege. Siege is that game on the wheel. I feel like there's a lot of experimentation for how you set up sites, how you defend sites, how you attack sites, and you have to be dynamic kind of in recognizing, oh, well, if they like to rush sites, yeah, a roamer would be an absolutely strong option. Teams tend to check it, I feel like, but a lot of teams also play pretty slow and put themselves under time crunch, at which point you become a little bit more relaxed about checking for those roamers and, you know, a sneaky vigil, a sneaky Caviera, even if you really want to get daring, could absolutely do a lot of damage. I, for one, am hoping we don't see Oregon.
Oh, I'm sure. Listen, if it comes down to hopes, I'm with you on that one. I hope that we don't see Oregon. I'd love to see a team that's been practicing Skyscraper or Night Haven Labs. So probably going to see Oregon, though, but it's all right.
I'm talking to every team in the league. I'm talking to all of y'all. We're having a conversation after this game. All of y'all in the parking lot, we're going to do laps around the building, and then we're going to have a talk. I'm like, you still want to play Oregon? Okay, cool. 5 more laps. Let's go. Anybody want to still play Oregon? 5 more laps.
Drill instructor strict.
Yes, absolutely. I just want diversity. We finally have more teams being willing to open up the roster as well, which we've seen in a few games. Some teams still opting for that base 1 plus year 1 and 2. Yep. Not wanting to get too crazy here, but we have to see. Now, both lineups here coming in. Him, Carnage, Mr. OG, Chicken Tech Killer, probably their strongest shooting lineup that they could possibly have, going up against Jury, Boar, Phoenix, Duck, and Tegeta. It is incredibly interesting that 100% of the predictions are over on the KLiK, seeing as the Bandits did manage to win last week in this game off of strong performances, not just by Jury, but by Boar, Phoenix, their entire team managing to pull out a comeback victory. Are KLiK that undeniable already that people are just, I'm all in?
I think for the people that understand the resources at KLiK's disposal when it comes to shooters, they're not going to play this game the same way that the Bandits won it. The Bandits won this game by being the better shooting team. KLiK is going to win this game by being the better team. When you have the brain of Sky Guy and Chicken Tech working together, one of them working in the team, one of them working from the outside developing in-game strategies, I think it's undeniable that the KLiK is going to have a lot of tricks to come out. They're going to be using real, actual optimal strategies. We are going to have a little bit of a technical timeout right now, which, you know what? That reminds me of a little show that we've got. I'm trying to think. Wednesday nights, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, it reminds me of that show, Technical Timeout, that we've got, hosted by Logan Summit. If you guys want to check that out, that's where you get all the insider details on what's going on in the league. You might see one of these players, either on the losing or winning side, getting interviewed and getting highlighted on that show. So we'll just have to see. But check it out. Wednesday nights with Logan Summit, Technical Timeout.
And I have to ask you, though, Speedy, before we even get there on Wednesday, I need to look at this head-to-head between the Tier 1. It's been the story. It's Jury versus Chicken Tech, a tale old as time. And it looks like right now Jury's doing his job at 3-1. Chicken Tech going 2-2, but has, I think, maybe more of those support pieces. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Chicken Tech is playing this one for the team. I think he's either going to have an even or winning record. I don't think Chicken Tech really cares what this scoreboard says at the end of the day. Of course we do as analytic geeks, but at the end of the day, I don't think he cares what this one says. He really only cares that his team is winning. He's going to be looking at his performance when it comes down to that very final game of the season, whether it's losing in a semifinal match or being in a grand finals. That's the game that he's going to care the most about. So being 2-2 is no problem for him. He's net even for his team, but he supports his team in so many other ways that being the captain, the Tier 1 of this team, he's still fulfilling that role. Jury, on the other hand, fulfilling all of those duties and going positive. So there's an argument to be made that as a Tier 1 player, Jury is definitely more solid in his spot. Chicken Tech is surrounded by talented players. Jury has talent on his team, but is expected to be a carry in a lot of situations. So far, working out for him.
Yeah, and this is a game where we'll get to see this lead possibly even up or expand with both of them going in from Rainbow Six Siege. And I wonder how much personal. I know both the players will come out and say it's nothing personal. But seeing as in a world where Chicken Tech set on that finals bench versus Jury going in, Jury kind of getting to be the limelight and their team not winning when they were teammates, maybe it's an opportunity for Chicken Tech to say, like, hey, on the field, I'm able to compete with you, and off the field, I'm able to build and help work with this roster to be something to contend with you. Maybe I am the better player here, even though I think a lot of people in the league will continue to put Jury up there. Jury is going to have an impact here of any of the games. This is a shooter. We see him there in this video with the gun being tossed to him. He doesn't miss. I want to know who comes out on top as this technical time runs out.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly, which of these teams is going to win. I do think KLiK have the better advantage here, but I wouldn't count the Bandits out on this one. I think they have good leadership and good pieces put together for this, but I just think the KLiK has more. I think it is a matter of percentages. 100% of the votes being on KLiK makes sense because I would say they're more likely to win. So for every individual person to take that gamble, yes. But if we're looking at the percentage for these teams to actually win, I think KLiK have a further lead, but I don't think that the Bandits are nearly out of it. I think there's plenty of opportunities for them to win with their own strategies when they get to play their game, and maybe that means getting the defender's advantage. Maybe if that's the preference that they have on this map, we'll just have to see when it goes to that third round. That might be a decider for this, or if KLiK can shut them out in two, I'll be very impressed.
I'm going to have to tell you, I unfortunately have some bad news because it looks like KLiK actually took defending first. So even if we get to that tiebreak round, the Bandits are going to have to show their chops at attacking more than anything else as we jump into game. Oh, my goodness, I have never seen this map.
Yeah, so this is Oregon, which is definitely just Oregon. It's the whole state, actually. This is what it looks like, is this house.
Ah, true.
That's what all of Oregon looks like. It's just a single house. Everybody lives there. They're pretty happy together. FC coming up. We finally will get a sports game, and it's not really a strategic one, if I'm being honest. It is an action-packed, know the mechanics, and land all of your shots kind of sports game, so we'll see how that goes. But coming in here for the side of KLiK, we have a Capkin, a Valkyrie, a Bandit, a Mutant, a Doc. This might be a Year 1, Year 2 operator setup. Definitely the best pieces. They've got a lot of equipment shut down right now, so leaning kind of heavy into the electronics, maybe expecting a lot of breaching to come through, bringing that Bandit and that Mute. They have the counter rush with Capcan. They have the Doc to be able to play slow, and Valkyrie's going to give them a lot of information. I'd say this is a well-rounded team leaning the way of denying those breaches and that equipment. The Mute is going to be very useful for some common things that we see in the league, which are both Lion and Dokkaebi, because with 4 of those Mute Jammers available, any player standing within the radius will not be rung on their cell phone by Dokkaebi and will not be scanned by Lion if they move. So a lot of opportunity here to shut down some of the more common things we see, but neither of those. The information coming out of the Bandits is actually a Jackal. That is a very, very interesting choice. No Cavi on the side of the KLiK to stop that Jackal from tracking the footsteps. So we're going to see a Thermite, Ash, Buck. They're leaning towards a pretty standard aggressive comp. And the Doc will peek out from a window to get an early kill on the Thermite. There will be no hard breaching, which means that Bandit practically useless at this point.
But ultimately, I think that it's demoralizing more than anything to lose it to a cheeky spawn peek if you're not just aware of what's going on. Now trying to kind of go in tower and hopefully get some progress. And I worried about this when I personally actually went back and watched that Bandits game. They were very slow to take the building. It ended up putting a lot of stress where they managed to make a few plays towards the end of the round. But I don't know if it's better to play this super safe like they are, maybe hoping for another window. But I have to know that KLiK looked at this game, but clearing down the bottom floor of the building and starting to move through. Here we go. We have him holding what looks like tower angle just to keep his team safe. And another kill dropping down. Killer showing why they picked him up and put him at the tier 3. Already picking up 2 early kills here in Rainbow Six Siege.
You can hear the shots going out. Tech making a rotation up top. He doesn't want to miss out on the action, apparently. Going to watch these back stairs here, which is very smart. Him supporting his team, mainly not focusing on that window where the shots are coming from, and still watching the back stairs to make sure that his Doc can hold this angle, that Killer can hold this angle for the team, get those kills. And a great, great turn from him results in another kill, and only 2 left for the Bandits.
And here we go. They're still positioned. Again, a few of these windows are hit.
Oh, and another one goes down, this time to the handgun. Finally, one of the teammates goes down for KLiK. Trying to find out where that came from. It sounds like there was a master bedroom call out, so him looking that direction. Does have his body decently exposed, but a Capkin will finish the round. A well-placed trap. Let's see where it was. Actually trying to exit, leans up against that doorway and gets killed. Very unfortunate there for the Bandits. Able to only get 1 kill during that round.
And now I'm looking at it. I want to see some energy from the Bandits. Yeah, when things are going well, things will always feel good, but it's these moments that I need to see you super energetic, super locked in, super fired up. And we see a much more limited set of operators here from somebody like Carnage. So I want to see what they end up. They end up putting him on hard breach on the Thermite, and he looks like he's swapping his gun, maybe getting some tips on like, hey, you want to be running this. This is better. This is on point.
Yeah, Carnage definitely an adaptable player. He'll kind of be put on whatever you want him to be. Shooters are something that he picked up with Sky Guy, I know, and those two playing these games together, he's learned a lot. He's really not averse to any role. I could see him playing anything in this game. I don't see him as the kind of player that really asks questions. When the team thinks there's something that's beneficial for him to take on, he kind of just goes for it. So a really great teammate to have for a player like Tech, who's going to be taking a leadership position on the team. Having a player like Carnage that you can tell to just do really whatever you need him to do, it's always a very useful tool to have on the side.
Absolutely. And now we have to see the same thing we asked during Overwatch. Is their attack as good as their defense? Because if they are able to, once again, be as formulaic, as straightforward, as strategic as they have been so far this game, it's a hard call. And it looks like it's going to be even in terms of both sides going to Kid's bedroom up top and ultimately like proving that who can hold this site a little bit better.
Yeah, and I can almost see the setup right now. It looks like Killer being on this Ash means that he's going to be pushing for a rush at some angle. I'm not sure what fight he's going to want to take it at. It looks like he's going to just set a Claymore there, make sure there can be no rotations to get his back. That's game knowledge that's showing itself through right now. Putting a Claymore on each of these windows that can be hopped out of. I mean, there's even a little yellow square to show where he should be putting it in the map. But yeah, he's going to hold this contentious angle where a lot of defending players watch from. I think he may be waiting for an IQ or a Jackal, either one of those information operators. He does now know there's a frost mat in front of the window. Hopefully he saw that on the corner. Yeah, it looks like he's taking a little peek on it, letting his teammates know he can't just jump in unless he wants to look down and shoot that mat. So he's going to have to take these kills first because he can't be shot at while he's jumping in. He knew that player was there, lands a beautiful headshot, going to shoot out the frost mat, and now he's got a position on the objective.
But
he gets caught by the duck.
Second player. I didn't want to say it because it hadn't happened. Last time they played this. They stacked 3 players in this window area, and I was wondering if he was aware enough to know that, hey, they usually like to stack, but it looks like his team is prepared and looking to take an opportunity. They've come in through tower, and now KLiK is pushing his team through, going to take the opportunity here to try to get through the wall, not realizing it's not a soft wall. They need Carnage over here to open up this space.
No, that's still a hard wall that he's trying to breach right now. He does step on a Legion mine. He's taking damage from multiple directions. A little bit of panic. He is finally going to get it out of that shoe.
Drop the diffuser.
Sounds like damage is going out. They do have another kill advantage now. Do they know where they know that the players have to be on these bedroom sides. It's a trade. There's only 2 for 2 behind that bed. That is steel. That is a bed made out of hard reinforced steel. That is not going to be able to be shot through, unfortunately. You can't breach that wall either, KLiK, but a good try. He is going to make a little bit of a scan here, make sure he's not going to be caught by anything if he tries to rush in. Him and his teammate still holding these angles. Chicken a little bit more frantic than his teammate here. We can see right now that there's a lot of calmness coming out of Mr. OG. He's just holding his angles very quietly, wants to watch for the feet. Does he see anything? Not yet, so maybe holding either behind the bomb, and it's going to be actually behind the bed.
And a perfect crossfire.
Is going to kill them both. It really was a perfect crossfire on that doorway. A great spot to hold. We can hear both teams are calling out at each other right now. It's going into round 3, and it's getting tough.
And this is that issue. It looks like it was smart to take defense that they could ensure that they could hold on to the point, and it is overtime, so they can go immediately back to this master bedroom, set up once again, and make whatever plays they're deciding they find to be enjoyable, to be fun.
So the advantage here to choosing the same objective again is that they have the opportunity to make adjustments. Like we see that instead of a dock, they're going for a vigil. They're not going to go for the window peaks because it's expected of them.
Yes.
So now they're going to have a vigil roam. They're going to play for a longer game, and they're going to play the inside of the map just like they should. However, most of their team is still the same. They're not adapting most of their strategy, which gives a lot of predictability. You're not going to get the cap can kill on that door anymore. Probably some of those cap cans were shot out during the game. So the Bandits are already expecting where they're going to see those. Choosing the other objective would have given an advantage to KLiK in the way that Bandits have absolutely no idea what they're going to be preparing for them and how they're going to play the map. So we'll see if maybe the confidence on this kid's room is warranted, but I'm hoping it's not just because of the kills they got in the first round. Now, that mute jammer can be jumped over. You can jump over the range of it, and your drone will be jammed for a moment, but by the time it reaches the other side and touches the ground, it will be out of range, and you can move it again. So, unfortunately, not going to be the case for this Habana player for the Bandits. 2 of those drones are going to get shot out there, actually.
Absolutely. Getting a little bit of information, knowing at least that there should be some Valkyrie cams here. And here we see Duck Season once again. I already like the adaptation. I'm not just going to keep moving. We're going to take a second. Let's check. Let's look. I was going to say, do you have an eye better than I do? Because if you do.
Yeah, if he landed that.
I would be like, okay, nope, give him credit. He already was in the conversation, I think, for Rookie of the Year after that first performance, coming in and just going 6-3. And if he can continue to hold up here and provide value, I think he absolutely stands here. But it's a tall task right now. The Las Vegas KLiK are looking like a monster.
Yeah, that last round was honestly a case of losing their most confident and probably most skilled shooter first. But speaking of which,
KLiK getting a kill on Tegeta.
KLiK finding that kill on the Bandit, which means I imagine there was a little bit of an inside fight. But no, it looks like that may have been toward tower side. I'm not 100% certain, but either way, that was that Bandit, that KLiK on that Bandit getting a kill on the Ying, to a really great resource to have in the later game. Now they have all of their early game pieces, but it's really 2 hard breachers and 2 soft breachers. Ash and Buck with a lot of rushing and potential to put out damage, but having 2 hard breachers, and for some reason they're going into tower. They have 2 hard breachers, and they're not hard breaching tower side. They're jumping in through the window, which is so much riskier. They're going to take shots. Luckily, a kill comes from the Bandits. These are the last 2. It's just the hard breachers together.
Make that one.
What a shot! But it's traded immediately by that Valkyrie, who still knows where that thermite is. We'll see if the battle continues, if that final kill comes through.
And I hear
it right now.
There's one more.
What a shot.
And it's Jury. At the end of the day,
HP.
If the end of the day, if I'm looking for one person to win this out, Jury with 2 HP in a dream, can he find his opportunity?
yeah, he's got to find these headshots. And at this point, KLiK have to play this really slow because they cannot be pushing into Jury. If you push into somebody with 2 HP, you're asking to be headshot right now. Just creeping around the corners, moving as slowly as he can, but he is making progress. He wants to try to see just a pixel of a head. Changing his angle, he gets out, and with only 30 seconds remaining.
And that's going to be some noise, so they should know where he is. He's trying to find this crossfire, not trying to fall for exactly what happened to KLiK last time. He's going to have to go in. I hear the call out that they know where he is, so they just have to hold. He has to get in. He has to plant this bomb. He has to get everything done.
And they are able to. Chicken Tech is able to finish that one up by landing a shot on Jury. And let's see this final kill here. He sees the window, and a very nice using the wall, knowing that the shots are going to come out first.
Ooh, and the front flip. Got a little bit of theatrics there and ties up that head-to-head. We saw it was 2-2 and 3-1 going in. Now 3-2 from both sides. A great play from KLiK. I think obviously you got to clean up your attack a little bit more. That is the one worry I do have for this team. If anything about KLiK is there's a level of overconfidence and just we are better that could absolutely get them trapped up there. Where you saw for a moment there him swung that corner when he didn't need to and turned it into a 1v2 when it could have very easily had another person swung 1v1. They finally realized, let's step back. You keep that 3v1 and get that crossfire.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate turn of events for the Bandits. It was definitely an opportunity for them. They had a better chance in that third round. They were more prepared for the style of KLiK, but they weren't able to take the win because KLiK made some adaptations, and honestly, at the end of the day, they just chose better gunfights. They chose their angles better. We even saw in that final kill cam at the end the way Chicken Tech swung that door, and instead of shooting straight through the window and giving an opportunity for Jury to one-tap him in the head, he slid sideways toward the door, moved up a little bit so that his head was coming in at a different angle higher up, and then came back out because he only needed to land one shot onto Jury. It was a very nice play. They chose their gunfights a lot more particularly, and it's what ended up getting KLiK the win in both rounds, truthfully. That second round was, I think we all know, a matter of just losing that play, that best player a little bit too soon, Killer going down too early. So Bandits still showing they've got it. I mean, they've won Rainbow Six Siege and they've lost it, but they've never been shut out on it.
Absolutely. Still showing themselves to be that strong contender that I think a lot of people expected them with the talent they have on that roster. 30 seconds here before we get into FC. I have to expect that we're going to see Global Figure and Carnage go in for KLiK. These two played together last season. Yeah. Global showed himself, I think Global had like a 60% win rate overall, but showed himself to be a very strong fighter, but not just that sports player as well, being very versatile in things like FC and 2K, so I expect to see him go in. And I have to now look towards the Rookie of Duck season. You had showed out in 2K, supposedly plays college football really well, so now that's a third one that I have to look to, and maybe Scarlet going in with him. Now, what we did see here is that Jury Scarlet went down early against the Paladins and managed to make that comeback victory, so maybe they just don't mess with what isn't broken and try to send that same duo.
Oh, and they are going to send in that same duo, actually. It's going to be Jury and Scarlet again, the Tier 1 and the Tier 2, going up against a Tier 5 and a Tier 6, but when it comes down to these categories that some players are just a whole lot stronger in, yeah, there's an opportunity for anyone to win this one, so this is going to be an exciting matchup. And it looks like we are going to be getting into it soon. They might be warming up here. Or actually, I believe we've started this matchup with no walls, and that's first going to be, it looks like,
I'm trying to judge based off of reaction.
Yeah.
I'm trying to judge based off of reaction there. Player 2 side, I believe. So we have France and we have PSG. These are two separate teams. Nice job keeping the goalie back, looking for an opportunity to play. Ultimately loses it, 2v1 opportunity. Are they able to find another goal? And it goes a little bit wide here. Ooh, the aggressive play, looking to cut off that passing route. Wasn't able to find it, and now we see them coming back for another opportunity. Wasn't able to tie up the score. It looks like both teams are trying their best here. All right, let's see. Cutting over, who's able to do it, and this play is looking immaculate. A nice pass. Isn't able to find the goal because of the delay, but they eventually work together, and the synchronized dancing begins.
And that is KLiK going up now. A second goal, KLiK playing France, and it is Bandits on PSG. So Bandits currently trying to make a comeback, heading to the corner, having a solo play that gets cut off by a defender, but a bicycle kick into the goal will give Bandits their very first point. And if there's a way to score your first point and put yourself back into this one, that's how you do it. Now, I will say down by 2 is exactly how the Bandits came back last time.
Absolutely.
So this is a rough position to be looking at. You got to get another one here if you want to break the streak if you're KLiK.
And it looks like both players, they're doing a great job of keeping their goalie back. That goalie a little wide out. A nice another pass, and they keep sending this pass, looking for an opportunity for a shot. I'm loving the teamwork between Global and Carnage. Again, some of that previous teammate synergy. Why this team works so well is you have a lot of pieces that are able to fit together, but also this built-in synergy that helps them understand, trust each other, and to come for bigger plays. He got kicked in the face.
Yeah, so it is Global right now with the ball with the blue arrow, and passing over to the pink there, that will be Carnage. So it's Carnage with possession now, passing it right back to Global. Global has possession, doesn't let it go out to the side. Gonna have to pass it in toward Carnage, but no, he takes a shot of his own. We're gonna see Bandits get control once again. They take a shot, but that one doesn't make it, and it actually does go out on the side.
All right, let's see. We now see Bandits in the driver's seat. Are they able to find a goal here? They managed to get that first one, and I like the idea just to get it out, though. Jury on the other side is with that yellow arrow you see, trying to play defense now onto Global. That red player then will be Scarlet, like his namesake, Scarlet Rift. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And an open shot from Scarlet. Doesn't rush it. That's what you like to see out of your players. Some players panic a little bit. He's just like, no, this is easy. I got time. Let me just make sure everything is lined up, and sends it in.
Yeah, we've got an even game now as we come to the end of the first half, but it's actually going to be KLiK answering back with a point of their own. They don't want to go into the half tied.
He blocked the lob pass, but unfortunately took himself out of the play, and Global was able to recover quick enough to rescore that goal.
Yeah, very nice play by Global. Jury passing it straight into the defense, and now on the offense is Global, but going to lose possession. We've got Scarlet here approaching the goal, wants to take this one on his own, going to pass it back to Jury. Jury loses control.
2v1, but kicks it a little bit too far forward, but they're fighting to get the ball back. I like this by Carnage. He kicks it over to Global.
Oh, beautiful pass. What an assist from Carnage to Global, putting it in, finishing it, and a shot not going to make it in before the end of the half.
And this is what we see. They found their momentum, and they found their opportunity here. The two of them, again, both sides kind of leaning over like, hey, okay, cool. And then going back to playing their own game, these both pairs seem to have put some time in and are working well together. And now it's just about finding a few more connections here. Ooh, and a wide shot here. We'll send the ball back on over to KLiK's side. Carnage looking to make a play, sends it on over to Global.
Yeah, and there is an opportunity for the teams to choose whether they want to play with the walls on or not. There are different maps that can be played on. This one is walls off, so there are openings on the side. The ball can go out of bounds just like that. But there are other maps where the balls will just bounce off of the wall. And a very nice rainbow flick into a beautiful shot.
Just a fighter, by the way. That's Global figure for everybody at home. Once again, I always have to show people have been sleeping on Global since his rookie season in these sports games, especially FC. Once again, I'm happy to see him able to show out a little bit. And we see the step forward, the possible play. He just stops and says, come stop me.
Yeah, he's going to play his own game. And that one, if it were a little bit more toward the center of the net, that might be in. It is Scarlet with control right now, wanting to take a 1v1 at the goal. He has not been passing very much to Jury, not trying to set up these assisting plays. Jury does have control of the ball right now. He takes the wide shot, just barely bounces it off of the post.
A nice lob pass, ends up going a little bit wide, and we're back on Jury having control. Sends it on over to Scarlet. Scarlet looking to move through. But the issue is they're bringing that last player forward. They have to be careful. They're keeping him back just in case. But that open goal is another free shot.
Yeah, Carnage able to just honestly tap that one in. He saw an opening right up the middle, and just with the inside of the foot, right between the posts.
And here we go. Back to Scarlet. We saw the magic be there. The Bandits are looking for their opportunity. And here we go. Pushing up again. 2v2.
Oh, they're just showing off now. Carnage unable to sink that one. Global honestly had an opportunity to go up by another point here for his team. It gets answered back. That may have been a mistake trying to make that team play just to show off, because now it's only a 3-point game, and with a minute and a half remaining, there's plenty of time for the Bandits to come back here.
Yes, but these two players are playing so well off. Carnage looks like he's overextends.
Yeah.
Immediately the Bandits think they have a play, but Global is immediately there to cover his teammate and turn it into another score. You see the pressure they're putting on here.
Yeah, they've gotten more confident and more aggressive as the game has gone on. Now they're just honestly just holding forward toward the goal. You even see, oh my goodness, an absolute steal. He's going to walk it into the goal, and it's 3-8. KLiK are up.
And again, now we looked at the sports games. I had a lot of questions about a lot of games, but so far as these games are rolling, KLiK is showing themselves to be a force in each and every single one of them. And so now the Bandits, I need that same energy, that same fire, and I have to look to Jury for it to come out first and foremost.
And a lot of fake shots coming out from the goalie here. Going to send that one to Carnage, who's going to take this one to the goal by himself. He does go wide to the left, though.
Now let's see here, stepping up, looking to defend a little bit. Some nice footwork here, trying to find that opening, kicks it back over to Jury. Jury back to Scarlet in the middle, but it's intercepted, kicks forward, and I love the through pass to the outside leg just to beat the man, thinking that you're trying to cross to the middle and find another goal. These teammates who have been together seasons now are showing exactly why they are up there. For those that don't really truly realize, these two players were drafted together onto the same team, ended up getting traded and have transitioned together, but they show that synergy, that camaraderie has carried over season to season. And I think now the Bandits are looking for whatever opportunities, whatever shots they can get. Jury with control of the ball, takes it from Global, kicks it over to Scarlet. Scarlet looks for the opportunity, but the defender is there.
We're not seeing the same quickness out of the Bandits that we do from KLiK. They're not able to find opportunities out of quite as many plays. We've seen them score 4, so they definitely know where to find some openings, but they're not moving quick enough to make everything go their way. What a shot, going insanely wide from Carnage, but they really don't need to score here anymore. 13 seconds remaining and a 5-point deficit for the Bandits. Bandits with a little bit of control want to try to close the gap, but Global gets control of the ball, tries to push it toward the goal, and it goes out. 5 seconds remaining. This one is going to get pushed up, but Carnage, he has a free shot, and he's going to send it wide to the left. So 2 seconds remaining. Scarlet pushes it to the half, and the game is over. Winning by 5 are KLiK, and KLiK go up 8-3 in this one. Not the kind of lead I was expecting to see before we ever even go into the half.
And NHL being the next game coming up right now, once again, it looked close. It was right there, neck and neck, game and game. Those first 4 games looked right there, but after those first 4 games, KLiK just turned it on, and I wish I could tell you it was just an individual, but it started with that Overwatch performance.
Yeah.
Playing from such a top level, and I think a lot of people at home are looking at all of this talent, even on the Bandit side, and realizing, like, is it that big of a difference? Because of lineups, every one of these matchups matter. We could have been seeing a different game because we thought that first Maelstrom game was absolutely going over to the way of the Bandits. It ends up going KLiK's way. And now I look at these lineups and I say, hey, in NHL, historically, these are one rookie, a Bandits player that was not necessarily a sports player. He was kind of their fill player in Lovejoy. And Lovejoy, hey, you're competing with Lucci right now, and Lucci was able to provide a lot to his team, so you might be sweating a little bit.
Yeah, it's a precarious situation for Lovejoy. He needs to get that record up. We've been looking a lot at the 1v1 between the tier 1s and how they're doing, but it is important in those lower tiers because you may not be seeing the same players week to week on a team if they're not performing the way they should, and right now Lovejoy's performance not what he wants it to be. He's going to have an opportunity to show up here because he is going to have to play in NHL with Duck Season and Boar as well. So putting in those tier 5 through 7s. Something I want to note about both of these teams, it seems to me that KLiK, when you go from the top of the tier down the list, there's a much smaller gap between players than if you go down the Bandits. It seems to me that the further down the Bandits roster you go, the further the gap is, starting from the tier 1 to tier 2, the tier 2 to tier 3, and it only starts to steady out and become closer once you get toward the end of their tiers.
I am under the belief that Killer being coming back into the league is the one exception here. But every single player on, every single one of these players on KLiK were offered a tier 1 or 2 on another team during the offseason. They were all given that opportunity to play a starting role all the way down to Jekyll on that 7th spot. And that has to make me believe more than anything that, yes, that versatility that you've been talking about, that ability down the line, just it feels like most people can go in for most things and outperform most people.
Yeah. This is a very dedicated team on the left side of your screen there, KLiK. These players, I mean, even Killer's been gone for a while, you had mentioned, but he doesn't look like he's really out of practice. He is playing fantastically. It's still up in the air where he's going to fall in comparison to other players in his tier and towards this, what we call the top half, that 1, 2, and 3. Those top three positions are so important. We're always putting them under a microscope. Bringing him in and putting him at the 3 position, I have to imagine that only comes after KLiK finding out what they're capable of. They had time to vet these players, and after seeing what Killer provides for them, being a shooter, there's a team full of great minds that can work team shooters together, but you need somebody who can pull the trigger and have an accuracy far above everyone else in the lobby. That guy is Killer. Carnage, he's been working on it. Jekyll, I mean, the guy can do anything. Just like we talked about with Carnage, he'll do anything you put him up to. He finds weird games to get interested in. Chicken Tech, he's always going to be a great team leader. No matter what kind of game, even shooters, which I would say KLiK is a good shooting team, but I wouldn't say that they're good individual shooters. Like, if I put all these guys in a 1v1 shooting tournament, I would expect somebody else in the league to win it. I wouldn't say anyone on KLiK was going to take it away. So it's really interesting to see that they're so strong in that category. Even against a team like the Bandits, who's well-rounded. I mean, we saw Jury putting up great plays, having insane accuracy, putting up headshot flicks on Rainbow Six Siege. He alone couldn't overpower KLiK.
I'll even say to you, in Siege, I don't think it was just the smart decision to not press him. I think they also know you do not swing Jury in a one-on-one fight, assuming you're going to win. They're like, no, we need to stack everything in our favor, put him in a position where he has to make an incredible play. And at 2 HP, it's super hard. I agree with you in every single one of the points you made. And NHL is going to be the big game. And I think we're going to have a quick technical timeout. So maybe, just maybe, don't leave here. During halftime, I want you to head on over to the YouTube channel and check out episode 2 of Technical Timeout. There, it premieres every week, Wednesday, 6 p.m. PST and 9 p.m. EST. See what Logan Summit had to say about today's game. He declared it as one of those big matches this week, and I think it's already delivering because we didn't know what KLiK was going to show up and look like. And they are putting on a show. I hope Logan at home is having some fun.
No, he definitely is. This is an exciting match to watch. It's definitely going to live up to his standards. He's been talking about his predictions and how accurate he's been with all of them. I think his prediction, whether or not he gets it right, who's going to win or lose here, his prediction that this one's going to be a hype match is already correct. This is very exciting. Bandits have plenty of opportunities to come back. There are still plenty of games on the wheel that they can use to swing back in their favor. But I do think they have to have the wheel on their side to be able to bring this lead back before the half.
Yes.
Because KLiK has that same ability to win any amount of games left on the wheel. So it is more likely to be a back and forth, but there's an opportunity here if the Bandits get real lucky with the wheel spins that they can bring it up.
Absolutely. And every team in the league, this is a moment. Again, I think it's so sad because you mentioned it before. It is sad for me to say that the 2 best teams so far performing this season are the Reapers and KLiK, who are in the same conference.
Yeah.
When those 2 teams go head-to-head, it is going to be explosive. And now I'm looking at a lot of people like, hey, you have, I don't want to call it a blueprint, but an idea to work from. Maybe some areas where you can clean up things to shoot for. And for KLiK, you just have to keep performing. I think it's absolutely harder to be where KLiK is than to not be where KLiK is.
Yeah.
Because KLiK has to find new ways to reinvent themselves to get better with each game. You see these teams loading up, sitting down here in the gauntlet, focused up. And we are approaching this first half with 26 minutes left.
Yeah, Jekyll with a little bit of a bird's eye view here on the game from up above. I mean, he's already a very tall guy, but grabbed himself a real high chair as well, got himself a booster seat. He is locked in on this one. You can see the focus, and we are off. We are starting, so we will let you know who is KLiK and who is Bandits.
So the
we've got 2
jerseys, the blue jerseys will absolutely be KLiK. The white jerseys will be the Bandits. If you're looking at the Bandits and looking for a win, Duck Season's purple, Boar is green, Lovejoy is blue, and on the flip side, Chicken Tech is orange, Jekyll is red, and that just leaves him as yellow, I believe.
And it'll be Roller Champions coming up next as well. Looks like at the moment, we've got a slap shot that goes over the net. That one goes high. Tries to take another shot, but the defense is good from the Bandits. They're bringing it up. Takes a shot through his teammate, but that one is stopped from afar. Oh, a very difficult shot to make, and with that goalie being at no stamina, you're going to have to hold on to that one. So he does. Sends KLiK back to the top of the ice, and they're going to bring it back down from the center. Great passing already. Tries to get one through. That stamina's gone from that goalie already.
And that's really dangerous here. KLiK once again in a dominating position, complete control of the game, passing between each other, trying to find these opportunities. Everyone trying to make a play.
Yeah, that's whoever it is that keeps getting put on that goalkeeper, his stamina is dropping fast. So they've got to be really careful here. You can see that it's really not building up that quickly. Luckily, control gets lost for a moment. KLiK gets it back, but the goalie's going to have a moment to recharge. And let's see if they're going to take a shot at him here. They try to get around his left side, but it does not work. He's able to block that one. Stamina now built up a little bit better, but it's starting to drop as they take more shots. That one doesn't quite go through. KLiK still in control of the puck, but they finally give it away. It's still kind of a fight for control, but Bandits somewhat have it for the moment. Skating around the goalie, but they're not finding themselves an opportunity just yet. Shots going wild. It is the KLiK now trying to make their way back up with control. We're seeing these players not lose control a lot more often than some other teams. They're able to keep control and get around the defenses easier. We see a player sliding right in toward the net there. We're going to get Bandits bringing it around. Oh, all right.
And
so
here we go. I need these Bandits players to start to find some life. They're trying to get the puck off of their side of the ice and are now unable to just keep the pressure. The fact that two people are here and there's one KLiK player speaks to the level of pressure here, and it looks like
oh my goodness.
Not a shout, not a loud goal, but a quiet slide of the puck between his legs.
Oh my goodness. It's just a slow slide right between the shin pads of the goalie. The Bandits are going to have to make up for that one. They need to find something before the end of this first period. They do have 20 seconds left. Oh, a beautiful shot from the left side from KLiK. What a fantastic weave through the gap between the player and the net. Wow, I was not expecting to see that one go through. You don't usually see the goalie so prepared. What a fantastic shot. Those are the kind of angles you need to be taking. It was far to the left when he shot that one through.
And again, a lot of people, I think, maybe had some questions about sports, but with the likes of him and Jekyll, even Chicken Tech from his time on the Ghost and working with plenty of sports players, you can see none of them are weak. None of these players don't know their way around these 33 games, which has to be terrifying for when you're sitting across from it. The energy has to be like, wow, they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, they're picking up speed, too, which is extremely dangerous. That second period couldn't have come in any more clutch, honestly. They needed a little bit of a break there. Now they've got all of their players back in, and control is going to first fall in the hands of Bandits after a short stint with the KLiK. The passing plays are there, but the shot is too late, so not going to get past that goalie the same way KLiK were able to. But now, honestly, it's the Bandits putting on the pressure. KLiK just clustering their players together, not giving any opportunity for a shot at the net. Now KLiK move up. Let's see. We see the passing play again. A quick shot, but the goalie moved to that left side this time. Now moving back up is the Bandits. They're losing a little bit of possession, but not completely. The passing plays are accidental for the moment. They need to get this puck across the ice to each other out of the clustered Bandits. There was an opening on the right side, but they didn't go for it, and so now the KLiK have possession. They bring it around the goal. They send it in way too late. The goalie's going to sit on that one.
The spacing here is the tail of this game. Every single time a play is starting, you'll notice the KLiK find their spot. They separate out. They create a lot of division that you have to deal with. And even on defense, they do the same thing. And another shot. We saw that the very quiet, weak shot going first time. And I think you have to hold your breath every single time one of these pucks come up. It was a money puck too. But if the Bandits can score, they can equalize this game.
Yeah, this money puck here, the -1, like you just said, if the Bandits score it, they take a point away from the KLiK, and because they score, they still get a point themselves. So it would be a 1-1 game in that situation. This one is going to stay on the side of the Bandits for now, but KLiK with the attack. Oh, what a beautiful shot into the top right corner. So top left if it was the goalie looking at it, but I don't think the goalie ever wants to remember that one again.
And that puts them up by 3 points. And if there was negative, they'd be at negative
Yeah, they
one.
would
But
be.
unfortunately, it doesn't matter. And I need to see somebody find some energy and find an opportunity here. This game only goes to 5. If the KLiK manage to score this puck, they will end this game, meaning there's another game before half and another game before half.
Oh, yeah.
You absolutely want to continue to fight in each and every single one of these matchups. A nice block there, ultimately laying on the puck saying, hey, we don't want to deal with it. But this means you're giving the puck back to KLiK once again. They are getting this opportunity to shoot time and time again, and all it takes is one of these shots to go by for this game to completely end. You have to hold on to it again. I see one goalie surrounded by 3 opposing jerseys. That is never what you want to see. A quick shot, once again, just looking to find this opportunity. But it looks like the KLiK have finally given an opening to the Bandits. The Bandits trying to capitalize here. They're running into each other, though. End up losing the puck, and here we go, all 3. You see the players crossing over, spreading out, looking for that play, trying to end this game.
Oh, it's like an F-22 formation in the sky, just 3 players in perfect formation together. That puck goes wild into the crowd. We don't see that too often. That one is going to be off the ice. So they reset, and KLiK not able to close that one out. They're kind of rushing their attempts to close this one, trying to get another sneaky shot through, but it keeps giving the Bandits opportunities. If the KLiK want to play defense like that, though, they're going to keep having opportunities of their own. Ooh, swinging their way around the defense. Ooh, find a high lob with it. Passing it across the ice, and another slow shot. That time it doesn't go in. The goalie is spread.
And finally getting a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room. Whoever's on the goalie has to be careful. And immediately into a 3-man attack, the pass forward, a good deflection by the goalie. Each and every single time, the goalie is earning his weight here.
Yeah, another shot comes in from the middle. It doesn't seem like the KLiK really, every once in a while they want to go for a calculated play, and sure, it takes up a lot of time, but it's not as frequent as it should be. They need to just calculate this final shot, because now we're going into the 3rd period. You're going to have to play a little bit more of this game.
Absolutely. And you either have to survive, and that means like every single shot has to be blocked so far, and you have to find a way to get on offense for you to take this game. It's not an enviable position, especially with the ability of the KLiK now to be going up the ice. But again, teams usually prefer to be going down the ice where at all possible. Let's see, can you find an opportunity? Another quick shot was denied this time, and first time we're seeing it, a 3-man attack come out of the Bandits. The pass goes wide, immediately goes back into the hands of KLiK, and here we go, him pushing up, him looking for an opportunity, isn't able to find it, but he has the puck once again, is going to throw another shot at it. This goes to Jekyll. Jekyll moves around, he's not able to find it, and he gets the puck again. He's not able to find it once again, and you see time and time again, the players are in position to just give each other another opportunity, another play, another chance. And here we go. It slides up. You have the play here, Bandits. They kick it back, trying to do something unexpected. And once again, we push harder and harder. Are they able to find this final roll? And I see it. Here we go. Him looking. He's been trying all day to end the game for his teammates. But this goalie has become a wall. He let 2 by, and he said no more each and every single time. He wants to sit there. He wants to be confident. He wants to be comfortable, and he's holding down these pucks, and I see it. The Bandits have gotten control once again, but no, back to KLiK, and KLiK finally find the goal. They find the game, and that is NHL.
Yeah, they close it out with that money puck worth 2. That's 2 points, and they close it out 5-0 as well. There was never a single score on the board from the Bandits. The game yesterday when we played NHL, it did end 3-0, but both teams were scoring during the game. It was just one of those minus power pucks that ended up taking points away. Not the case this time. 5-0 really was 5-0.
And, like, I want to look at you, and I wanted to say something, and I'm like, roller champs. And then I went, it's still not a bad roll for them. I look at their lineup, and I'm like, Chicken Tech was one of the most confident and happy players that Roller Champs was coming back with his confidence. And so I have to now look across the aisle. And the person that I would be looking for in this opportunity to play Boar is not available either. So who are these teams looking at for Roller Champs? Who are they going to be able to pull out? And it feels like the KLiK are truly making the statement of, if I make the entire wheel my wheel, there is never a bad roll.
Absolutely. One of the things I was going to say when you said another good roll for them, I was going to say, I don't think there are many on the wheel that aren't. I don't really think there's a whole lot that you could find. We still haven't found the holes. We're about to be at halftime, and I don't think the Bandits know what the weakness is, what that Achilles heel is, where they're going to take out KLiK. They have no idea. They're just
CTR
scrapping together. Yeah, CTR without chicken tech is apparently the weak point, but that might be changing pretty soon.
Yeah.
After losing that game, the KLiK are already so solid in so many games. Why not practice some extra CTR?
And you only lost to Jury, arguably the best player in the league at the game. So
yeah.
Even then, it is insane. But usually I'd be talking about how loud the floor is, but I'm hearing a lot of silence. So I got to hear from our eye in the sky, AV, what is going on out there in the floor?
Bro, Bandits are beat up, bro. The energy is super low, but the KLiK is on top of it. Jekyll is literally talking all types of trash. He says he can't die. There's nobody who's going to be able to stop him today.
I mean, has Jekyll lost a game today?
Nope.
We don't know. Jekyll hasn't lost a single game, so he's even outperforming their tier 1 right now at this point.
When your tier 7
Yeah.
is looking across the aisle saying, kill me,
Yeah.
drop me, beat me, what does that say about the squad? Everyone else is just quiet. And he's just like, yeah, beat me. That's all I'm asking you to do is just one game. One game. Is it Roller Champions? We don't even, I think, see Chicken Tech go in. No, it's Global, Mr. OG, and Carnage. We saw Global and Carnage play FC Company.
Oh, yeah.
The calm, cool head that is Mr. OG going in there, trying to make comms. I think always ready to play a skillful game. And I have to look across the aisle, and it looks like the Bandits say it's time for the big guns. Jury, Tegeta, and that question mark we've had all game, Lovejoy coming out, and you have to look here and say, hey, y'all got to find something. You got to show us something. You got to spark that life back into your team.
Yeah, this is a big proving moment for the Bandits, honestly, the entire team. Tegeta has been a very quiet player this entire time. He hasn't showed up. He hasn't played too poorly. He's just kind of existing. And when you're in the middle bracket of your starting lineup, you have to do more than that. You have to be contributing. Lovejoy, he is fighting for a spot on this team over Lucci. And right now, he hasn't really earned that spot. We saw a much better performance out of his teammate. This is where he has to prove himself and show where his differences are from Lucci, the reason why he should be around, maybe not instead of Lucci, but in scenarios where Lucci won't be able to perform the same that he can. And then Jury's got to earn that tier 1 spot right now by going in against a confident KLiK into a game that they're feeling so good about that they didn't even put in their tier 1 who likes this game. That's how confident they are. So Jury has to stand tall and say, listen, I can either carry this team or I can turn Lovejoy into an all-star player in at least one of our 33 games. Anything. We need all of them to show up in this one. This is a big moment for the Bandits that's going to tell us a lot about them and whether they're going to be able to stand up to the best teams in the league. So right now it looks like our blue team is going to be KLiK and orange is going to be Bandits. So keeping KLiK as blue is really keeping this one easy to follow in a lot of these games. But we see a lot of control from KLiK. Finally, it looks like the ball was stolen, given to the Bandits. It's going to go the other way. We see a little attempt at defense from Lovejoy right now, kind of just skating in front of one of these KLiK players, making sure he's not going to be able to engage. He hasn't bashed anyone so far, makes a couple of attempts, but he's not getting too high either, kind of just staying to the lower ground right now, hanging around, picking up a little bit of speed, but he's having a hard time catching up at the moment.
Neither one of these sides really has swung this with much momentum yet, so I'm really interested to see where we're headed and going, but a quick tackle there. KLiK with control of the ball. You'll see them there in blue. They just need to start making their way around, and it looks kind of like they're just looking to go back to the gate, get an opportunity, and now we see the ball in the hands of Jury. Jury, I'm looking for you to make a play. I'm looking for both teams to kind of start, and both teams kind of are just overcommitting to going back around the corner. Just do something slightly different. These hits are hurting me. Every single time. Who's able to get the ball, and it's back in KLiK's hands. KLiK is starting to finally move. They do pull a quick U-turn and then another U-turn again. It looks like Jury moving back to play defense, looking for another opportunity to play off of this ball. He waits. He looks. unable to hit the tackle there, trying to punish the landing.
Yeah, he went for a real strong tackle there, and he paid for it. It's actually going to give a lot of space to KLiK. They just made a lot of progress for free. Going high up that wall, they're going to get through that next checkpoint. And
they're going the wrong way, by the way. They're doing all of this while going the opposite direction they need to. The goal is going to open here in a split second, but they now need to turn around and get an opportunity to shoot on it. Jury looking to maybe play a goalie role. And we're looking, we're moving. Is he able to stop it? They got the jump out of him. They take the time. The ball goes wide. And it's denied there by the Bandits. KLiK immediately get it back again. And now they have to make a play again. I like the tackle there from Tegeta. You asked for him to step up there, and he was immediately having an impact. Stepping around, though, he's chasing. Avoid. Nice job. The ball still is in Bandits territory. 2 players surrounding the ball. They have to get it down, but each one of these jumps is well-timed. A opportunity up off the wall. The ball's going forward. And I think that's going to be it. It bounces high. If one of the KLiK and Tegeta with a beautiful jump to deny a possible score.
Yeah, that's, I believe, his second denial in a single minute. So really shutting down these opportunities from KLiK. KLiK with most of the control time with the ball, but if you're not scoring because of it, that's not going to do much. Playing fantastic defense as well.
The goal's open.
Bounces off of the bottom of the goal, and now denied for the Bandits as well when they finally had their first opportunity. It was the closest opportunity so far, but they were not able to close it out. Now Tegeta is going to make an attempt at bringing this one down. Confident enough to throw it all the way up the course. He knows that nobody's really on him. He wasn't able to pick the ball up for himself off of that wall throw. So now KLiK back in control, sending this one way down to a teammate.
And once again, the back and Tegeta his hands now, throws it down again. Both sides kind of realizing neither side is able to find that first score, and that first score may decide the whole game.
Yeah, so much contact coming out from both sides, but a bounce off of the wall, Tegeta picking up speed and going the other way. A great solo play from him. He's going to head up this wall as well, try to pick up that same speed again, but he doesn't calculate his jump correctly.
But a teammate there is able to pick up the ball, but unfortunately loses it, causing a reset, and now we have to see once again Tegeta trying to punish the jump. The ball comes off the wall. One of the KLiK player ends up with it. Dodges both of these tackles. Has to be aware this jumping is putting him in a dangerous spot. This is global. Sports games is the category that a lot of people are looking for him from. He has one man to beat. He throws it down to his teammate, possibly on the opposite side of the goal. He throws it back through.
That was a great play from KLiK. Global getting rid of that one, not taking the shot from long and opting to let his teammate get it set up. You can see how much closer his teammate was able to find a really, really easy angle to send that one in from the opposite side. So a very clean play by KLiK, opting to go for the 1 point instead of taking an extra lap for very obvious reasons. This one is a game of defense, and a single point puts you really, really far ahead.
This is where things are getting hard. Now it looks like, I think that was the thing that KLiK needed, something to just give them a little bit of momentum. And we've seen what happens once they get momentum, skating back and forth. Global just playing some defense here. This is Carnage losing the ball, unfortunately. The ball back in the hands of Bandits. You have 1 minute and 16 seconds to find your win here.
Yeah, Carnage finding a whole lot of speed. He's going to go for a play. Doesn't take it from his teammate. Not able to boost him either. He would have been sending him the opposite direction, but his teammate loses the ball, gives away control. So now we're going to see it in the hands of, I'm going to assume that's Tegeta because of the way he sent it up the wall. Once again, not able to connect with it. He needs to practice that play because when he does catch that ball on the way up the wall there in the middle, he's able to come down with so much speed. We've seen him utilize that really, really well already. Now he's going to go for a counter play. We can see him approaching from the other side, not even needed as one of his teammates takes the ball instead.
Mr. RG immediately getting the ball back after having it taken and now ends up in KLiK's control, and they're starting to get some space. They're trying to get to this first gate. 1 down, 3 to go. Never mind, that's a denial. We're back to square one. But KLiK just has to do this for 30 more seconds and touch the ball one more time. They're fine in this position. They don't need to do much more than they already have. They found their win condition. They've hit it, but I can't help but believe this team wants to do a little bit more than that, and I see them looking for the dagger here. They lose the ball, and this could be the moment. Tegeta goes up again. 3 players go up, and who lands with it? The KLiK 10 seconds. They just need to hold on to it at this point.
Yeah, 5 seconds left. It is in control of the Bandits right now, but there is no chance as the ball gets tackled out of their hands, gets control to the KLiK for just a moment, and ends the game. So that'll be going the way of the KLiK once again with only a single point on the board for that game, but a very, very well placed. I can only imagine it was between Global and Carnage, a passing play just like we saw plenty of between them and FC. Those two play so well together. They're just dominating the sports category for the KLiK right now.
We had that question. I posed it because I was like, hey, there is still this point. Maybe there's an opportunity here for a few wins. But now as we transition back into fighters with the likes of Jekyll available, with the likes of Chicken-Tech available, even Killer showing off pretty well there in Street Fighter, we have to wonder more than anything is who they send in here. I think the answer is Chicken-Tech and Jekyll. We're not going to. Jekyll is the current fighting game belt holder. He's shown time and time again. He's played championship games all the way down to basically being the only player on a team in a situation where they needed him to clutch out. So now I have to see who they end up sending in. And on the other side, I believe we saw a forfeit from the Bandits last week against the Paladins. They didn't even opt to play this game. Do they maybe think that there's a better opportunity here to maybe take a win? And I'm looking at Scarlet. You're on the team as the premier fighter, as the tier 2. When you're in that position, the unfortunate thing is you don't have the room to not be playing these fighters.
Yeah.
I think we talked about it with Lovejoy. Lovejoy is showing to show that generally across the board I'm good, and then my highs, my strengths complement the team here. That's why I look for the tiers 5, 6, and 7.
Yes.
From tiers 1 through 4, I personally am, especially 1 through 3, you need to have a dominant category where only another dominant level player can kind of challenge you in that. Beyond that, you should be able to touch every category and contend with most, if not all, the players up there.
Yeah, they're considered to be the best of the best in the entire league. So we'll just have to see. But it does look like they will be going into it. And I actually see the rookie duck season sitting down to play right now. You can see that Chicken-Tech is all comfy cozy right now with his ultimate gaming comfort pillow sitting under him at the moment. Got his arms on it with a controller. He looks awfully comfy in that little inner tube of gaming.
And our next game is being spun.
It looks
NCAA. If Duck Season's able to go back in, that would be a beautiful opportunity.
Yeah, there will only be one player left on either side, so they'll be able to choose one player from their full lineup from each side.
So it looks like this is going to be Big Band into Eliza. Both players opting for one character. We're going to get a quick button check, make sure all of our buttons are right and together. I love to see it from all of these players. Let's see what we're going to do. Chicken-Tech is active here. The tier 1 going up against the young rookie Duck Season. On the player 1 side is Chicken-Tech with that big band. On player 2 is Eliza. So both these characters are interesting. Most notably, they both have ways to utilize super armor, which will go through certain moves, Big Band being notorious for doing so. Now, Skullgirl, since this is one of the first times we're seeing it on stream, and Chicken-Tech is using this armored move, looking to challenge here. Now, what Duck Season has to do is he either has to use a throw or a sweep if he wants to beat that move. Chicken-Tech fully willing to do that. Duck Season now starting to get some buttons out, starting to try to put up a fight. But Chicken-Tech fully realizing you don't necessarily know exactly what to do. I'm going to keep putting this pressure on you. This is the thing of Chicken-Tech. He's not going to reveal more than he absolutely has to, and picking some of these slow buttons aren't going to work. Now, Eliza is a great character, but one of her strongest states, which gives her armor, requires her to trade health for it. And this is where things are scary. Now, the game isn't over here. If you play one character, you essentially get 2 health bars.
Yeah.
So what we see here is having both these players with 1 health bar gives them both the opportunity to play multiple times and to find the opportunities. Now, you see that he's outside in this skeletal form. You'll notice that his health will go down over time every time he swings. He needs to pick up this blood on the ground, but Chicken-Tech might not realize now that he's in this skull form, he has a lot of hyper armor too, and you have to be willing to fight. But the issue here is Duck Season used almost all of his health, and where is he going to be able to find another opportunity and unable to take a round? Chicken-Tech still has both rounds there.
Just
and looking
barely.
To play. Jekyll looking to give a little bit of comms there, a little bit of communication to Chicken-Tech about this game. Chicken-Tech just finding his opportunity, finding what he needs to be able to use, and finding ultimately a win here. Now Scarlet sits down. I want to see who Scarlet ends up picking. Did Scarlet actually select for opting for 2 characters? That tells me you play a little bit of Skullgirls, and he's picking the left-right monster herself, Valentine. Looking for his option for his color, which one he wants. He has the color, and who is his secondary character going to be? So I had the question, and instead they just opted not to play the game against the Paladins, maybe not having the role they wanted, and it looks like they're ready to play, confident now. Maybe another week of practice helped as well. Big Band is one of those characters that can absolutely check players that are not prepared. So as we jump in here, we will see what happens.
All right, going to get the almighty button check in here first. But with Chicken Tech and Jekyll both being on the side of KLiK, I mean, Scarlet is definitely a player where in a 2v2, it's a lot easier to sweep than in a 1v5, for example, or a 5v5 where you're the only player competent enough. But still, Chicken Tech and Jekyll make it a very difficult task.
And now in a 1v2 situation, in terms of characters, you do have 1 health bar, but your health bar is a lot beefier than your opponent's. You can see the amount of damage Chicken Tech is just putting out with a few simple moves here. He's not even really having to hit combos. He's just hitting this damage, and that's enough to do huge damage. Nice job blocking the opportunity and just immediately challenging back. He's looking at Scarlet saying, like, you have to open me up. I don't have to play this game with you. I'm not that worried. And Scarlet finally getting opportunity onto the throw. Let's see. And here we go. Scarlet's first combo. But he ends up dropping it and loses a character for the drop. But here we go. Misfortune coming in. There's another opportunity. Big throw. And Chicken Tech using a few more moves here, but still relying on this punch. All of the armor it has, another throw, each and every single one of these opportunities. And I see it. There we go. Scarlet finally getting an opportunity to move forward and put some more pressure down on his opponent. But he's unable to deal with just the pressure overall. A nice super there, knowing that Chicken Tech was probably going to press something that he can beat. Very well timed. And finally finding this pressure. Chicken Tech, though, is able to only have to make a few more right decisions and win the game. And this is where I'm losing. He tried to throw his head, and that throw will do it. That's both characters, I believe, both players for the Bandits going down, and that's Chicken Tech running away with it.
Yeah, Chicken Tech takes that one and puts his team up 11-3 going into the half. Very impressive display. Maybe not being the most familiar with that game. We've seen him show up big in a lot of fighting games. But even though he might not be super experienced with all of that format and all of that game, he learned what he needed to be competent enough to win against 2 very capable players.
Absolutely.
A very talented rookie, as well as a very talented fighter in this league. So Chicken Tech, great job proving that Tier 1 talent, and we're gonna be looking at that head-to-head again later.
Better that he didn't really show anything. He doesn't show is that all he knows, or maybe he just didn't need to use anything more. It ends up being key, and they're able to hold Jekyll as well, keeping that information off the board for some of their potential opponents going forward. Now the big question is, we saw this a lot this week, teams calling timeouts to force a game. Do we force this college football before the half? I don't know if there was enough time. I didn't actually catch the exact time on the setup timer. We will have to find out here shortly, and it looks like there might just have been enough time for a timeout to be called for the game to be played.
Looks like it might have been the Bandits. Yeah, Bandits timeout. This would be, I'm trying to think, maybe the 18,000th time that we've gotten football right before the half.
It's a rough game. Luckily, we're down to 2 minutes. It shouldn't take too long.
It will. Yeah, so these these games do go quite a while, but they're definitely shorter than when we were doing the Madden, that's for sure. At 11-3, man, I mean, so there is still a minute and a half before halftime, and we do have the timeout coming out for the Bandits, obviously, so here we are.
So I get the Bandits' decision-making here. This can be a longer game. It's a game with somebody like Duck Season we feel very confident in. I believe he's competed in formerly Madden and competed in some of the American football sports games outside of the league before joining. So you have to feel very confident here in possibly getting a win. The big question is going to be who they end up sending in, because maybe I might be getting corrected here. There is one other player that I know has been playing this on the Bandits, and that is Boar. And I just know that Duck Season wasn't incredibly excited to play this game, but maybe opting and thinking that, hey, maybe Boar is in a better position to play the game, and I have to find out who's going in with Killer, and on the other side, him ready to step in. Both of these players, this is their team's choice of the one player to send in, so you have to perform. You have to be the person that finds your team the win.
Yeah, a good way to shut down momentum here, too, is the KLiK have so much space. If they don't feel confident about winning this one against players on the Bandits who have been practicing this game, throw in a forfeit right now before the half. Maybe another game comes up on the wheel that you want to put a timeout in for, but just don't allow them to get any momentum. If you really don't think you can win this game, don't even give them a chance.
Yeah, I think that KLiK is in the position where they're trying to say, like, we're not afraid to play anybody. We're going to play this. Because I don't think they have a reason to necessarily fear Boar in this game. Most people, I don't think, would think of Boar by default as the player that they have to be afraid of dealing with.
All right, well, there we go. Yeah, it is going to be Boar and Phoenix teaming up to take on Killer and him. I don't see any reason why KLiK would have to give this one up, so we probably are going to go ahead and play this. If KLiK can extend their lead 12-3 against these Bandits, that is a dangerous, dangerous team that you're running up against. And now I'm certain, we know for a fact that Chicken Tech has definitely surpassed Jury in that head-to-head matchup.
But these players still showing some love, hugging it out there in the arena area. Yeah, thank you for clearing up the cam. We love to see the backs of your heads occasionally, just a little bit. It will be Alabama versus Alabama for people at home that are wondering and are curious. I believe the red jerseys are going to be the Bandits. And that should give you enough information, at least starting out for now. Him's going to be the quarterback. Boar is going to be the quarterback on either side. And we will go from here to find out exactly who is going to win this game. So, Speedy.
Yes.
Coming up on the halftime.
Yep.
12-3, rough.
It is rough.
But not done.
Yeah, I mean, 11-4 definitely would look a lot better for the Bandits if they could close it up just a little bit, but that is still an insane deficit to be sitting at. 7 games is really, really terrible. I mean, if you're down to a 9-game difference at the end of this, I really don't know what your out is at that point, because there's no chance that you can pick up every single game in the second half, so I really don't know how you win. KLiK has every opportunity at that point to just drag out every single game, make it as long as possible. I think if the Bandits take a win here, it's 11-4. They can pick up some momentum and maybe, just maybe, start to spin a couple of things that can bring them back in this one. If they could find some of their specialties, if they can get their lineup more opportunistic the way that KLiK has. They've been setting themselves up for success just by chance. But we also talked about the fact that KLiK just has a more capable lineup of taking any game that gets thrown at them. They're not afraid to put in a player or even bench a player that's really good at something, or bench a player that's really good at a game, or put in a player that might not specialize in it. They're not afraid to make those changes because they really believe in all of their teammates. So Midnight Ghost Hunt is what we're going to see after the half. That is a game that Strix, you made look very, very, very fun on our very first day of UEL. I think a lot of people were very impressed with that. It was a lot of fun to watch, but it'll be in the white here that we see. That is KLiK on Alabama
white.
White.
So there you go. If you're at home hoping for a comeback, you're rooting for red, that you are looking for red touchdowns, and we have to go from here. So let's see what each player does. I'm interested to see how both these QBs operate. They're picking the plays for their team, and they have to go from here. So KLiK is going to start off with first possession. If they're able to score, they control the tempo of the game. Maybe making a few adjustments. You have 5 seconds to get this ball off. Do not start this off with a penalty. Thank you. And we see a run play into a loss. Not a huge loss, but a loss nonetheless. And that kind of might put pressure for them to start going to the air. Now it's one play. I don't want people to overreact here. I don't want the KLiK to overreact here. And they haven't been overreacting all day. Meanwhile, the Bandits use that as your momentum. You have now gotten a stop, even if it's just in NCAA, in college football. You want to absolutely do and deal as much damage as possible with this blow. So it looks like there might be another play. Yep, it's looking for the option. And another, he shakes off the sack, though, into the short pass. maybe didn't have an opportunity to make another play. I like the option of just getting a few yards, taking something safe, but now you're at a 3rd and 9 opportunity that you just have to hit the play. You just have to hit the first down to keep your drive alive.
Yeah, the running game here in college football is honestly bigger than you would expect. Quarterback sneaks are very popular. Getting that quarterback out of the pocket, running them to the first down, kind of going long, making the defense get sent out far, and then having open room to run with. But the running game can really open up in this game as well because the defense is very hard to control in both Madden and especially here in college football. So here you see the quarterback dropping way back. Going to find one of his players on a slant, but it looks like it bounces off of another one of his linemen. So that one's going to be dropped. That's incomplete, and we're at a 4th and 9. You got to think they're going to punt this one right away.
And this is the question. They put Bohr in here, put him on quarterback. Is he able now to go ahead and get the ball back and make a play? Is he able to get a touchdown and put his team in control of the game? And a fair catch here. We'll have to wait a little bit to see, but we are almost at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, and just like they have a matchup to watch there, we've got some matchups to watch as well. Not only these two quarterbacks, Bohr and him, but our tier 1s. We're going to be taking a look at them later. I'm actually really excited to see where they stand now because last time we checked, Chicken Tech was under by a game. Now when we check, it's going to look a whole lot different, so I can't wait to see that. But we're going to see Bohr take control of possession of this ball now. We're going to have to see what he chooses to do with it. Does he want to call a running play right off the bat and see what they can get with it? He does, and the run is good for at least a first down. There's open space on the right side. They're going to make it down to the 30-yard line to 25 before he steps out. A much better first play than we saw out of KLiK.
And you hear Bohr immediately getting loud on the floor. All it takes is one moment for him to find his opening. And once he starts getting momentum, he is more willing. You see him basically explaining the entire play that he wants to use.
And here he goes, stepping back again. He's got that throw right into the end zone, far open on the left side, and he is very proud of himself. 2 plays is all it took for him to get a touchdown and open this game up at the very beginning. Now we're going to see the extra point go up, and that is good for another one on the board. 7-0 Alabama, but more importantly, 7-0 Bandits.
So does a win or does a forfeit build more moment?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think if you forfeit to Bohr right now, you give him all the momentum in the world. And I'm not sure if that catch was intentional, but it's open space on the left side.
Moving.
We're down to the 50, all the way up to the 30. There is open space. We're going to see the left side of this end zone breached. The KLiK have come right back.
And in your top right, you see Bohr looking back, being like, I don't know what happened there. And that's just him. His name will always be there. Himothy has arrived and is ready to play some college football.
Yeah, that was definitely a kick reception. That was one of the kick receptions of all time. We'll see if this one is not going to be a fair catch. We're going to see if this one can be an open run as well, taking it more down the center and goes down around the 16-yard line. So the Bandits not going to be able to keep up the momentum that both sides were building. It's actually KLiK now that are holding that momentum, able to stop them before the 20 after a kick return. I mean, if KLiK can keep doing that, they don't have to play offense for the rest of the game.
They just need one stop into another opportunity, but running here off the edge ends up getting tackled for a decent loss, 2nd and 12. We go into the – is that the end of the second quarter? That's the end of the first. That first quarter lasted a lot longer. It felt like there were 40 seconds left, but I guess with a run-back touchdown, that does occasionally happen. -1 rushing yards. Don't know how I would feel about that.
And a tie game. Woo! -1 rushing yards on one side and a tie game. Notably, Bohr did go for the same opening play on that first down on the 16-yard line here that he did on their first drive. So we'll have to see if he decides to switch it up now or if he wants to go down the line like he did this time. We'll see where he wants to find his opening. It was going to be that player on a slant, but he does get hit. Goes down around the 5-yard line. That was a loss of a lot.
3rd and 19.
That's going to be 19. Wow.
But not only that, on this next play, you've now been tagged twice in the backfield. The backfield is going to be the end zone for a possible safety.
Yeah.
You don't have the room anymore to not make at least some forward progress. And if it's not 20 yards, then you're going to go ahead and give it on back, and that puts the game back in control of the KLiK.
Yeah, I would not mind my opponent punting the ball from the 7-yard line. That would be, I think I'd end up in a very comfortable position. And they have to run it because dropping back into the pocket risks a safety. So I understand what they were going for. Just try to run it. If you can find the opening, get the first down. But there's so much of a game left to go still that we still have plenty of time left for them to go. So I understand why they didn't want to drop back. They didn't want to give 2 points and possession away. All right. Does not find the
Now,
opening.
for a second there, one more break into that right side of the field just being open, and I was like, there's no way he does it twice. Now,
That would be crazy.
they stopped him on the first drive.
Yeah,
So
thank goodness.
very clearly, defense seems to be there. But if he's able to find an opening, which very clearly, like, he feels and knows experience.
Now, remember, we have negative offense coming out of KLiK so far in this game. So, finally, it goes positive. We are also going to see a first down. So, some decent progress being made. I think this slow and steady game is kind of how the KLiK wanted to make their game move along more than that first. They've had a crazy game so far. -1 yards to start their first drive, and then picking up a kick reception for a touchdown. Driving up the left side, not able to get the first down, but picks up about 6 or 7. Yeah, it's going to be 7. So second and third now as the KLiK slowly make their way toward the end zone. And to be in the lead before the half, all they would need is a field goal. They'll need better positioning for it, but they're going to keep going up this left side. They're not really going to gain anything there.
Absolutely. You want to score here. You don't want to absolutely, if possible, get this first down, take a little bit more time, get a score going into half. You know you had the ball first. You know they're going to get the ball first. Do not give them 2 possessions. That ultimately sets yourself up to not have the best of times is all I'll say. Going in that second half, if they are able to find a little bit of offense, it looks like making a few adjustments to the play, maybe trying to bait their opponent into thinking what they're going to do without running the actual route. And they're holding, waiting, maybe making, again, these few adjustments, having conversation about what they want to do. 5 seconds here. We're already in half. And going across the middle, the pass is beautiful. They get the first down and a little bit more, and that's going to force a timeout out. Just, again, trying to ensure that they get this score done both before our halftime and before their halftime in game.
Yeah, down at the 15-yard line gives them room to work with. They can close that distance over as much time as they'd like. They can either take a long time with it, or they can just make this one quick and go for the end zone. It's only 15 yards to cover. As long as they can break through this defense, they're going to try to go up the middle, and that's not going to be much, but it is going to waste time.
Yes, and they get that clock moving. Not a whole lot of time. They want to go ahead and get back in position, find an opportunity. Oh, hey, Skullgirls is coming back around again, just in case you missed it there. And now we look for another play. Again, looking for these areas across the middle. Now call the timeout, have put themselves in a prime position. Ensure that there is not going to be a chance for the Bandits to play before the halftime ends with 18 seconds. Never mind, we saw a run back, so this could easily be done.
That'll be a first down, though. So 15 seconds remaining. A first down. The clock's still ticking. This could be the last play. Let's see how this goes. A rush up the middle. Gonna go down, maybe lose a yard. They have to call a timeout and steady this one because they only have a couple of seconds to work with here before they go in.
Do you take the field goal, or do you go for the touchdown?
They want the touchdown, but yeah, the safe answer is definitely the field goal.
But I don't see them doing it.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
Which one's the real play? They're showing a few different plays.
I would like to see that running back head around the backside, take that rounded loop to the right, head up toward the end zone.
And here we go. Moving.
Possibly
looking to run.
No, they're going to be shut down.
Is there a timeout there to stop the clock? I don't think there's enough time.
Not enough time. That'll be halftime. They should have gone for the field goal. It would have been the safer option. They've already gone down to the defense of the Bandits once. I don't know why they would risk losing another drive to that defense. Now they have to give away possession because Bandits get to receive the kick at the second half.
If you go for a field goal, you still control the pace of the game because you always will get the ball back if they score. Boom, they catch the ball. They bring it out, not looking for the touchback, aren't able to get very much distance.
All right.
And here we go. The arena's kind of quieting down. I think players in general are starting to wind down just a little bit for the half. But the issue is all 4 of these players have to remain locked in at least for a few more minutes, and he gets hit again. We saw this on their last possession. We need the magic from the first set of downs, not this game here. It looks like they just found the opportunity where Boer's waiting for the play to develop a little bit too long before just making the opportunity to either roll out of the pocket, to scramble, to do something that isn't just, hey, my receiver will eventually get to a spot where they're open, right?
Yeah, Boer seems to have ideas for how he wants a play to go, and he's not able to adapt. He just waits for the opening that he's looking for. Hopefully he doesn't step too far back in the pocket here. He needs to stay about this position because risking another sack and making it a safety right here, he does. He's going to rush with the QB, and this one's going to be good for almost a first down. It's a fumble. It's received by the defense. KLiK is going to get possession of this ball once again.
In optimal field position. They didn't get it before the half, but it looks like right after the half is the prime time. And that's the worry that a lot of players have not accounted for when they're using the scramble from these quarterbacks, especially in these college games. Fumbles will happen, and all it takes is one fumble like that, and now your opponent just has, instead of making 60 yards, has to make it 20.
Yeah, this is not going to be difficult for the most part.
And a nice block, and that's all he needs.
Beautiful block, and for a touchdown. KLiK take their time with it, and now they are up by 6. We will see if the extra point is good. We'll put them up by a full 7. All right, here we go. Full power, and it is good for an extra point. So we are now 14-7. We are going to get a I don't know what the technical term is, but it's essentially the kicker version of roughing the passer.
Absolutely.
It's denied, though, obviously. They got their extra point. They're not going to take that one again.
Not going to even give them a chance to run it back either. Just fully kick it out, give them the touchback, put them on the 20.
Another field goal. That was good from 80 yards.
Shows you what happened when you have the T and you just get to run up full power and kick it.
Yeah.
Some of these players are like, yeah. Legs are different nowadays in terms of back in my day. It wasn't every single play. All right, let's see, Boer. I want to see if you have another offense. Instead of choosing to keep the ball on the ground, finding some more purchase, something to kind of dig into as a player. That offensive play really helping him out.
Starting with a different style of rush there made him less predictable, and he's finally going to be able to get some steady yards.
Absolutely. You can't just go for, the $1 million shot every single time. You have to make them guess a little bit, maybe put them into a few opportunities, looking to maybe make a few options, maybe making a few changes, and it's really going to come down here to a few opportunities. And the options, trying to do something a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
And it looks like him was prepared for it, kind of looking for it, like, I see you having fun. I see. You thought you were, no. We're not going to do that. But now with a 3rd and 2, Boer just needs to get across the line. And a nice cut almost into the open field. Beautiful play.
Luckily for KLiK, collapsed on there, but it will be a first down and give plenty more time. We're not even at the end of the 3rd yet, so plenty of time left for Bandits to bring this one back up. In fact, they might want to take their time. I'm not sure if they want to speed this one up. No, it looks like that's going to be the end of the 3rd. So they might want to take their time here moving up the field because they want to send this one into overtime and not give KLiK another opportunity. Or, I know what you're about to say, there is an opportunity for them to go for the win if they can bring this late enough. Go for the 2-point conversion.
You have to be willing to trust that first set of downs, these set of downs. If I'm looking at KLiK to say you should have kicked that field goal, I'm looking right back across the field and say, please just take the touchdown if you have the opportunity for it.
Yeah, touchdown with the extra point. Don't risk the 2-point conversion. It could end the game instead of sending you into overtime. No interception, but it looks like that pass was incomplete as well. So
ends up being a very big game here. And it looks like Killer and him are comfortable on that defense. Both sides still talking Phoenix and Boer also conversing. Looking across the middle.
right past the hands of the defender up front there. Luckily, makes it into the hands of his receiver. And they'll get a gain of, that was somewhere from 15 to 20. Pretty good gain of yards, but there's still some time left in this game. About a minute 45 left, so they can take their time moving up the field if they want to.
And he's going to run here. He has some space. A very good opportunity. Luckily, doesn't fumble the ball once again, but another first down means more time burned off the clock. And now as KLiK, do you start using your timeouts? Are you just going to save them for your set of downs? Again, they could take this to the very end, inch their way up the field. But that's an interception, and that might just be the game if he's able to run this all the way back.
It looks like he's got the room for it. He is able to outrun even the little man on his tail, running back there, and that'll be a deal sealer for the KLiK. They are going to go up by 14 now if they make this kick, and they will with the extra point. So up by 14, that is 2 touchdowns. We can forget about the field goal. They played their defense well enough for us to drop it. We don't have to talk about it anymore. A great job from KLiK getting their points on the board, most of which didn't actually happen on their own offensive drives.
And almost breaking through there, I was going to say we did see a return. There was the opportunity, but now you have to take more risks. And I have to just believe that if this ball comes down in KLiK's hands again, the game is going to end.
Oh, absolutely over.
You have to find this opportunity. Minute 16 left on the clock.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get started. Bor, what is the opportunity? What is your option? What are you looking for? He's looking to take off with his legs. And he tries to go to that outside edge. I think there was an opportunity to actually cut back in.
Yeah.
If he's able to maintain a little momentum, he gets a much bigger game. And because he was tackled inbounds, this clock is still running.
Yep.
1 more minute left. He's looking around this edge, and Bor opting to just run. We saw what happened earlier, though.
He's risking it every single time. He's not afraid, though. He doesn't let it draw him back. He doesn't let the pass limit his plays. He just decides to take his hits a little bit wiser. Don't run himself straight into any defenders. Go for larger openings where he's not going to be piled on and get the ball stripped. So the runs are working out for him a little bit more now, but you can't keep running that every time or you're going to become predictable like we talked about with that running play from the first half of the game.
And I want to give him credit. He has adjusted and isn't holding on to the ball too often. And the moment I say that, there's a fumble into the hands of KLiK, and it might just be another.
It was big man versus big man, and Bandits were lucky enough to be able to drop the KLiK's fumble receiver. But with the KLiKs having possession, I'm not even certain if they'll go for the touchdown or not. Either way, they have this one in the bag. There are only 30 seconds left in the game. They might just go for the points to put themselves up by 3 touchdowns, knowing that would be impossible to come back from. They keep it on the ground for now. That'll burn time.
Absolutely. Force these timeouts. Still willing to rush and just keep going. If they're not going to end the game, stop the game clock, then we will just keep playing, absolutely wanting this touchdown, maybe getting another play. Are they going to absolutely get back on the field? It does not look like it, so we might just finish up the game here. And a
timeout is called. All right. Just stalling the time a little bit, maybe wanting to have another chance at an interception or a fumble before this one is over.
That was the Bandits, by the way. I just want you to understand that was the Bandits.
Yeah.
Having a little bit of fun with the game left over before the halftime. Again, looking for a miracle play, maybe an interception here if he puts the ball in the air, which I'm going to then look at the KLiK and be like, why'd you put the ball in the air?
And we do have 5 seconds remaining.
4,
we might see another play
3, 2,
a timeout.
and I hear Bor saying, nah, we are playing this game.
Yeah, well.
Everyone else in the arena is like, Bor, please. And Bor is like, no, I am in control of the situation.
All right, and another timeout called. We've got another timeout here. Bor really, really wanting to select the optimal defense for his team here. Wanted to be very diligent about what they opt for. I want to try to get this interception and run it back. We're just going to have to see what they do with this final play at 4th and 1. It doesn't really matter either way whether this one makes it past the first down marker or not. We're going to see them go into the end zone, and that will be an interception. We'll see if he can run this one back. We do see that there are a few of those players from the KLiK. He's able to avoid him. He's running this one back in. He's got some words for KLiK, and he is going to get a touchdown. That will end the game. It will not end 21-7. It will end 21-13. And that player celebrating in the end zone maybe didn't look at the clock because that game is over. That one's wrapped up. So that'll send us into our halftime with KLiK going up 12-3. Ooh, this is going to be a tough one for the Bandits to come back from, but we're going to have to see if they're able to do it, starting with Midnight Ghost Hunt coming after the half. We will see you guys in just about 15 minutes.
What is up, everybody? It's your boy AV. I am here with Hollywood. What's going on, man?
What's going on? I guess we're here to do the halftime show for the KLiK vs. Bandits game today.
How's it going out there? You're the one who's kind of running around on the floor.
The KLiK definitely feel like they have a lot of chemistry already, being a lot of these players came from different teams, and they have great chemistry already. And the Bandits, I kind of feel like, are here for fun, which I expected when I see their lineup. I feel like they're not taking it as serious as the KLiK are.
Yeah, no, I definitely get where you're coming from there. In my expectation, I would think that both Jury and Phoenix would have a little bit more synergy, seeing as though they've been on New Moon or formerly New Moon, and like it's just not there, right?
Yeah, I feel like this off season for Jury, Phoenix, and Tegeta, they're kind of not on.
Oh,
the
that's
same
right,
page.
Tegeta.
Yeah, Tegeta. He played a lot more a few seasons ago, but the past season or 2 seasons he hasn't been as active. So I think maybe he still has to get into it. I know he loves what he does here, and he's a great shooter, and they have a great shooting team. But when you verse like a powerhouse like the KLiK, it's very hard to kind of carry that on your back.
Yeah, no, I definitely get where you're coming from there. And then with both Lovejoy and Boar, being on or staying on the Bandits after being together for a certain amount of time, like, again, it's just I was expecting a little bit more synergy from them, even though they all kind of come from different backgrounds. And then with Duck being the rookie, I want to see a little bit more from him as well today, because I feel like, when he played against the Paladins, he showed a lot more promise.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't get me wrong. It's not like KLiK is an easy team to run over. Clearly, they've got the 12, but I'm expecting more from the Bandits is where I'm at.
Yeah, I don't understand what happened from last week's Bandits to this week's Bandits. I don't know if it's like there's that big of a skill difference between KLiK and the Paladins, or I think maybe the Bandits I don't know. They're not showing up as we all thought they were going to today. And
yeah.
We thought this was going to be one of the closest games this week, and
yeah.
it's the furthest game away.
Yeah, yeah.
And
no, you're absolutely right. And when it comes to now moving on to KLiK, I feel like most of them have been like, I feel like KLiK really hasn't had that big of a change. Like, they were the Gorillas at first, and Chicken Tech wasn't ever on the Gorillas, was he?
No, he was not.
No. But, KLiK actually, not KLiK, Chicken Tech actually fits in really well with the rest of this team. Mr. OG being back on KLiK, when they were the Gorillas, he's back. I believe Killer was on the Ghost, and now he's back. We got him, who was on the Ravens, and now I know that both him and Chicken Tech work really well together. They did when they were on the Ravens.
Yeah. They were.
So, it's a really good showing from them. I'm really, really surprised at, how well, honestly, Jekyll is doing. Typically what we've seen in the past is like Jekyll would typically start out really strong in the season, and then he started to kind of fall off, right? Like with Jekyll, it was more along the lines of, he's just like, he'll mess up, and he'll know that he messes up, and he beats himself up over it. But, like, today, he is just a different type of beast tonight.
Yeah, Jekyll and OG, they actually played together as well on the Gorillas when they were on the Gorillas. And then you had Carnage and Global that were also on the Gorillas together. And then Chicken Tech and him, Ravens, Chicken Tech and Killer both played on the Ghost. Same with OG.
Yeah.
So it's just like a whole bunch of, like, people that played together and came together and just made one team, really. But I don't know. We have Midnight Ghost Hunt after halftime, and I hope this halftime the Bandits are really getting it together, because the KLiK, they're starting to get more comfortable.
Yeah.
And they're definitely trying to win and everything, but they have a 9-point lead going into halftime, and they're gonna just start to sit back a little bit. So if the Bandits really lock in and come back out after halftime and start putting up a show, I think they can start to climb their way back in. I don't know if 9 points is going to be possible, But, I mean, if the KLiK can win 12 games in the first half, the Bandits can win 12 games in the second half.
What games are you looking at seeing tonight? We played some really, really good games already.
Yeah, I do want to see Tekken. I mean, I always like Tekken, and then Jury and Scarlet over there. And then on the KLiK, you have Global, Jekyll, and Chicken Tech. What else?
What game do you think is going to be a 50-50? You said Tekken.
Tekken, I think, will still lean Bandits. I just want to see how well the KLiK do versus the Bandits with Jury and Scarlet. A 50-50 game. I have no idea.
That Midnight Ghost Hunt.
Yeah, it could be Midnight Ghost Hunt, honestly. Yeah, can you bring up the wheel? I want to see what could be a 50. I think Need for Speed could be a 50-50.
Oh, Need for Speed's a good one.
Yeah, Jury came up clutch last week, and then I know the KLiK, they like Need for Speed a lot as well. Fortnite would be really good. So you have Carnage on the other side, and then him kind of, he's pretty decent at Fortnite as well. But then on the Bandits, you have Jury, Tegeta, Boar, Phoenix. Not sure how Duck season is at Fortnite, but that'll be pretty interesting. And then maybe some Dead by Daylight. I like seeing that. Chicken Tech, I mean, he prides himself off of that game, and same with Killer. So either way, like Killer and Survivor, I think as long as you have your optimal lineup in, both sides are kind of okay with Killer or Survivor. I think so.
I definitely agree with you there. We're going to be looking at that some more tonight. I am really excited to see the Bandits try and make a stand and try to catch up. We'll see KLiK continue to run off the way they are. Now, Global was on the Gorillas, and they made history as far as going through all 33 games. I don't think that's going to be the case tonight, but I want to see just how big of a gap it's going to be when this game ends. So that being said, everybody's already making their way in here, so we'll see you guys back in a little over 3 minutes.
Welcome back from halftime, everybody. Welcome back from halftime, Strix.
Yes, I'm happy. I'm happy. You can see I'm energized. These teams are re-energized. I got the chance to talk with them, and everybody is, excited for the second half. Nobody's gone down. And even better, if you're not in the local area right now, we're grilling today, so we got grill. The food was out. The players were chatting. Players were yapping. It was a good, great time. And we're going to be jumping in the Midnight Ghost Hunt first, coming here off the half.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one of our newer games. We do have a 12-3 scoreline right now, which is unfortunate for the Bandits, very fortunate for KLiK. KLiK right now are sitting in a super comfortable position where they can just kind of take any game and have their fun with it, practice whoever needs to practice any sort of game. And I can't believe that Bandits are that team that they're going to have so much room to just have free reign over right now and play this game however they want.
It's an interesting story because the KLiK right now, the questions I had have all pretty much been answered. This team looks like it was meticulously put together, crafted, and understood that this is what a winning team looks like. And they have shown it today against what was honestly one of the strongest opening games of the season. Now I have a whole lot of questions about who is going to finish up where, and especially how some of these schedules are going to play out. Midnight Ghost Hunt, though, being the next game, is a very interesting game. It's a game of cat and mouse, a game of hide and seek, where both sides get to be both the hiders and the hunters. And we saw what looked like a very strong showing from the Bandits, but ultimately they were left hiding as the hunters and trying to survive and were not able to do so. So I'm interested to see if they're able to play. I actually told them during the half, I was like, hey, I need y'all to win, so it looks more impressive what I did.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was wondering if you were going to mention or not that it was you that gave them the slip up. You had 4 players chasing you down and for about 45 seconds, and they were unable to make contact.
It is an incredibly fun game. So for those that don't know, it's a prop hunt game. You could turn into this roll of tape. I'm just going to use this because I happen to have a roll of tape right here. And then you as the hunter, Speedy as the hunter, is looking around the building, looking for what I could be. Now, I might just look like a normal bit of tape, but I have to move. Otherwise, I start to become more noticeable. So if Speedy sees me, then he just, shoots me. If I die, it's a victory, ultimately, if he kills all 4 of me and my teammates. If we survive, then we get to hunt Speedy. And it's the same basic thing. Speedy has to try and survive. A lot less time. But if he does manage to survive, ultimately he does win. So it tests a little bit of everything, a little bit of your strategy, how well can you hide, what items are you looking for. It tests your awareness. There's some strategy with what build you end up going for. Some of the shooters in our league, there's sniper rifles, there's hammers, there's everything in between. So I'm interested to see what both these teams kind of develop as a strategy and even what map they use, because we've only really seen, I think, 1 or 2 maps the entire season.
Yeah, Mansion is pretty popular, so I imagine we'll see that a lot, just like we do with Oregon on Rainbow Six. We talked about that earlier. But I don't know the maps quite as well as you would, so Mansion is one of those ones that I'm kind of comfy with. I imagine a lot of the other players are too. I think that when you get into the point of choosing other maps, maybe some players aren't as familiar with what they're looking for.
Absolutely. It looks like theater is the moment, the operandi, and it looks like the KLiK are actually the hunters this time. And we have to see exactly what is going on and where everybody's going. So immediately using a tracker. So this will show the footsteps of any ghosts that move around, where they've been, where they're going. And they are temporary, but it's quick enough for you to catch them and get a relatively early placement on where they might be. And for people at home, our next game is Fortnite, so we're going to be going from one creative shooter to another, and it looks like they might have found an item, or it could have been one of the ghost powers, which allows them to throw different objects and move different objects with telekinesis. You have to kind of be able to figure out what is a real person and what isn't. And this knight very clearly is a person, and they are bouncing around, swapping between objects, trying to force people to keep up. And Phoenix, unfortunately, has gone down. Very good job. He was messing with them a little bit, but they were slowly sussing him out. And now he's able to kind of move around and give a little bit of information to his team more than likely. I didn't see what build he specifically went for, so I don't know what perk he is running.
Oh, we can see that Tegeta is getting hit now as well. It looks like he was some sort of cinder block, something square, either a box or a cinder block. He's being chased down now. But at the moment, it looks like he may have gotten away. Either that or he's only going to have one chasing.
Absolutely, and this is the big thing. Using this and utilizing it to yeah, he's pretty comfortable. Looks like he's starting to solo into another spot, and that's ultimately what you want. If you can find the opportunity to find somebody, and they found somebody else. I hear the comms coming out from the floor, so we should be seeing this shortly. And I see, oh, another vacuum. That's another ghost down. So any ghost that's vacuumed, when they respawn at midnight, which will be in 2 minutes, they have less overall health, which means they're easier for you to kill again and able to manage. Full health ghosts are far more terrifying to deal with and far harder for you to actually win once they get that empowered state where they're now on the attack.
Yeah, and it looks like right now we're kind of back to the searching phase. With only 2 left, it's going to become more meticulous. You kind of have to look at every little thing. And it looks like they're onto 1. There are 2 chasing at the moment. We have 2 hunters locked onto 1. You can see that something was pinged, so it is within sight line. The ping does go away, though. No, picked up again, so they know exactly where he is. They've got eyes on. They're surrounding him at the moment.
And this is one of those subtle strategies that a lot of teams don't realize, that even though it does break after you break line of sight, having that extra little bit of a second of seeing something is incredibly useful. And they're shooting out this slow grenade and now listening for sounds, maybe, just maybe, hearing where the ghost might be. Jekyll's searching around here, trying to find an opportunity. And what do we have?
Come to me.
I think that's our timer going off here, signifying we're back from halftime. Sorry if you thought your fire alarm might be going off at home. It was, in fact, not. And now you can see.
We have footsteps, and there's movement right there. You see that sign? They've got him locked down.
And that's
so
the Hunters winning, and that is 4 kills there and a big win for the KLiK.
Just running over the Bandits in that one, honestly. I mean, from the early game, they got 2 immediately, and then they got to chase down as a team the 2 players still remaining. So they're very easily able to scoop up all 4. The hiding game wasn't... I mean, the hiding game was decent, but kind of out in the open for the Bandits. They were pretty obvious. The KLiK, however, using their resources so quickly. They've been studying the game. They know exactly how to rotate through their resources, going from scanning for footsteps to listening to trying to get those little audio cues from a player that's standing still, trying not to move around, whistling or making noise to let go of that all the goop that they build up and they have to get rid of before they move.
We, funnily enough, didn't see a whole lot of those mechanics being utilized just because of how coordinated KLiK were, but yes, you kind of are forced into a position where you have to take some risks as items, and I think the KLiK have done a great job of showing like how you capitalize on that. They were constantly finding somebody and forcing them to run and chase again, and so now we're looking at Fortnite, and I have to say this automatically to me feels like another KLiK game. Beyond him, who has been performing magnificently as the seasons go on, most notably they have Carnage. Carnage both competed in and coached professional level Fortnite.
Yeah.
He really understands the game and knows the game. He's able to know when he needs to be playing that carry role, when he needs to step back. And I'm interested to see beyond that. We obviously know Chicken Tech as well as Global Figure have to go in. So what their lineup ends up looking like, again, I'm betting it's Carnage. I'm betting it's him. And then, Killer is their shooter of the day, so I got to go ahead and give Killer.
Yeah,
maybe put a good gun out here. Now, on the flip side of that, what we have, Lovejoy as well as Scarlet Rift. Jury has shown himself to be proficient. Boar, you're on the younger side, so I got to go ahead and put you up there.
Yeah.
And then maybe, just maybe, I don't know who the third could be on that, or the fifth, I guess, would be on that team.
Yeah, it very well could be Duck Season. It seems like Duck Season, because he plays some of the sports games and a few fighters, it seems like he does stick to some of the more popular games that have been around in the eye of gamers everywhere in the multiplayer scene. So it's very possible that he's got experience in Fortnite. We'll have to see if they do lock him in for it. But no, it's going to be Taygeta instead that gets locked in for the 5th slot. So Fortnite maybe not being a game that Duck Season is good for, or maybe it is because Taygeta just
shoots.
Yeah,
it's the same reason why I'm looking at Killer as the other possible option. And what are you looking for in the second half? So, like, going back over, maybe you're just joining us. If you don't know, we are the UEL, the Ultimate In Gamers League. We have games that run Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for 4 hours in length. First half is 2 hours. Second half is 2 hours. You are playing 33 different games spread across 5 categories to try to find a victory. Every game you win is a singular point, and the most points at the end of 4 hours is the victor. Now, I said all of that to circle back around to say that we have seen strategy games, we have seen fighters, we have seen racers, we have seen, well, one racer specifically.
one racer.
Two, Lumina and
CTR. That's
CTR,
true. We
yes.
did see CTR.
We've seen 2 racers and shooters. KLiK has taken a win in at least one of every one of those.
Oh, yeah.
And what are you looking for from what you've seen from the Bandits today to show up in the second half to maybe give them a footing back into this game?
So I think I need the Bandits to be more well-rounded like we know they can be, because sticking to just a couple of specialty games isn't going to work out for them. Jury carrying you in CTR can't be the situation that you rely on to get you wins all through the season. That's not going to work. You're going to have to come up against some really, really tough teams. So I think that I want to see the rest of the team showing why they're in the spot they're in. We talked about Lovejoy being in this position where he's battling with Lucci-sama for a spot on the roster, and right now, with this record, KLiK versus Bandits being 13-3, it is not looking like he is the beneficial person to put in the 6th place spot in the 6th tier. So I think I want to see the team figure out where they're the most solid as a team that can, like what the KLiKs are doing today, put any player into any game and at least have a level of competence. Not going into Midnight Ghost Hunt and having a bunch of players just jumping around playing separately, but developing strategies and everything and having everyone on the team understand what's happening, not just the players you think are going to be good at that game. KLiK clearly have prepared every single player for things that they're not even supposed to be in, and it's giving them wins in unexpected games because we thought this was going to be much, much closer.
Absolutely, absolutely. Once again, I look at this game and I continue to have questions pop up just because of that sheer fact of I don't know if anybody expected this. This might be legitimately the most unexpected game that's happened in this first 2 weeks. Today was supposed to be the day where we finally get to see KLiK. They were the last question mark. We've now will have seen every single one of the teams played, and that will start to kind of draw some lines and have, I think, a few people mark out where they think players stand. But going into this fortnight, I think shortly, never mind, we have to take a quick break. In fact, I would call it a technical timeout, like you can find over on our YouTube channel on Wednesday nights, 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. EST with Logan Summit. It is everything you want to see in and around the league. It will tell you about next week, what games are happening, and where people are playing. And while I would love to talk to Logan, he's not here with me. He's here in my heart. I have to ask for AV to come in from the floor and let us know what's going on out there.
Guys, I'm going to let you know right now, they're just having some issues getting inside Fortnite. Apparently, they're having some matchmaking issues. But from what I understand, they say that Carnage is actually going to go crazy in this game mode. He also opens up Fritos first out of the variety pack, which is crazy to me. So,
not the Cheetos?
Not the Cheetos.
Wait, you said Fritos, right?
Fritos.
I want to clarify.
Original.
I'll talk to him after the game.
Sounds good.
It just tastes like salted corn.
I got a whole question for him. We might have to bring him in, special guest. We might just have to just.
Or the very unspecial guest.
Yeah, I don't know, Logan. I might need you to ask him about that too. You might need to go ahead and get Carnage as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead and check him out. Check the rest of KLiK out, obviously, for this game, but going forward into the future, and check out Logan Summit. Like I said, Wednesdays on the UEL Esports YouTube channel, 6 p.m. PST. 9 p.m. EST in technical time out. Speedy, how do you feel about Fortnite?
I'll be honest with you. It's not the game that I have the most experience in. Even when it came out, I was kind of swayed by other things, and I'm not going to tell you that it was Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, but there were other games that were out at the time that I was interested in. No, honestly, when it came to Battle Royales, there were other games that caught my eye. I was more interested in the likes of Apex Legends and a few other ones that came out on the market, so I wasn't too focused on Fortnite. I think I was a little just about, as much as Third Anarchist and I were making fun of how young I am yesterday. I'm not that young. I actually think I missed the Fortnite train. I was a little too old for that. I was heading into college at the time, so I was a little bit past Fortnite, and it just, when I found out the skill that it takes to play that game, how technical it is and how quick you have to be able to think and react to things. I mean, we should be training these kids to be like our special operations units in the military, because these kids can react to a fly landing on a piece of paper from 5,000 kilometers away. Like, they will just build an entire 60-foot tall tower in the matter of seconds because they heard footsteps. It's the craziest thing. Carnage is one of those players that just has insane technical ability in this game, and I'm excited to see if the likes of him and a shooter like Killer have that same kind of technical ability with building, or if they're just going to be shooters and let Carnage do the work with all the technical issues.
Absolutely. That ends up being pretty big. There's a lot of people in the league that are very good at shooting, and they will probably tell you, hey, no build, I'm killing it,
Yeah.
bro. But we don't do that here. Like I said, we do things a little bit different. You got to be able to build and keep up with it. Him, he's shown a little bit. But I think we are going to go ahead and skip Fortnite. Some technical issues.
Carnage is upset.
Coming up. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He was going to have some fun when we went in to Fortnite. And what is the next game?
Looks like it's going to be StarCraft.
I am Today is my wheel. I am happy. People do not understand. StarCraft 2. I need you. I want to go out to the field. Go ahead, load it up. Everybody get in. We gotta do this. We gotta handle this. I want to see as much as we can. So we don't have Carnage. We don't have him. We don't have Killer. That's all expected. So we do know the 4 that will be going in for both sides. Chicken Tech, Mr. OG, Global Figure, and Jekyll. Lineup sounds like we'll be giving back. So it'll be a little bit more often, yeah.
So it sounds like it's a full skip then. We're not going to be running
Coming back
around to Fortnite.
Correct.
Yeah, it's going to be a full
probably
reset.
like a technical issue, maybe maintenance,
Yeah.
these games.
So then Chicken Tech and Global are going to be required to go in for this one.
Okay, well, that's not too bad. Both of them play.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken Tech probably being the strongest player on KLiK.
Yeah.
After that, then my guess is going to, if nothing has changed, is probably going to be Jekyll and Mr. OG. Yeah. That would be my ideal lineup. Global is a little bit less comfortable on the game normally. Mm-hmm. He has played. He's put his time in. Same with Carnage. Same with him. They've all touched the game a good bit, but they're not necessarily the most comfortable. I think that would be your best lineup. Now, the big departures that I'm going to expect here, the most comfortable players should be Mr. OG and Jekyll, because we've seen a move towards Protoss, specifically one of the races in StarCraft 2. Chicken Tech used to play Zerg. I'm assuming by this point he's made the swap. We've seen most players, even the premier player like Billy the Goat, opt to seemingly play Protoss in our new format. So it's going to be interesting to see. And on the flip side of this has traditionally not been a Bandits game, but Boar, Tegeta, Jury, Jury was at least saying during halftime how he was excited to play CTR. If Chicken Tech was available, they worked together. So I'm assuming Jury has some experience along with Tegeta with playing the game. And I don't know who their last member going in would be. Part of my heart tells me that this is going to be a forfeit.
I do think that we have different lineups. I don't think that these lineups are quite fixed yet. I think coming off of that Fortnite, we are adjusting the lineup still. So I think there's still some players that are going to be blacked out and brought back into availability. I don't think we have our total. It's going to be a forfeit, Bandits. Either way, though, you are correct. So I'm sorry, Strix.
I didn't expect it, or I did expect the FF, I should say. It's a game that you either play or you don't, and a lot of teams have opted that that's like their strategy game to drop overall.
All right, subjected rivals. I hear some excitement out there on the floor. This is going to be a fun one. Ejected rivals is insane. People turning into cars, cars turning into people, people grabbing onto each other's cars that are people that turn into cars.
All while flying around. Beautiful scenery, mountainsides, valleys, gorgeous. I wonder what mode we're going to get. We're going to see something coming out of the KLiK, so the KLiK will have first selection of the map that they would like to play. Similar to something like, I always forget it, the little people that go, and you win crowns, and it's the game show.
The Fall Guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very similar to Fall Guys. This game has a multitude of modes, maps, and styles that you can play, and so I'm always interested to see what teams opt for. I literally forget Fall Guys all the time, but all I remember is all the time. It's such a fun game.
It is really fun.
We used to play that for $100,000, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I've heard the story.
And now we're playing Ejected Rivals for $1 million. $1 million. So we just heard from the floor. Jekyll's apparently crazy.
He sounded like he was excited. I mean, we've got some vocal players out there, and by some I mean 2 specific vocal players. We've got Boar and we've got Jekyll. There's one on either side. Only a player like Boar could be down 3-14 and still be getting hype on the other team when he makes a play.
It is still the funniest thing. He was losing a fighting game fully, like completely, and got 2 hits in and said something I could not say to my mother and immediately locked it back in, and the entirety of the room started laughing because we were all like, there's no way you're getting beat up and you get 2 hits in and you're just like, yeah. Like, yo, chill.
Oh, man.
Chill. It was the funniest thing. Boar is always great energy. And now it looks like we're getting people in. Jekyll seems to be setting up the lobby, so maybe a little bit too excited to go ahead and play this game. That's a little bit crazy. And I want to see what we get on the other side of the window. We will finally, hopefully, get some lineups.
Yeah,
Some
I think they're going to get
lineups.
adjusted here. Right now, it looks like we have 2 blurred out for KLiK and 1 blurred out for Bandits. We're going to get it and find out what the lineups really are here in a moment.
What game mode do you like if you've dabbled with Jected?
So we've got a timeout. Looks like.
So another thing,
forfeit?
I didn't want to say this, but last time when the Paladins played them, they very clearly talked about not liking this game. I was hoping that maybe that was just first week of the game season. You maybe hadn't gotten around to playing it, but we have to go ahead.
It's going to be Wreckfest. So I don't know what Strix is upset about. He must have seen something off screen.
I saw Wreckfest.
That upset him.
I know,
but
no, there's no way we're playing Jected Rivals and you didn't, and you're skipping it and you wanted to play Wreckfest.
Yeah,
that's so no, Speedy. Tell me you're not a Wreckfest person.
Tell me I'm not. Well, no,
Over Jected, or do you like Wreckfest or Jected?
Listen, I haven't seen enough of Jected Rival. I need to see more of it before I tell you which one I am. Wreckfest is pretty fun. It depends all on the map that we're playing on Wreckfest for me to decide if we're going to have like an unpredictable game or not. But yeah, I think Jected Rivals has enough like toss-up variables for it to be the more fun game to watch. But Wreckfest, I always like to see who comes out of it on top, because when I see one player that's consistently coming out winning it for their team, it's really weird to me to think that there's good Wreckfest players in our league.
Insane.
It's so strange. It is so strange. But
you know who's a good Wreckfest player? You know who has consistently for seasons now performed on a car? Jury, and that's why I need these tier 1 matchups to come on out, because he has to be holding.
Oof. Well,
I'm gonna put a pause right there. Hey, Speedy, these tier 1 matchups look really interesting. Chicken Tech's doing amazing right now.
Yeah, it looks a lot different from what we saw before. The last time we checked this, just a reminder, Jury had the same amount of wins that he has right now.
Yeah.
But he had about 3 less losses on his side. So unfortunately, we have 3 and 5 Jury, and I'm not sure whether or not that's counting the recent forfeits either. So this might actually look a little bit different when we count those in. But for the moment, we do have Chicken Tech at 5 and 2. Actually, a fantastic rating. The only game that he has more losses than wins is Strategy. That's the only category right now.
That was his whole team in
Checkmate. Yeah.
So that's not just a him thing. That's 7 players.
He didn't even get to play.
He did.
Yeah.
Remember?
He was the only one who played.
He was the queen that
He was
tried
the
to
only
win the
one that
game
played.
and
Sorry.
got kind of
Yeah.
beat down. But again, he's shown up everywhere else. Fighters, he's 2-0. Shooters, he's 1-1. Sports, he's 1-0. And racers, he's 1-0. He's done his job. He's consistently been playing out to what he needs. And I will say, Jury has won every single, or been a part of every single win the Bandits have found today.
Yep.
Which shows that he's doing a lot. He's trying. But I wonder in some of these 5v5 games how viable it is now for a singular player to carry it all of the time. Some of them, yes, that skill can transcend. He can step up. But in situations like Siege, where even at the very end he tried to make something happen, it wasn't possible.
Yeah, I want to note that the 0-2 in sports here is something that I want to look at for Jury that I'm a little bit disappointed on. I wouldn't say that sports is the first thing you think of when you think of Jury, But at the same time, there's a lot of carry potential in those games. So it's the kind of thing that you think a team would want to train up their tier 1 player on and get them prepared to be a part of leading the team, or at least be extremely beneficial to help out the known sports players. 0-2 in sports games, though, usually having a smaller number of players in the game. There's a lot of carry potential, and he just hasn't been able to pull through. On shooters, that was the finals. That was the 5v5 shooter, which he did have a significant impact. We saw that his movement, his aim, everything was fantastic. He was team leading as well. We heard him making a lot of call-outs, so he played fantastic there. He does have a part in every single win that his team has, but if he had the carry potential on sports, could they possibly be 5-13 right now? Maybe a little bit of a smaller.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think there's going to need to be people that take a look at his first box scores versus his second box scores.
Oh, yeah.
And find out like where those avenues were to have such a polarizing performance between the two. With 17 seconds left on the clock, I can't help but wonder, are these players ready to go? We still haven't seen any new DLC yet for Wreckfest. And you never know. Maybe today's the day.
Yeah, it might come out. We'll see what happens. But we do have a pretty standard view of this game. Typically, we get the 5v5 with all buses. Sometimes we do get one player in a car. Very rarely have we had 2 players in a car with 3 buses on the team. So more often than not, we have 5v5 buses on both sides. They can take a lot of hits. They can put out a lot of damage when they make contact. And it looks like, whoa, there are quite a few racers out here. And I think it has something to do with this map that we've chosen as well.
I believe this is Bonebreaker Valley or Dry Bone Valley. It has a lot of turns, has a lot of areas for players to be able to race and to try to get a little bit of space. But unfortunately, Final Stand Ragnarok coming up next.
Unfortunately.
Look, I'm not look, I am unabashed about my my love of Wreckfest. I love this game.
Yeah, very much love this game.
Taygeta, though, doing a good job of staying behind these buses and keeping himself kind of out of danger.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit of a bump there on Mr. OG. You find a way to get around.
Yeah, you can see these buses are trying to act like roadblocks, making a lot of contact. That's a really big hit. That's over a quarter of the health bar down, but still more than half health here for Taygeta. He's going to make it out of there, past the bus, grab some more points for his team. His team actually having the only points on the board right now, so the Bandits are up. KLiK finally get 5 points on the board, but it's Bandits with 36 at the moment. These racers are whipping around the map, and KLiK are just trying to use these buses to put out damage, and they want to be the last ones surviving so that they can put the final points on the board. They're not worried about going up in the early round.
We see Scarlet here, the tier 2 over on the Bandits, focused up, doing his best to hold position while also getting a little bit of damage in where he can. He's sitting at position 5 here. One of his teammates now passing him, giving him an opportunity to try his best to get some help, but a lot of his teammates, I'm wondering where exactly they are. They have to be a little bit higher up. Oh, it looks like he's moved into first-person view. Resetting.
Yeah.
And
he just wanted to know what it was like.
Engine on fire is not usually a good sign.
No, it is not. You can see that the front of the bus is damaged a lot. And something Third pointed out yesterday is these buses are really, really weak up in the front where that engine block is. Everything is just front-loaded on this bus. So you take damage to that front end, you're going to take the most damage out of anything. These cars, on the other hand, whipping around the track. We can see here right now that Jury has probably taken the least damage out of anybody in the game in this car. It looks like he has one of his teammates up ahead of him, kind of blocking for him, making space so that there's nobody that's going to stop right in front of him, try to stop him from going fast, try to put down damage on him. And is that a team? Oh, no, that might not.
I'm pretty sure that's a teammate. That's why I was wondering why they were playing a game of chicken.
Yeah. No, letting him pass like that, I assume that would not be a teammate, and he is going to keep making his way. 100 points now for the Bandits to the KLiK 17. So the bash and brains in strategy isn't really working here for the buses.
Absolutely. I think there are not that many Bandits, though, left. As we watch Jury here come around the corner, red team is, for those at home, the KLiK. If you hadn't already gleaned that, blue is the Bandits. Jury is flying around, and I mentioned this before, but Jury has shown himself to be an incredibly strong racer in Wreckfest as well. Kind of one of the few players that if he picks a car, I'm pretty confident and comfortable with him to do it, even into an entire team of buses. Yep. He's able to find an opportunity, but now he has to pass him, and we have to see if him is going to let him get by with no scratches. Okay, here we go under the bridge, and now these are going to be a pretty wide turn that he could try to make up some ground and maybe pass him, but might be comfortable just to sit here right in the back. He's still in first place. He's holding that place solidly, so he's about to lap a player, and at that point, do you really need to put yourself in any danger unless you just want this game to kind of be over? Regardless of what happens, and if he's not able to take out some of these KLiK members, he'll never be able to catch up points-wise. Because each lap is going to end up being a lot. I think possibly just trying to finish the game out as quickly as possible by racing. This will put him on his 6th lap. And let's see what we were able to do. And takes that inside edge. I really like it. And Gamer PC 10 is right there. I think that would be Scarlet.
Oh, Jury has open ground now. He can just race until he comes back around to that checkpoint again. He's just going to be able to put even more points on the board. We talked about carry potential needing to come out of this player, and he's doing it in a very unexpected game. Like I had mentioned, it's very weird to come out and see talented Wreckfest players, but you had followed up with the fact that Jury is one of those players that can show up and make things happen for your team. He's showing it right now. I mean, 182 to 29. He still has 71 health. He's been playing his life and putting up points for his team at the same time. Doing that practically guarantees you a win.
And on the flip side, we see Chicken Tech. He's, I think, equally doing his job. Not a whole lot of life and not trying to really push positions. He's doing everything in his ability to just straight up just sit here. I think they realize now that, hey, there's a few more players left on the Bandits. We can race this out if they're going to let us race it out. But either way, we aren't as worried about exactly what's happening here. Just realizing that, hey, if Jerry comes by, maybe try to make him pass 3 or 4 buses at one time and get as much damage onto him as possible.
Yeah, I am curious why they're still moving. I think they know that this race is about over once Jerry crosses the finish line again, so they're all trying to get themselves around, but not really putting up any points on the board. In fact, almost making some team collision here, having to course correct.
And that should be Jury crossing the finish line there on PC7, finishing up the entire race, surviving the entire time, ensuring himself to be around. So now we'll have to wait for these last few buses, turn the corner, and bring us on back into the garage.
Yeah, they will still have another lap to finish as well here at the end.
And this is Taygeta.
Oh, yeah, it looks like there's Taygeta with his car finishing in second, a 42nd best lap. So with him and Jury finishing together in that top 2, I think we all know what this one's going to look like. You can see the points up there on the board already.
Absolutely. And this is where it becomes just necessary. Duck Season doing a great job here, still staying alive and finding his way around the corner. Is he able to finish the race here? Finishing the race as a rookie is something I really do look for in something like Wreckfest, because it's not one of those easier games. A lot of people are trying to wreck you out. He finished in 4th, so a lot of very good points here. Now the question is, it looks like he might have been on the wrong team, skewing those points slightly, but I don't think it'll matter because I think that will pretty much cover the game. I realized he was on Boar's account, and Boar was a blue bus.
Yeah.
Meaning that the points might be a little bit off because they finished then in the first, 4 spots, I'm pretty sure.
I had noticed that when Chicken Tech crossed the line, the points went to the same team that they went to when Jury crossed. So I'm not sure. We did have Jury and Taygeta finish in 1st and 2nd, which tells a lot about the points, but the teams there were definitely jumbled together. They were not all on the correct side because we saw both sides contributing to the red points. So.
Absolutely. And so this is where we're going to trust in our lovely game masters to go ahead and get everything sorted out and tell us here shortly who go ahead and takes that game. Actually, I believe that was given to the KLiK. But just to confirm, I want to go ahead and call out AV from the floor. Let us know what's going on. We got a little bit of confusion over here on this side of the desk.
Yeah, so someone was switched over to the wrong team. It does look like it was one of the Bandits. I believe Jury was giving his points to someone to the opposite team. Regardless, the KLiK were winning that game. But with this next upcoming game with Final Stand Ragnarok, this is the game that Jury has been looking forward to all game. For some reason, he said that this is his game, which is strange because he's usually a racer and a shooter. So I'm surprised. He likes Dynasty Warriors.
There you go.
Yeah.
That'll do it. I'm really confused. I'm not certain how the first 2 players to rack up all those points, being Jury and Taygeta, resulted in a KLiK win. That is very strange.
Well, if it came down to the scenario where none of KLiK died, you can lose those first 2 slots pretty safely.
Yeah.
And still have plenty of points across the board to be able to get it otherwise.
It does sound like they're still counting up the score.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We saw the point tallied, but we will get this finished up. But these players are going to have to be quick because we do have to get into another game.
Yeah.
And while I think this will be handled, players sometimes tunnel vision a little bit hard, especially in a situation where, like, hey, maybe this is my 4th win, and maybe you just got to, one way or the other, be like, hey, yeah, it was whatever. We didn't win it, but you got to keep it pushing. You got to move on. An hour and a half left in the game. I think Anarchist says there's a difference between probable and possible.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily probable, but they absolutely have the possibility of still winning this game, and it has to start here with Final Stand. Ragnarok, this will be a pretty quick game at 6 minutes, so it's absolutely doable.
Well, it doesn't just have to start because of the time limit. It has to start now because if KLiK win one more game, it is impossible for the Bandits to win, no matter how many games they win. If the KLiK wins 17, they've won enough games. There will only be enough games on the wheel for the Bandits to make it up to 16.
So that gap was a window. It really is. You ever seen those caves where people, like, go between, like, 2 rocks the size of, like, a hanger?
Yeah, I'm having a heart attack just thinking about it. Yeah.
We won't be doing that. I can promise you we won't be doing it.
That's
but
not UEL's summer excursion.
The window is absolutely shutting, and it's now or never. It's do or die. We do have AB back with, I think, a confirmed call, so let's go ahead and get him back on the mic.
Yeah, so that is actually going to be a Bandits
I
win.
thought so, yeah.
The KLiK did not win that. Apparently, what ended up happening, from what I understand from the Game Master, is that the game somehow swapped 2 people incorrectly. They went by the team scores or however that looks on the floor, but it is a Bandits win. Jury, of course, was first place, and that kind of set them where they needed to be.
Okay.
Yeah, Taygeta finishing in 2nd as well.
Yeah, I
thought
saw
so.
Duck Season 4th.
Yeah, Duck Season in 4th, Taygeta in 2nd.
Did they have the 3rd place person? I'm trying to think who was 3rd there.
I don't think we saw.
Yeah, but if you have 3 of the top 4 finishers, I
Yeah.
think that's why we both were kind of like, I mean, I'm going to trust the score here, but another win, then finding an opportunity in these racers, that seems to now be their bastion against a team such as KLiK. Now there's 6 racers on the wheel. They took Lumina Rush, so 5 really.
Yeah.
If you can start to take those, like, that's really good. And again, another win, a lot off the back of, again, Jury and Taygeta. A lot of this strong play coming out of the tier 1s and 3. Overall, kind of what is to be expected and what is necessary for this game to still be a possibility, and a little bit more of a cushion. You had 1 point, now it's 2.
Yeah, now it's 2. You do still have the ability to drop a single game, but I don't think this is the one that they're expecting to drop because they do have Jury available, who is saying that he is very confident that he can win this game. He seems to think that this is his wheelhouse, something that he can cover. However, it is a culmination of all 4 players on your team and the points that you collect. So even if he does go crazy in this one, if KLiK work well together on this particular strategy game, it might not be a given, even if Jury can try to carry it. So he can do his best, and he might be able to get them there, but we're going to have to see by the end of the game.
Some of the closest games have been like one player on a team really performing well, but then the other 4 on the enemy team just consistently playing together in those like 2 through 5 spots, giving them enough points to kind of challenge that top player just by virtue of sheer numbers. Now, Final Stand Ragnarok, you mentioned Jury enjoying it, being a fan of Dynasty Warriors. It is a arena, and there are multiple different types of maps, but ultimately a ton of enemies are going to spawn. There will be objectives that you have to complete. They will give you points based on objectives, picking up teammates, damage taken, how long you lived, a wide variety of different factors, and whichever team has the most points after our 8-minute timer will go ahead and take the game. We've seen the same map a bunch of times. There are actually more than just that one map, so I'd be interested to see if maybe we see one of the other few maps on the board come out, just for a little bit of diversity. And I would love to see, you don't know going in, so you kind of have to set your strategy, go in, and hope that you've kind of picked right, because I'm most interested to see the map or the maze mode.
Okay.
that we have not seen just yet. It's an indoor map. Traps. There's a lot of danger in there, and some of the challenges and objectives are a lot more perilous, like standing on a bridge over a pit of poison. It's very easy to die and be put yourself and your team in a pretty awkward spot.
Yeah, that does sound like a lot of fun. It'd be something that's nice to see. It weirdly enough, this game is starting to sound like Fall Guys, so that would be a very interesting one to watch. Yeah, I get the little guys in the background home. Hey, hey, hey.
It's such a fun game. It's such a fun game. So it looks like we do have rosters, Chicken Tech going in versus Killer, him, and Global looking across the board at Jury. So both teams matching their tier 1s, and Boar, Duck, Season, and Phoenix going in for the Bandits. The Bandits did actually lose this in their last game. We saw that was where we got the 22,000 point performance.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what they changed, and I see a lot more teams defaulting to Ayala. I've said this on commentary, and Boar still with the Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn in a 6-minute format is interesting, and we get the maze.
And we
Ask,
do get maze. Wow.
and you shall receive. So it looks like a lot of people are starting to figure out that this archer's pretty good. Pretty good. A lot of survivability, a lot of opportunity to go ahead and do some damage, and we will see where we go to from here. And that looks like Apex, right? Is that
Forza.
Forza. 5 letters instead of 4.
Yeah, get your eyes checked. We've got. Actually, weirdly enough, I think Apex was right next to it.
No, you're fine. You are fine. So initially, they're going to make their way into the maze, and then the where this differs is the other one is defending a tower. You're moving through the maze and ultimately moving towards boss rooms.
Okay.
These boss rooms are, again, punctuated by traps, by a lot of different options. So you see near them those little plates on the floor. If they step on them, fun things will happen. In fact, you'll get gifts from Santa Claus.
Oh, they should step on them.
It's the Santa Claus from Futurama, though.
Oh, they should step on them.
Yes, I like how the answer didn't change. I appreciate that.
I very much think that they should step on them. I'd like to see it.
And as players are running around and really trying, so mindless rush here. They're going to be these characters called big boys. As you just saw one right there and another one moving around. You got to kill all the big boys to go ahead and progress. Enemies are going to spawn. Progress is going to be out there. By the way, side note for especially this map, but generally in Ragnarok in general, if you do have arachnophobia, I would recommend proceeding with caution. There will be spiders popping up here eventually in the game. As someone that doesn't particularly like spiders, it is never fun to see them just randomly appear on my screen.
Yeah, but they're very tiny, like real ones, right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely not the size of this character you see on screen currently shooting a bow. And now you can see everybody trying to give some damage out here.
Yeah, you can hear the call out from Chicken Tech trying to make sure they get the last hit, because that does matter a lot. Being able to finish that large health pool off gives you the majority of the points.
Absolutely. And I wonder how many teams have actually prepared for this strategy, because we've seen the other maps so consistently. I think a lot of people have just been assuming that that is the way to go. Funnily enough, I do think there's a few different characters that actually have more viability depending on the map that you get. I think Boar's character is actually significantly better here in these more contained spaces where, you know, you see all of these clones he's spawning, these spirits that he can absolutely boost up. And now the teams are rotating. Chicken Tech looking for the next opportunity, trying to get ahead of the teams, trying to find whatever they need to be doing next. And now we have to see activate the button. So another one of these rooms has been activated. Ooh, Chicken Tech. Ooh, Chicken Tech. Ooh, Chicken Tech. Don't do it. And Boar stuck behind a box.
Is he actually? Can he really not get out from here? That's insane. He's actually stuck behind this box. He's not going to be able to contribute to his team anymore if he can't get out of this position. He may have tried to look at him laughing. He may have tried to jump down from that little ledge that we see up above. He just went too far to the diagonal. He cannot get out from behind this box. He's going to be trying for the rest of the game. We will check in on him later to see what he is going to be up to. But for now,
500 bits to free Boar. Go ahead, drop him.
500 bits to free Boar.
But here we go there now. Finally, they have to hit the buttons, and there are a few consoles that you have to run around this room, fight and kill. I see, who's this? This is Jury on Bjorn.
He said he was going to dominate in this one, so here he goes swinging through. We just saw him take out a large health pool enemy there up on top of that little pyramid, and then he went for the waves. So
okay, come on. Some people step on some traps. I know. I see y'all stepping. Now, these flames do hurt. Like, just even touching them a little bit, you will see characters' healths disappear in a flash. This is also the reason why I said before, this game mode becomes very different here because I think the objectives will be a far bigger factor than just enemies. There's not the endless spawn, at least right now, of enemies that you have to be aware for. He's free!
He's free. He made it out. He now has to find and catch up with his entire team. Going to try to take some kills on the way over there, the ones that are isolated to just him. But
ooh, I like the footwork.
Oh, wow, yeah, look at that.
I like the footwork, Bor, okay? Dodging these plates very carefully, moving around, trying not to step on it there, but still taking a ton of damage, getting some hits in here, and hitting the buttons. I think their players are starting to figure out that it's not just kill enemies. We can progress through into a different room. This will be very, very interesting to see where we go to next. All right, now pushing towards the door should have opened up if they've hit all of the buttons that they can continue. And it does look like somebody is playing and somebody's progressing. And I hear production talking very quietly about Bor being careful around boxes now going forward in the near future. So what Bor picked up were a couple of items, as I mentioned.
Oh.
Yeah, small, tiny spiders.
Here we go, the tiny little guys.
Tiny little guys.
Yeah, I mean, and they're swarming around, too. That's,
This is where Bor gets the opportunity to shine. Every time he kills an enemy, he spawns another spirit to help him.
Wow.
But because he's just in this pile of arachnids.
Oh, he's stuck again, though.
Yes.
He cannot
no, he's dead.
get out.
He's dead. Unless somebody saves him, he's absolutely dead.
Wow, I
like
think he actually may have gotten out of that one.
Yes, his teammates came through with a few slowing orbs as well as some items just to help him out there and help him to survive. And now we're looking to possibly progress once again. But he's on one hit. That big spider happens to whiff his attack. Another big spider. He's dodging Bor. I like the footwork. You got to keep it up, buddy. I don't want you getting eaten there by Charlotte's dad, okay? You can't worry about it too much. They do jump as well. I forgot. Again, these are...
These are your worst nightmare.
I can look. Random side note. While we continue to progress, so to progress through this room, you have to kill the egg sacs. Cool. You got the objective at home. My one issue with fantasy lore and fantasy in general. Why is it always spiders?
Yeah.
Can we not be more diverse? Every fantasy game has to have not just normal spiders, but like human-sized spiders into giant spiders. Can we please pick a different standard enemy?
They're usually like in the first dungeon too, so you have to confront them if you want to get through the rest of the story.
And they'll never give it a normal name. It'll be like, yeah, Shirley the Venomous, and you're like, oh, Shirley the Venomous, what's that? And then it's a giant spider. You're like, okay, Shirley.
She surely is.
It's how it is. But here we go. They're killing enemies here, getting these points up. And one of the key ways is through objectives and through kills. They're not going to be able to build the normal giant kill streaks that we do see. And again, I don't think that people have kind of looked around. They're just looking for enemies, and they don't realize that on the scene. And there we go. Room clear. I was wrong. They realized that they just needed to finish off the last little bit and move on to the next room. Again, I think a lot of people were a lot more focused on what comes up next. And let's see. And we're moving out, runs through the door, and let us go.
And yet another door for them to break down before they move into the next section. It looks like they've got a Soul Reaper in here, so
this is the first boss that you have to fight in here in the maze. It's a very interesting boss, deals a good bit of damage, and the bosses in this game are beefy. If you think you're just going to be able to burn him down, you are not going to easily be able to burn him down, let alone when he has extra phases. So now, again, we're watching him here. Him just kind of focused in on his shooting mechanics, taking his shots, and making sure everything lands. Now, one thing that I will say is he's doing a good job here of a very standard rotation. So one of Ayala's abilities, that one that you keep firing, it does explode and does more damage if somebody's on fire. Ooh. And I hear hands up. This is going to end the game. Hands up basically means players have to die, so we're going to wait a little bit here for everybody to go down, and that will go ahead and call the game. Then it's going to come down to points. This is going to be a very different spread than what we're normally used to seeing. Teams are moving in. We have to see, hey, how you doing? Him, my brother, him, please.
Everybody going to go down here so we can get
That's
our
everybody
win
down,
total
and we
at
see the
end.
defeat.
Let's see what we got.
All right, let's see
Bring
what
up
that
the
top number is.
scoreboard.
Usually that top number tells a lot about which team has the advantage. So the
Yeah.
defeat has fallen. We have to wait for them to yap a little bit. Actually, you can click skip epilogue.
Jury did think that this one was going to be a big one for him, so we'll have to see.
Phoenix with the
Phoenix
MVP. So Phoenix had the
MVP.
most points. So it's going to go now to the rest of the team. What does it look like? Phoenix and Jury in first and second with Killer, then Boar. Top 3 of the top 4 players has to be a solid spot. But you notice the difference in points differential being far lower here.
Yeah, definitely. I think it had something to do with the map and the fact that they were all stacked together with each other. That one may be...
Somebody at
for the
home, if you could go ahead
Bandits.
and screenshot that and go ahead and DM that over to me, I'd appreciate it. I'm doing a little bit of investigative work. So.
Uh-oh. It looks like we've got our answer. They have done the math.
And
we're going
Forza's
over to
getting opened
Forza.
up.
Yeah.
Forza Motorsport, we're on our way. Go ahead and hop in a car. What car do you like? What's your favorite car?
What's my favorite car?
Yeah.
I guess the one that I really liked when I was like a teenager growing up and I just for a little second got into cars was the Lamborghini Aventador. That was the one that I really liked. But realistically, one that I would want to have in real life would be like probably like a mid-2010s Mustang. I liked those styles from like 15, 16.
Okay.
Those are nice ones. What about you?
Camaro guy. I think I get it from my dad. He was a big Camaro
Gotcha.
guy, and then like growing up, I just always loved the design language of the car, and
Yeah.
they're always beautiful and fun. But we don't get to see that as often here in the league because we play with those high-level 900 value, I think is what Forza calls it, cars, which tend to be, everything from the Porsches to the, I forget.
F1 cars.
F1
even,
cars,
yeah.
yes. And so we'll see a wide variety. One of the big differences compared to some of the other games is you have to, everybody on the team, pick a different car.
Yeah.
So it forces this little bit of a different style out, but we're still seeing 2 premier racers here coming from Jury and Chicken Tech, I'm assuming, going in for this game. The Tier 1 matchups between the two of them has been going back and forth all day, with Chicken Tech getting the better of him in these more recent games. So I'm hoping that Jury, after now seemingly finding 2 wins with his team, can maybe, just maybe, continue to put some points on the board. Let me go ahead and mark that down.
Yeah,
for
and
them.
Jury has still been in every single one of his team's wins, so he is really showing why he's in that Tier 1 position, because even on the very worst day for the Bandits, he's still going to go. I mean, he's gone even so far. Most players on that team, if not literally everybody else, is negative at this point, has more losses than wins. Jury is even at 5-5. If they were to take just 1 or 2 more, he could end this even or even positive as the only player on his team to do so.
Yeah, and with an hour and 12 minutes left, they've staved off the inevitable win, like the absolute
So
win.
far.
But that just means that every game from here on out matters big. Having Jury, though, on a team, and I know Boar was a pretty strong contender in this game as well last season, we absolutely could see some strength coming out. So let's get these lineups in, and we'll chat about them a little bit. Forza is a team race. The RPS winner, for those that don't know, or setup team. So in this case, the Bandits, you can see that arrow pointing towards me. You could. It tells you that they will get the opportunity to pick the map. That pick of map ends up being pretty huge. Because I think if KLiK had the opportunity, they might take us to the famous road in Germany, Autobahn. No,
Yeah.
Autobahn.
Is it
I
not?
might be thinking of a different map. One of the maps in this game is legitimately like a 10-minute lap. So you can make this like a 30-minute game if you are aware.
I don't
New
think
Moon
Bandits
did it
would
last
want to.
season. Yeah, New Moon
Yeah.
did it last season. Bandits, if like last season, they may just opt for the tri-oval, which is just a NASCAR.
Yeah.
Whoa. All of these words are very different.
Clearly you
NASCAR
like
map.
cars.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. My favorite genre. I'm a racer more than anything else.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, NASCAR map is going to be amazing. But what I want people at home to really be looking at is the beautiful graphics provided by our PC sponsor, SurfThing PCs. If you want to be an in-gamer, the only in-gamer approved hardware comes from SurfThing's PCs. They allow us to play across 5 different genres of games, 33 different games, high frame rates, buttery smooth, an incredible experience. They have helped us elevate this league to another level, and we have to always show them some love. But if you yourself wanted to get into the league or to compete and learn to master all the different genres around you, I would recommend SurfThing PC. Head on over to surfthing.com. Ooh, I was about to say, I just love the SurfThing PC, the official PC sponsor of the UEL, and I do appreciate y'all.
Thank you, guys. That's how the KLiKs got to this point that they're at right now, 15-5. Clearly, they've been practicing with this great equipment because they know what's going on. We talked yesterday a little bit about being able to work with the equipment on site, and that's part of what comes into it, too. We talk about setup timers. We talk about everything that you play in the UEL, not just the game itself. And Dragon Ball was one of those ones where we talked about the net code and the frame rates being a little bit different. You kind of drop frames sometimes, and you have to learn how to adapt to that. So sometimes being able to play on those settings is what gets you accustomed to how you're supposed to play in the UEL.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's so different because I've seen way too many people not realize how different it is to just move. Oh, I have my mouse and keyboard. I'm like, is it the same, though? It's no, it never the exact same.
Yeah.
Or maybe a setting you don't realize this setting. There's so much about it that requires you just to know exactly what it is to be comfortable and to be flexible. You're not going to be able to get your setup perfect, especially not in this arena. I know some people that like quiet. I myself even usually have my headphones pretty low, but for the purposes of the league, I need a lot more volume and a lot more opportunities here. But I think we're going to go ahead and grab another interview with the players, this time from the Bandit side of the things.
All right, I am now joined here by the only rookie here in this game, Duck Season. How you doing, man?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm keeping in there, just like you guys right now. I mean, you're still fighting your way back. It is not a guaranteed win for KLiK yet. They haven't made it to that 17. You guys are putting points on the board now, starting to get a little bit of revitalization. So you feeling your mood coming up a little bit?
Yeah, it's just, the wheel wasn't rocking with us for the first half. So we're just trying to go ahead and just win out the second half and, come back stronger than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And with you being the only rookie out there right now, do you feel like there's a lot of pressure on you, maybe some unfamiliar territory, or have you already adapted into this team?
I can say the team chemistry is very amazing. I love my guys here at the Bandits. They've been very great. They've been some of the most supportive guys I ever had the chance to work with. But I don't feel like there's pressure more than just experience. Experience, me being a rookie, it's something that happens. But honestly, I don't feel pressure. It's just going to come naturally.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, you're out there working like a pro right now. You're putting that work in. You've already got a win under your belt. So sometimes you take some losses in different games, but you are still out there trying to come back. So good luck to you for this last hour of the game.
All right, appreciate you.
He's back.
Hey,
You made it.
Back again. Yes, I'm back. How was talking to Duck Season?
Oh, it was great because, honestly, he's a little bit more confident than I expected him to be, and it was a little intimidating, so I'm kind of glad he came back to replace him. I thought he was going to beat me in a game if I didn't leave too soon. But, no, he really is confident about his position. Being the only rookie in here doesn't seem to matter to him too much. He feels like he's got good synergy with this team already. With somebody like Jury on his very first team and being able to start in this lineup in the first two games, he's in that 7 tier, but it's not his position that anybody's even questioning. Right now it's Lovejoy and Lucci, two experienced players that are fighting for a position. Duck Season is pretty locked in, and you can see why. He's had good performances in several games already. He's been pretty consistent for them, and he's only going to get better. This is only his second game ever.
Absolutely. I'm really happy to see, again, that energy. How you take losses is always something that I look at a lot of players for. And our next game is actually going to be Need for Speed.
Another
and
race
this
coming out.
might be another big game because Jury pulled off the miracle the other day.
Yeah.
Need for Speed. So we have to see. Oh, we got Rain, the Bandits classic. Somehow the Bandits always end up having the race in the rain. I don't understand how. But here we go. We see Jury rolling down the street, really confident, even in this wet weather, to fully send it. Finally letting up a little bit. Let's see, PC3 there. He's competing with one other PC on the opposite team, both sides looking to try to get a race and trying to get an opportunity to get an edge forward. If you're wondering who's on which side, I'm seeing Jekyll, Killer, Carnage, OG, and him going up against Scarlet, Tegeta, Lovejoy, Boy, and Jury.
We almost had a spin out there from PC3, but it looks like it's not going to be. I would assume that's going to be one of KLiK if they're going to make contact like that. But because of him almost spinning that player out, Jerry's actually in a position right now where he's left alone in the lead. So it's his game to play. But as I say that, those F1 cars can pick up speed so fast. The question is, will he come into this turn too quickly?
I think he didn't care. He said, and that's going to be big damage. But he took one of his opponents down with him. Oh, be careful. I'll pull him back in, merging without looking around. You might just find another teammate.
That's unfortunate. He is in a pretty bad position now, but he is pushing this F1 car around. They might have both taken damage, honestly. It might be hard for them to compete with each other. However, some people were unable to load into the game because it started too early, so we're running a 3v4 that's just going to have to be how it is on fault of the setup, apparently.
And this is a big thing because now you have to get in time and have to be able to make this opportunity.
That is very unfortunate for whoever isn't in this one and whoever is down. But it is a culmination of racing scores. So if there's any game where it's maybe okay for that to happen, it could be one of this one because it's going to come down to time. Your weakest links are really your biggest detriment. So making these turns are so hard. You can see that that front right axle is so messed up on Jury right now. He's going to be fine taking those left turns, but taking these rights is going to be a little more difficult.
Absolutely, and we've seen a pretty clean game up until this point, and I think this might be maybe the one avenue. Every team, your first game, you're going to have something go a little bit wrong. There's never a perfectly clean game your first day in the UEL. The league is made to test adaptability and to test your ability to deal with and roll with the punches ultimately. So something, again, to look at, always something to pay attention to in film and to see where we can grow from here. But Jerry comfortably out into this lead, now building up almost a 10-point gap. A 10-second gap. 10-point gap would be crazy.
Yeah.
A 10-second gap here in his car, comfortable. I don't actually see many people use this car in question. He just seems comfortable to ride around and control the pace of the game.
Yeah, you can see he even looks comfortable on the bottom right of your screen there. He's pretty calm, just taking it as his race. It is unfortunate that he has to race with this front right axle messed up, but it's clear that he's played this game enough to know what kind of angles he has to take to make these turns. He doesn't really seem like he's in an uncomfortable position, just an unfortunate one. It's not the optimal way that he wants to race, but that being said, the guy's in first place. So even his not taking his most optimal way to play is still going to get him in first with about an 8-second lead on the other player behind him, pushing it up to 9 now. No penalty for that little bit of off track there. He's probably going to have a few more of those no penalty off tracks because of that front right axle being damaged, but hopefully that'll be the only thing that's messed up in this game, and he'll still be able to take most of his turns. Doesn't look like anybody's close enough to really make contact with him, put damage on him. It's going to be all up to him, and I mean, he's already taken a lap cleanly. He knows what he has to do, the turns he has to take. He's prepared. I don't see him making any more crashes, of his own volition. It's going to be somebody else that's going to have to do it to him, and nobody's really close enough. As I say that, he drifts his back end right into the wall.
But that was a nice tap, and here we see finally his opponent passing him. Up until that point, he had compensated for his damaged parts pretty well, and finally taking a turn just a little bit too fast, but it looks like Mr. OG is drifting off track, but finally a way to correct it, and Jury finds the hairline turn here to be safe, trying to push his inside edge, but you don't have the weight in that fight, Mr. OG. Nor do you seem like you have the speed here.
Jury taking this straight away real serious. Kind of a show of force here against Mr. OG right now.
But here, forcing the turn. Mr. OG using him as a way to turn his car a little bit better on some of these sharper angles, but starting to build up some penalties because of that.
Yeah, that penalty right now is actually going to mean that the distance they have between each other, it's about closed. That extra half second he got added to him puts them at the same time. Oh, and there's going to be a bump from Jury, who is not playing nice at the moment. Every single time he gets an opportunity at a straightaway, he's going to take it. Taking a little bit more speed than he usually does on these turns. He knows that his axle is damaged, but he also knows he has to stay ahead here. Trying to push Mr. OG out of the way. It's going to cause him to drift toward that wall. He wanted to play play aggressive, but now it's really not benefiting him.
But I'm looking at it, 1.3 seconds in penalties. Mr. OG is going to have to find an opportunity. This has to be an off-track penalty. He's going to have to find an opportunity to get back on, but I have to believe that this is going to be at least a second or two. No
penalty. He really cut the course there. That's lucky. That's a really, really lucky position to not take a penalty on because he cut a lot of the course.
Absolutely, and a big turn forced him to slow down, and that should leave Jury directly behind him as they come out. And we see every time we hit a straightaway like this, I expect to see Jury in a few seconds to come flying up next to him, but maybe aware of the turns ahead of him, playing a little bit more conservatively, waiting for his opportunity to make it. But this is that same turn that Jury took a little bit too fast when Mr. OG overtook him on the last lap.
Yeah, we can see Jury catching up to him on the time there, but now 2 seconds behind Jury. We have slowed down just a little bit. This was where Mr. OG messed up before, but he's not going to this time, and he's going to come toward closing out this lap now.
Wide turn, though. If Jury's going to make up the distance, it's going to have to be off of that. But I think on this straightaway, he hit it too cleanly. Mr. OG is going to go ahead and finish this first in race place. Yes.
First in race place. And it looks like he actually finished 5th. So we were watching a battle of 5th and 6th. I guess all that damage that they took on earlier, it really made them pay the price. I was wondering why they would still be in such a leading position if they had to take those corners so slow. But it looks like it was just a battle between them that we were spectating. There were a lot of other times up there that finished before them. Not as damaged, not as much contact.
Currently, it looks like a lot of the Bandits are leading in terms of times. They should be red team. But as long as all of them finish, they should be pretty safe here. And this is Lovejoy. I don't know how close he is. He's on his 3rd lap. How many more turns do you have there, buddy? You got 2 more turns. If you can just be a little bit safe, you don't want to crash into the wall here. You have 10 seconds, and that might seal the deal. This is going to be a huge time penalty because he's not able to get off the finish line.
Oh, man, yeah, that's definitely going to seal it.
He's
not crossing.
This might legitimately cost him the win.
Yeah, I think it. Oh, no, it looked like Jekyll also did not finish the race. Oh, or just now telling him that he finished 3rd.
So you can see these DNFs. So the DNFs are.
Oh, he finished 3rd DNF.
So it goes based off of your entire team scores, how it's done. So he still finished 3rd on his team.
Okay.
And so we'll have to wait to see what the call is to see who actually ends up winning Forza. But they're going to have to start getting Need for Speed set up pretty quickly. We are finally within an hour. That could be super close.
Yeah, the Bandits looked like they had a leading position, but I don't really know how many there are. It does look like we have a timeout, however, already. Sorry. We're going to head over to our Tier 1 head-to-head and take a look at what we've got between Jury and Chicken Tech. Following that game, this will not have the updated scores of Forza, but
you were right on the head.
Yeah.
Jury at that 5-5 mark. He has battled back and forth from being up 3-1, going down 3-5, now winning 2 more games, trying to keep his team as close as possible, staying even. And this is kind of what you expect from the Tier 1s. Both of them aren't coming out of this game clean. They're playing 2 players of what many would consider the upper echelons of the league, and that puts them in a position now to look very, very good. Neither one is escaping unscathed, but it just feels like Chicken Tech has a little bit more support today.
Yeah, and it's seeming like, honestly, Chicken Tech has one of the biggest loss ratios on his team now. 4 out of the 5 games that they've lost, he was a part of. That's really interesting coming out of your Tier 1. I'm actually surprised that he's been such a big impact on whether or not they win, some of the games in which he's been a big part in carrying, and some of which it seems like he's kind of detrimented in a few categories. It's something we'll have to go back and look at and see what the issue is, what games he's just not filling for. Maybe it's this cluster of racers that's come out, but typically he's been good at those.
I think that this is very interesting because I think Chicken Tech is one of those players that is very skilled and very good at games. But beyond that, a lot of what leadership and I think what KLiK specifically would have looked at him for has so much more to do with off of the field as opposed to on the field. When he absolutely is in his element, he knows how to lead a team and give it direction and point them in how they're going to operate, which a lot of people, again, don't understand is a strength bigger than anything. A lot of teams will kind of come together and will be 5 people playing, never turn into a team and never know exactly what they're trying to accomplish. But Chicken Tech is always able to find a way to pushes teams at least in some direction, which I think always gives them steam and the ability to kind of perform better than even some people imagine.
Yeah, definitely. Even this KLiK team, we expected great things out of them, and they're performing maybe even definitely better than we even thought they would against these Bandits. We do have a technical timeout at the moment. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this will be our last one of the day. But you know what? It's not going to be our last one of the week because we've got another technical timeout on Wednesday, and it's hosted by Logan Summit. It's a show that you can find on the UEL YouTube channel in our network. He hosts it at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch where he will cover all of the dirty details of the UEL. He will get interviews with players. He will ask the questions that I am way too afraid to ask because I think duck season can beat me up in video games, so I'm absolutely not going to ask him myself. And we'll find out what Logan's got in store for us on Wednesday. That is 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be one heck of a show this week because we had an action-packed weekend.
Absolutely, absolutely. I cannot wait to see what is in store. So please join us there. Drop in the YouTube chat and enjoy the premiere with us. Need for Speed, though. I was worried there for a second. I had to look to see if Jerry was possibly available for Need for Speed because if he's not,
yeah,
it could be a very different game. They
just
managed to just find a way, and I think they have all the talent there. This Bandits team, I know, might be looking ahead. You talked with Duck Season, said he sounded confident, so I think they're still locked into this game. But I'm interested to see where they go from here and what all the schedules look like. I think they had a solid start, and we need to see KLiK continue to be tested. Obviously, the game we talked about before, KLiK versus Reapers, needs to happen for us to find exactly where they fall.
Yeah.
They have to be somewhere in that, 1 or 2, as we mentioned before. But where exactly, I mean, with the way LAX gods are playing as well, they could be in that conversation. So we have to see where everybody, and that'll be, I guess, something for Logan for right now.
Yeah, to speculate on, yeah. I mean, I don't know. These Bandits, I do want to point out something really funny that's happening. We have a technical timeout. I don't think it has anything to do with Need for Speed. I think it has to do with math. I think that our staff on the floor is attempting to do math right now because of Forza.
The trap.
Yeah, I believe that math is keeping us from continuing in this game, so that's why we have our technical timeout. They're trying to do time addition out there and figure out because they do have to divide the times separately, not all by 5, but by 3 and by 4. So we'll see how long it takes them to figure that out, that they have to divide the teams by a different number. And then we'll get you your answer.
Nope. My brain started working on it the moment you started giving me numbers. My brain started working on it, and I was like, I'm not going to do that. That is for the people on the floor. Our amazing game master and production staff to figure out. That is not on us.
No, we just get to sit here and talk about how we totally could do it if we were there. But we're not, so we can't. It would already be done if it was us, but we're not out there, so unfortunately we're going to have to wait on them to do the math.
So while we do that, I'm going to give a quick recap, and I literally mean quick. We're going to go through all the games, but try to stay with me. All right, stay with me here. So the game started with Maelstrom with an impressive game, actually coming out of Jekyll, saving that, winning his team the game by 5 points. Then we had Checkmate Showdown with a beautiful performance from Scarlet. Chicken Tuck actually going down incredibly early, having a chance to seal it for his team, unable to do so. We got a forfeit because Chicken Tuck was available for Mortal Kombat into a forfeit after one race because Jury was up for CTR. The team, and this is where the train started in Overwatch 2. We saw the entirety of the team. It is incredibly difficult to pick out one player in that scenario that was able to stand out. Everybody was just clicking on all cylinders. They looked like an amazing machine playing out, followed by Global Figure taking over BlazBlue. A sweep there. But Boar and Jury finally fighting back. They're absolutely looking to fight back.
All right. It looks like the Bandits put another win on the board for themselves as we get the call that they ended up winning Forza. So that's just another inch that they take going back toward KLiK at this point. 15-6, that's a really difficult 9 games they're going to have to win in the next 50 minutes. So almost 2 games every 10 minutes.
Which is doable, but it requires you to really be on point with every single thing. You need to be setting up. Honestly, these other teams can take a little bit more time. And
Especially
again, they found their footing, though. This is the first time I think they've won. They've won 3 consecutive games for the first time. They have not won consecutive games prior to this point the entire way through the match. Lumina Rush, Street Fighter 6, Rainbow Six Siege, Football Club, NHL, Roller Champions, Skullgirls, college football, Midnight Ghost Hunt, StarCraft 2, Ejected Rivals all went over to the KLiK before we see this moment now where Wreckfest, Final Stand Ragnarok, and Forza have been played to bring us to a score of 15.
Where was this earlier, man?
I think that the other thing is like one FF has been used, and that FF was used because it was clear that the game was unwinnable from KLiK side.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the FFs I've even seen from the Bandits have been almost like respect FFs. Like, we don't play StarCraft. We don't play Ejected. We don't play MK on your level. I'm not going to even step into this arena and kind of show off. And it looks like, am I missing an FF? Street Fighter 6 was an FF because of setup. I forgot about that.
Yes, right.
But here we go in Need for Speed. I see Scarlet locked in there.
Yeah, and it's going to be Scarlet as our most wanted. You can see him right there getting his car ready to go. Going to be
WRX.
Subaru.
Scarlet is the most wanted, and it's going to be Jury, Duck Season, Scarlet, and Phoenix, I believe, should make up 4.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, the flip side, Chicken Tech Global, Jekyll, and Mr. OG up there running. And most wanted here from Scarlet, and I guess the WRX, we got to see how he's able to move, how he's able to avoid being chased. You are the most wanted. This is not the fastest car, actually, in the game. It tends to be a little bit tankier and a little bit more maneuverable, but you give that up for the sake of speed more than anything else.
Yeah, and with teammates like he has, there's definitely opportunity to get away even without that speed if his teammates can act as blockages for these cops and do their job correctly.
Valorant
We're going to get Valorant coming up next. That's got to be exciting for KLiK. Get back into something that they're good at. We're going to see a civilian car get crashed into by Scarlet, but those are not civilian cars. Those are going to be police cars making contact with Scarlet. Ooh, just barely scraping that back quarter panel now, taking almost a spin, but able to stay steady, causing that police car to crash into a civilian car, loses the momentum. Now he's got a teammate behind him. No, I'm sorry, that's a cop car. The lights just weren't flashing. That is another cop car. He cannot get away. Oh, my goodness.
That was almost an amazing play.
Barely weaved out of the way to the right. Wow, that was a great stop from that police car, but Scarlet able to weave out of there, but he's going to get hit again on the backside of his car. Crashes right into the barricade. Here's going to be another opportunity for these cops to trap him in. They're surrounding him.
And this is the danger of the WRX. While you have that extra maneuverability, which helps you get out of certain situations, all of the cops are already on top of you. You aren't just clearly outrunning anybody for free. You have 2 teammates here, but they keep every one of these officers are putting you into the wall. And I see Boar standing up, focused in. Playing Ghost driving the cop car is a crazy, crazy opportunity here. Or possibly setting up is going to be my guess. That makes a little bit more sense. Because I was in there and I was like, oh, we Ghost driving the whip. Amazing. Mr. OG here, though, on the cop car as he runs through trying. And the KLiK seem to be on top of Scarlet. Scarlet has to find a way to get out of the game as soon as possible. This is a great showing. I think immediately shows why cops end up being pretty popular here in the league for the purposes of the UEL and Most Wanted here in Need for Speed. I have to believe. Ooh, a spike strip.
Oh,
the cops hitting each other. Do they know where Scarlet? Oh, Scarlet made a right while everybody else went to the left. Scarlet's got some space and is running away with this. Has a couple of teammates now between him and the cops and is starting to get a little bit of space. But he has little to no health left on that health bar. Any more interactions could spell the end of it. And if I'm a cop, that's exactly what I'm doing. We bumping, we jumping. His damage is critical.
And he takes another bump.
I don't think he can take any more bumps. His team have to just act as bodyguards literally at this point. He needs as much speed and space. But I think 2 cops are down. I see 2 DNFs. These other cops have to get in. We saw the heroics from Jury, and now in this moment, we need to see, I'm guessing Chicken Tech has to be left there to find.
He gets passed by at about 150 miles an hour. Scarlet barely makes it out of that one by slowing down, and now he's headed toward the tunnel. He does have teammates between him and the rest of the cops, so this is a moment for him. This is where he can start to try and extend his lead, but he's going to need his teammates' help because those cop cars are going fast enough to catch him at this point.
And now I'm looking, and I'm going to say it to you now this way. I see Chicken Tech is still alive. We saw the heroics last week out of Jury. I'm looking at you as a tier 1. You got to be able to perform the same magic. He needs one more hit. Scarlet's just trying to get space. No. He hits the turnaround, trying to hopefully avoid the team. All of his teams are running. Are there any other cops to help him? I don't believe so. All right, cool. Let's see. Yeah, they just have to find it. Now, Scarlet cannot hit any oncoming traffic, which is really dangerous. And I hear the call come out from Chicken Tech. He's on his way back to y'all. Y'all have to be ready to make a play here. Y'all have to be ready to stop him.
Almost out of that circle.
Somebody needs to trap him, but he needs 30-second. And at this point, he realizes that we're looking possibly for a mistake out of Scarlet. As long as Scarlet takes these turns safe, he's staying on his side of the road. He's not going too fast. Chicken has to dodge all of what's left of the Bandits and catch up here.
Catching up
every step of the way. And another roadblock. He has to take this roadblock so slow. But I think that's it.
Oh, that's it. That's going to be a DNF from Chicken. Bandits are going to take another one. This is their 4th in a row now. They're going to go up to 7. So it's going to be 15-7. We have 43 minutes left. If Bandits are quick enough, they could try to run through these games. They're really fighting against the clock right now. Valorant isn't the quickest of games, so they're going to have to end this one really fast.
And where was this Bandits team an hour and a half ago? This game would have looked very different. I really am wondering now because you can't tell me 12 roles weren't your role.
Yeah, no, there's no chance.
I'm okay with like 1 or 2, and things kind of went a little sideways. But if you were just waiting for one of these games to roll, you found your footing, and maybe it was just that halftime where they were able to come together. Because since then they confidently forfeited a couple games, but have started finding more and more wins. It's looking good. Again, compliments to Scarlet as well. I was questioning the WRX pick, but managed to use the maneuverability to stay alive long enough for his team to find the win more than anything. But going into Valorant, as you said, I hope that we are playing with all operators. I really do.
Yeah, it would be nice to see them get a little versatile with it, but I don't think the Bandits care at this point. Now, the last game that we commentated, we were talking about the fact that you cannot have Hollywood be the backbone of every single game that you play and win every match for you. I have to say the same for the Bandits right now. You cannot rely on Jury to win every single game. You cannot just hope that you spin racers and then put Jury in every single time. There's going to be times when he's not available. You got very, very lucky the last couple of games. Yes, they have the talent to win a ton of games on this wheel against many teams, but this scoreline and the reason they're coming back is really because of one reason only. It's those top-tier players. It was Jury and Scarlet in that last one. Jury defending his teammate as well as he possibly could. DNFing cops that we never even saw come into the fray.
Absolutely.
I mean,
it was the fact that at the very end there, Chicken Tech was like, "Oh, he's coming back to you," and then it's like, "Wait, I'm the only one. How am I the only one left alive here?" But that was the story of the Bandits the entire day, where I think that they're one step away from finding a victory, but it was always like, well, is Jury there to take that step? Is Jury there to cross that line to be I don't want to just say the miracle, but what we need? And again, I think Jury and Scarlet have been performing well today. I've been seeing them both go in, win their games, find their moments, and maybe they're now working with some of the support they have to ultimately find better opportunities. You got to make your own wins. You can't always hope your opponent is going to make an error and you can take over here. We have a minute left going in here. I don't know what the Valorant lineup's going to do. I can tell you that him and Killer are going in on the side of him, Killer, OG, Chicken Tech, Jekyll would be ideal lineup if they really want to go ahead full send this on Valorant. And these are right. Scarlet is not who you necessarily want to keep available. I think they're holding him in case Tekken had rolled. They always want to have him up. But you would want Jury, Boar, Tegeta, Phoenix, And then probably like a Duck season, I think for Valorant to probably be the thing. But because here we have to send in Scarlet, I think you're still good. You put him on a safe position. He's still able to perform. Scarlet doesn't sell. This is one of those things that he's somebody that you just have to beat. One of the tried and true classics of the UEL are those players that are at a caliber where you have to beat them in the same sense of if they make a mistake, you have to capitalize in that moment. Not, oh, he made a mistake. No, it's already too late. They've probably recovered. And it looks like Duck Season's sitting down. Who else do we have here? I see Jekyll locking in a little bit.
Yeah, so I can tell you exactly who we had. We had the bottom 5 tiers from each team. It's actually the 3 through 7 from both teams right now that are in. So Jury was unavailable for this one, and Scarlet is being kept out on the side. And then the 5.
Those were the lineups.
Those were the lineups for
I
this
thought
match.
the lineups hadn't gone in. Oh,
no,
my.
those were the
I'm
lineups that we saw, yeah. Yeah. So it's the so what it, just so you know what it came off as is I thought that you were talking about who you would want ideally.
Yes.
So we still got good conversation out of it because Jury was not available and you would have wanted him in the ideal lineup. Unfortunately, not available. And what I was going to say after that was that does make it look a little bit shaky because I feel like KLiK has just about who they want for this one.
We do have open rosters.
Yeah.
It looks like I need you to understand. So I'm gonna cover really quickly what happened on the floor. There was a question. We've used different amounts of operators before in the past. To give you just a perfect example, before our game, before the Paladins played the Bandits, I literally walked up to Jury and said, I'm like, do you just want to do all ops and everything? I know we all play shooters. We have, like, all the characters. Do you want to do this thing where we check everything, or do you want to do all ops? And in this moment, I just heard Jury from the floor basically be like, just do everybody, bro.
Yeah,
I don't
just
care.
do everybody.
I just want to play the game. Can we get in?
Don't
and
make it
play
complicated.
Absolutely focused up and ready to go. Now, the reason why I was saying more of what I was saying, Lovejoy just got a PC, like within the last 3 months. Just got a PC, 3 to 6 months. So I don't know how much time on Valorant he has. Everyone else on that team, I think, probably has put some time in and some effort in. On the flip side of that, Killer is good, him is good. Global was getting there, Carnage is a shooter, and I know Jekyll's played a ton of it, having played with him previously. So if I'm looking purely at the idea of people and time, it's KLiK favored.
Yeah.
But you never know because, again, Phoenix and Tegeta, we haven't talked about you a lot today. This would be an amazing moment to step up. Your Tier 1 and 2 aren't in the game, and we're playing Split. Split is a map that is more traditionally for closer range, shorter engagements. Previously, there were more maps where you would see the Vandal shine, but actually the Phantom has come up in popularity, and it's always been more popular on Split where you don't have to worry about super long sight lines most of the time.
Yeah, it's nice to see us go back. It has been quite a while since we've seen Split, or at least since I have commentated for it. So it's going to be nice to go back to this classic, and it's always nice to see it when new operators come out as well. New what do they call agents in Valorant, right? When the new agents are really, I get all sorts of mixed up.
Everybody
Even in the games that I play, I forget.
They have to pick a different word just because, like, you can't be champions, you can't be soldiers, you can't
Heroes.
be operators. It is always, like you said, agents. And yes, Vise. We saw a little bit of play of Vise in the game earlier this week as well.
Oh, I got good news for you.
What?
We're going to see it again.
And
there was a lock-in.
It's going to be super exciting. A very interesting Sentinel character, usually meant to be defensive, but plenty of opportunity for this character to kind of make some plays and maybe play a little bit quicker. We are jumping into a technical timeout, so I ask for just a moment of your time while we get everything figured out there on the floor.
Yeah, we'll get all settled in, but you can see right now that Just Chicken Tech and Scarlet, I mean, that's ideal for you. That's the kind of people that you want to keep on the outs. When you have somebody left over, you want it to be one of your high-tier players that you're expecting to be able to cover anything at any time. So very good position for both teams. The only problem being that with Scarlet being left, he would have to save the team from a potential final ending round, because if KLiK go up and it's 16-7 here, the weight is on Scarlet to stop KLiK from getting to that ultimate win number of 17.
I think someone want to make sure that he has the final boss jacket available. We see him don it in finals and in playoffs when absolutely necessary, and this is one of those moments where Atlas needs to show up. We need all that weight's going to be on your shoulders. We've seen him do it time and time again, and I'm excited that it's this fighting game of all things being Die by the Blade coming up next for him to carry. But first and foremost, he's got to be pulling for his team. They found 4 wins in a row. Let's make it a 5th here in Valorant.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see. So Die by the Blade being 5v5. I'm actually interested for both of these teams. I'm not certain who would come out on top of that one. So there is still an opportunity based off of our next spin for Bandits to be able to come back up in this one. But we do have to get through Valorant first. It sounds like they're getting ready to go. It sounds like they're getting pumped up on the floor, so we should be getting it to you soon. But
I heard ready. No. I'm like, what? I'm like, who said that? All right, everybody's got to lock everybody back in. So let's see. And it does look like this. I wasn't going to say that until I saw it, but I had to confirm it. If there was one person playing a new character on stage, and we're looking at KLiK, I had a person in mind that was going to be doing it, and it will be Jekyll that is playing the Vise. Jekyll is playing the Vise, Killer on the ISO, him on the Reyna, Chicken Tech, it looks like on the Breach, and that leaves Carnage playing that controller role of Brimstone.
it really is. It's always Carnage. It's like the character that's just going to help out everybody else, it's Carnage. The character that's just going to kill everybody, it's Killer. This is a very straightforward team to understand when you watch the roles that they pick in these class-based games. You always know what you're going to get from them, from each individual player. Chicken Tech is going to be distributing kind of the roles to everybody, and of course they have the coaching from Sky Guy as well.
And now on the other side, I see a Yoru, a Clove, an Omen, a Vise, and a Neon.
And a Neon.
Lovejoy on Neon?
Huh.
Boar on the Vise. Duck Hunt, it looks like, is going to be piling that Omen. Tegeta on Clove, and Phoenix playing the Yoru, the duelist role. So let's see where we're going. We're looking at Killer to begin with. They do have defense here first. We do play Swift Play, so it eliminates a lot of the economic factors of the game, but it's still, these pistol rounds still have that same impact. Players have to be able to find their kills with minimal utility and minimal guns.
Yeah, there's less of the long-term economy, but that short-term economy only becomes even more important because you don't get that many opportunities to save, and you have to pick them really wisely. So it comes down to a team intelligence and just a kind of well-roundedness and intelligence for the game. You have to know what you're walking into and know what to be prepared for. When are you going to be able to come out of full buys? It's really hard to kind of soft buy in Swift Play because you're dedicating some of your money and kind of guaranteeing that you're not going to be set for any of your 4 rounds on the side that you're on. So we do see right now just going to be holding this corner for the moment, but they don't hear anything, so might make a rotate. Going to do a full rotate around the back and not go down the zip line. Doesn't want to risk anything. So they're making a full rotate around their spawn side here, and they're going to check. Oh, I thought they were going to check that high ground over top of the objective, but
Did the Bandits catch them with their pants down? Did the Bandits maybe find a timing where they could rotate through? I like the decision not to kind of take the risk to go into A main, that little down area there. And there Tegeta was lurking, waiting to find a kill once again. And now they have some way to get onto A site. They have a place to play off of. I like the patience from the Bandits and to see where they're going on Carnage, though not being caught off maybe by the same play, still playing just in case. And a plant has gone down. And he's setting up, looking to drop smokes down, trying to find an opportunity and finds a player. That was a great blade by Tegeta to pull people away from his team. And now tossing a molly there in the back corner to put pressure on them as he swings around the corner. But he gets flashes in the meantime and is dead before he even gets a chance to see who might be where. And I think that's a Bandits win. Yes, I see the Yoru available.
A heavy Bandits win. I mean, the KLiK did actually play it pretty cool. They made their rotation slowly. They didn't freak out, but Bandits did a good job of keeping the pace up and just not being able to let KLiK settle in anywhere. So even though the KLiK played it steady and they were trying to make smart plays, Bandits simply outbrained them. They made the rotation they needed to make and moved quickly when they knew that KLiK wouldn't be certain where they wanted to hold down. So really good play by the Bandits there. Even you could see even Carnage with one of his teammates getting killed from behind him. He tried to stay patient and swing the corner, but Bandits had set up such a great crossfire. They easily took down him and that final KLiK teammate.
And now we're watching Phoenix here on the Yoru, looking to be that entry duelist for his team. He wants to be the first person in, get a kill or two, put some pressure, just holding this angle while the rest of his team starts to move into position to maybe execute on the side. They're once again playing this very slow opportunity and this slow chance, looking now, peeking around the corner, and they're just dropping the smoke preemptively here, wanting to be safe to make sure if anything's happened. I think he was hoping that it would go around the wall.
Yeah, it got stuck on the corner. Unfortunately, it slowed down and just got stuck there. So he won't be using that phase most likely, but he is going to send up a flash and get a kill out of it, but it's going to be a trade from the high ground, that Reyna with the Spectre.
And managing to trade one is always a good thing, but now we look at Duck Sealing scaling up through mid, is able to find a kill there on to Carnage, and that's great, but we know that him is somewhere up here in the top part, and him has to be looking for a kill, a big kill. He's healing. I hear him immediately calm out the Reyna. Lovejoy now peeking out very slowly. Lovejoy doesn't look as comfortable here, but here we go. I've said it before. He's Himothy, and this is one of his games, but it looks like Tegeta has his number, drops him down, and this comes down to one more player, Jekyll, with his LMG. Let's see if he's able to find it. He's taking his time, clearing his corners. He's looking to see if he sees anybody, checking what guns are available to him. Sets it. Don't know if he wants it there specifically, but we will have to see. Jekyll has to find a play here. What is he going to do? They throw out the slow field to try to buy themselves a little bit of time using the Vise, and he's going to have to commit here at some point. We know that there was one heaven, and he has to assume there's one on site. Let's see. And he manages to get a kill. And Jekyll with the 2 kills, with the third player lurking around, manages to get the kill. Almost heroics there from Jekyll, topping his team's leaderboard, it looks like, and finding the opportunity to get a little bit more pressure for his team. Just some good play out of the Bandits. Once again, each one of these rounds, they're managing to have that one extra man they need to always win these last gunfights, despite the heroics of various KLiK members.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there were 2 that round, both him and Jekyll getting a 2-piece, but they weren't able to close out that final player. You need more of the team to be putting in the work. Maybe use more of the utility to your advantage. It seems like they might not be using it properly when they actually want to. So we see that Omen smoke going out into position there on 2 very, very good choke points for them to start moving
now, this
forward
is a
onto A.
much faster execute than we'd previously seen.
It's also a split push.
Yes, so maybe finally deciding that, hey, we're going to put a little bit of pressure. We can handle it. Killer going down. This is who I'm looking for. That's going to have to start picking up kills if his team is going to go ahead and take this Valorant game. We saw him in what he was able to do in Siege, and this is another situation where we just need waiting for them to peak. I love that, just as a team sitting down and waiting. And now baiting in everybody to try to get that kill on the Clove, setting them up to all just walk into a firing squad of their own. And here we go, him having to play by himself. But if him can start getting some kills, he'll be in a great position. Reload, and he has to start playing because this Reyna is going to have to make, I think they made the full rotate. It's hard to say, though. They're putting smokes, and they might be baiting him in. We'll see here.
Wow, playing this slow for a single player is a huge amount of respect. They remember what happened last round when they went to him, and you can see that one player still on spawn. A nice blind, going to be a headshot for the kill there. Not going to pick up, okay, going to pick up the invisibility after that kill for some quicker
use that extra
movement
to cover a little bit extra distance.
Yeah, and we're going to see him go up to the high ground here as well. He's going to check that zip line, not going to find anything. They're all going to be hiding in the back. He's not able to make the turn, and him will go down and give a third round over to the Bandits. The Bandits are playing this one clean.
Absolutely. They found their footing. It's a little late in the game, but they found a moment. Val looks like a very strong game for them. I'm happy to see here. They're 3-0 before the swap, meaning that they just need to win 2 rounds on defense, and they seem to really understand the split map exceptionally well.
Yeah, this is it. If they can win this last one, they only have to take a single round after the side switch. It gives them so many opportunities. They want to take this in a clean 4-0 on the first half and then make this a short one because we've got just under 40 minutes left to go. They could probably get 7 games in if they try really, really hard.
And I like Boar there dropping the wall just to cover the flank in case somebody tries to come in. A little bit of extra knowledge and a little bit of extra timing. But once again, they're now caught in this checkpoint. I like the use of the Molly here. Completely slowed down their pressure and their opportunity to play. Setting up this trap as well for a possible flash. But they have sight. How did they get the entirety of sight already? Did they kill one person and maybe KLiK just gambled on 4 stacking?
Even Boar looks confused down there on the bottom right. He's not sure how it happened. They're all on site. It is 2 down now for KLiK. KLiK just invested way too hard into the other sites, or did not hold far enough up on their B site.
And he has his ultimate, which means when they approach this site, they're not going to have use of their primary weapons. They will only have secondaries, which makes these already hard fights even more difficult. And so they push, and a nice dismiss, but Boar is ready to go. Almost the heroics there.
Oh, Boar chasing him down, a little bit of disrespect, shooting the body there, but decides against it, show a little respect. Carnage finding it funny how he tried to get away, but yeah, this is going to be match point. It may be the only match that Boar and the rest of the Bandits have to play here on defense.
And now we're looking at how Boar is going to set up some of these traps. I don't know if he's considering what he's trying to do, or...
You chill here. Lovejoy, go here.
I was looking there for a second. I was like, Boar, we're looking for?
Yeah, I thought he may have assumed it was one of those abilities you have to wait for the round to start in order to use
Just
it.
peek it real quick. Don't
now waiting to put up this wall a little bit late. Now, if the enemy team is paying attention, they should be able to hear it when he goes ahead and sets it up. He has a flash behind him.
Yeah, I think he's actually going to wait for KLiK to start moving. That Omen just going to sneak right past him. He's like, I'll do it. I'll take care of it. I'll let you know if there's anybody there. And Neon already going down, and we can see that the Clove is also low for the Bandits. So a better offensive round from the KLiK, a better start than we've seen them in any round that they had on defense. We see two more go down for the side of the Bandits. Boar is going to take this fight now. Tries to land some shots, doesn't get any kills, but from behind he will die. Now it will just be that Omen we saw sneaking around with the shorty here. Let's see if he can sneak behind anyone. He's going to put up a smoke.
Know where he is.
Yeah, he can make his rotate now, but they do have information to where they're even taking their shots.
Tracer. He's just waiting for somebody to come in, and he's able to find the kill.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
And now the moments, I think that was the...
Oh, no. That was unfortunate. That was a flawless round coming out from KLiK. So showing that this is just a side of the map preference for both teams. We're going to see some Marshals and some SMGs come out because this is going to be a buy round with the minimal money that Bandits have right now. They have to invest everything into it. But with as much room as they have, they only need to win a single round. Is it really smart to be spending your money, or should you try to save and invest in a round where you can get high-power weapons?
I think it's a hard call. If you're KLiK, you buy out every round. You can't afford to lose another round at this point.
Yeah.
Whereas before, and they managed to, but someone's trapped. Can they use this wall to keep them safe just for a little bit? Nice job, Jekyll, throwing out a slow, trying to keep somebody trapped and buy his team enough time to be able to scale up here, but they're stuck. They have to make a decision. Are they going forward or backwards? You have a man advantage. You don't have to keep pushing this. And it looks like they've made their decision in this moment. In this moment, they have to just decide where they're going. And we see here, Boar waiting, Boar looking. We see a close smoke go down to cover the approach. And both teams have to figure out exactly what they're doing here. Boar does, again, can you look perplexed? He's like, wait, where are they going? What's happening? What is going on? And the kills start coming out here. It looks like they found somebody on the rotate and now trying to make a decision. Boar finally committing with his team, realizing like, whoa, they may be executing on the other site. I like this split, though, by the Bandits. They're very comfortable. Even when one person dies, they're like, whoa, don't move yet. Just hold, just wait. See what they're trying to do. Killer with the kills that we've been asking him for before, and this smoke is going to go down. One standing out, and they've sectioned off this back area.
Yeah, post-plant as well. The plant is down, a molly is down, a smoke is down. None of these players can move in. They have to wait, which means that they're just going to be more and more rushed. And you can see there a trade on the side of the objective, but now they know that Boar is on this corner, and he's going to get caught as he tries to swing it. His teammate goes down only a second later, and that'll be the end of that round. KLiK trying to make their way back up.
I think this is going to come down to who can find that defensive round first. Both teams seem to be able to get very close, find it, get it down to one or two people, but aren't able to close it out just due to the overwhelming offense of both of these double duelist compositions.
Yeah, there's only 2 rounds left for Bandits to try to pick up a defense, and you could see that KLiK have a really heavy lead right now in the economy. The economy just goes so fast in this game, and when you see Vandals on the side of KLiK, that starts to get really scary for the Bandits. they have not been saving much. So
Ooh, and him immediately starting to round off with a kill.
But it will be a trade because Yoru is going to get him. So him is down now. There is a smoke in the way. These four are still going to push in onto A, hoping that the entire team isn't there and they can get an early plant. Yeah, there is an opening. They're going to go for this early plant right away and take a 4v4. This is going to be dangerous for both sides, but more so for the Bandits now that there's an objective for them to play for during this fight. So they're going to watch. They're going to watch this smoke on the high ground here and see if they can get any kills shooting through it. There's a slow up there as well. So a very crucial point on the map kind of choked off.
Something systematic I'm knowing out of KLiK is they all have their roles. These seem to be very practiced executes for how they want to cover these each spot. Global picking up 2 kills, doing an amazing job of holding his team down. That's another one that's 1 left. You should know where he is.
And Flash, there's an opportunity for him to go down, and he will go down. So 1 more round remaining for KLiK to bring this one back.
Shout out to Global for the 3K as well, picking up 3 kills while maintaining. He got in, got the spike down, stemmed his team, and picked up 3 kills. That is everything you can ask for out of a Brimstone initiator.
Yeah, you would consider that more of a support player than anything. You're not expecting them to pick up all the frags. You're expecting them to set you up for them. So he dropped a little bit of a fine, I'll do it myself on that one. And we're going to see this same setup coming out from Boar. If it ain't broke, I mean, we won't know if it is because he's only been able to use it once so far. So we'll just have to see what happens. But this could be a real big decider. Bandits have to get it together and be the first team to win a defense here on Split.
And Killer going down early, this could be the round. They'd managed to win those initial frags, but Jekyll picking up 2 to put his team in a commanding position. Each one of these is going to matter. Are they able to get this plant down? And are they willing to play post-plant from here? Yes, the plant's down. And so here we go.
Yeah, once again, a really fast plant on A from the team. This time, though, only 3 players from the Bandits. It looks like they're going to split up and attack from different angles. I believe that was the Neon on the high ground that just went down, although the Omen is able to be taken out. So it's a 3v2 now. It's not too heavy-handed. There was an alarm set off there. They know where he is. They're going to try to swing him from 2 angles. He's not able to get one. Just going to try to shoot through that wall now with this Odin.
And a nice ultimate. That is an amazing use, knowing that this is that 4th round before the potential overtime that comes through. Both of these teams have managed to find the offensive wins. So who has the defensive play here? It looks like the wheel, the goddess of the wheel has blessed the KLiK to have this offensive round. So now to the Bandits is do or die. You have to muster up the strength to continue the streak to 5 games by finding a win in this moment. You've been close each and every single time. And my first thing here is stop peeking round start.
Yeah.
Stop. You win, but somehow every single time it leads to a fast plant that ends up costing you the round. I get you trust your aim, but play a little bit slower. Just let them. They seem to be willing to blow a lot of utility just starting the game off. Let them. Let them.
Yeah, whether or not this is a win or lose. Oh, that's a quick kill for the Bandits. That is a good start. That's what they were looking for. Now, just don't let this turn into a trade because that's what always ends up happening when they always lose their lead. They did turn it into a trade, unfortunately, to get it going down. Doesn't look like the flash did go out, so they're not going to push it yet. It looks like the KLiK want to make a rotate at the moment. Very smart decision. One of them does get caught.
Killer gets caught.
They do know the position of that Killer, though. Killer's killer. They know exactly where he is, so they're going to try to make this quick rotate and catch up to him. Maybe don't quite know his position anymore. Looks like Global is going to make his way back toward the team. It's a fake rotate, and they're going to push right back toward their team now.
If they can get this plant down, I would feel confident in their ability to hold this. All of these players have managed to pick up multiple kills, if at all possible. This position that Global's holding is a little bit scary.
Yeah. And not quite as useful to his team at the moment. They know now that there are contending operators on A.
Wall up. There's the slow. They're holding just in case. They have to win a gunfight. If KLiK wants to take this win, they need to win this next gunfight. But luckily, they're playing that extra man. That would absolutely be the spike. Now that it's down, they have to deal with it.
Oh,
Carnage finding it
through the smoke.
I told you every single time, people sleep on
It's
Carnage.
a double.
Yes.
That was a double. Oh, my God.
In those moments where you need him, he's locked in, he's focused, he knows his job, and he executes it. But he dies in A main.
It's a 2v2 on the objective.
This is a really dangerous.
Oh,
This is dangerous. He doesn't realize. Oh,
He's
he got away
flashed.
with it.
He's flashed, but the teammate not able to pick up on it. It's Jekyll. Jekyll has to swing him. He doesn't know the positioning. It's going to be a teleport in. Is he going to land the shot? He's unable to land a shot.
Let's go.
Jekyll finally
And
taps his head.
That is Jekyll. I need you to understand. First and foremost, practice defense.
Yeah.
Side note.
Both
but in that
teams.
moment, as someone that has played with Jekyll, Jekyll has been in that moment before, and there is nothing that he doesn't. He understands that moment of you just give him space, you give him a chance, and he's able to find those moments. A great closeout to a great game of Valorant from both sides. But KLiK in that moment, finding that last little bit, and maybe that is the difference right now between these two teams. That last little bit.
Yeah, I think we can say there's a few more differences than that, unfortunately, the way this game has gone. It is 16-7. It's not quite as close as we wish it was. The Bandits have struggled to pick up some wins that should have been theirs, but they've also been heavily shut out in other situations. So in a couple of games, when you have games against the KLiK that you're going to lose so heavily against them, you can't have games that you're also contending them with, because you have to be winning Valorant a lot cleaner than that if you want to be able to contend with KLiK. KLiK are already going to take a ton of games off of you, so you have to have more than just almost winning Valorant.
Because at the end of the day, that last round came to, did you get offense or not?
Yeah.
Because if either one of those teams had just had one good defensive round. They had an okay round. They picked up kills. They got it to a 1v1. There were heroics. There were chances, but yet somehow both teams consistently got plants off.
Yep.
Both teams. And again, that last round, you and I both were pretty shocked. They had the early pick, and you were even like, hopefully they don't trade it back.
And
it gets
immediately.
traded back.
Yeah.
And then I'm sitting here and I'm like, somebody has to make a play. Carnage is on that ramp. He sees the flash go through the corner, shoots it, and says, hey, I need to swing now. Throws a stim. Swing. Takes a shot. Hits one. And you and I are both like, okay, that's one. And then all of a sudden, no, that's two. He caught somebody maybe transitioning up ropes.
Yeah.
And now his team's in a position. And after that, Duck Season, the rookie, teleports in, gets flashed, still finds the headshot to put his team in a position to be able to possibly win.
1v1.
And it turns out a tier 7. Jekyll, left alone, finds that kill that secures Valorant and puts his team on game point.
Yeah.
That is something. There are 33 games for people at home. I'll do a little bit of math. 33 divided by 2. Is a little over 16. 16 divided by 16? Well, technically 16.5, but don't worry about that.
Yeah.
All right? But what that means is if you hit that 17-point mark, it is incredibly difficult for you to actually – impossible. There we go.
Yeah,
that's
it's impossible.
The word. Like I was waiting.
Yeah.
I was like, difficult seems like the wrong word.
No, it is impossible for you to lose if you reach 17 points. You are mathematically decided as a winner of the game. So if KLiK are able to win this Die by the Blade, they just have to put all their mental brain power into this. Now, they do want to collect more wins, obviously.
We get to see it. Jekyll is going in. For those that don't know, Jekyll plays this game on mouse and keyboard.
Okay, mouse and keyboard, very interesting.
And I'm happy. He plays a lot of games on mouse and keyboard, and so it looks a little bit more chaotic to everyone else at home because Jekyll is out here absolutely typing away on his keyboard, figuring out his keybind.
A, E, C, and Q are his stance positions, not WASD.
So... Ooh, he looks for the big stab, and here we go. Player 1, so the left side is going to be the KLiK. Player 2 is going to be the Bandits.
Good retreat.
Nice job, nice parry. And he's sitting across from Jury. Red parries on both sides, so both of them kind of figuring out the timing. Nice, another red parry. I need to see a few more feints from both of these players. Both players seem a little bit parry happy, and it's going to be an opportunity. Nice management of stamina. Going to the middle stance. Jekyll just looking for this opportunity to kind of end the game. Isn't able to find the next move. Steps in, steps back. Low on stamina. And Jekyll loses his head, I believe.
Yeah, that'll be the first round only. We do play this to 2 rounds, so each player has 2 lives in Die by the Blade. And just running in for a finisher, Jury doesn't give him the respect that he should, and he gets caught by that on the overhead. No perfect parry coming through.
Ooh, and I
nice
like
fake.
that parry or the fake, as you said, the feint just ultimately catching Jury. Jury's still ready for it, but manages to get the little stab in and the poke in.
Yeah, it was a nice shot. He did end up losing 1 life to Jekyll, but Jekyll plays this game on mouse and keyboard, and if he's got a different style than everybody else, it tells you that he's got a way he likes to play the game. If he's got a way he likes to play the game, it means he likes to play the game. So beating a player like that first thing is great from your Tier 1, but when you get a Tier 7 that can take a round off of a Tier 1, that also says good things about your team.
Absolutely. So who we got sitting down next? I'm trying to send you square up in the camera. That Mr. OG, I see the hat.
Yeah,
it looks like a Mr. OG ready to go and jump in. Jury versus OG. Let's see who's able to find it. And using the double swords, doing a lot of movement. Ooh, and catches him, and that should be Jury done on the sticks.
That is it for Jury.
They're going to have to swap one more time.
Yeah, they're even now.
I think we're going to get another wheel spin to see what will likely be our last game.
Yeah, because this is the decider on whether or not this will be a win. And F1 would be next, so it would be a 1v1 coming up next. What an amazing game.
Chicken Tech versus Jury. Please tell me just to close out this game.
They are both playing right now, so unless it was a full reset, I would assume probably not. I don't know. It's possible that they were.
Give me something, man.
Yeah, listen, I would love to see it. I really hope that they're available. I guess there are a couple of scenarios where they could be available, so it's very possible.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Oh,
step up.
How much stamina?
Nakamura, one of these heavier, bigger stamina characters. Looking for the cinematic and Chicken Tech. Or Mr. OG with the spacing. I said Chicken Tech. Ooh.
Great patience. Yeah,
Mr. OG looking like a fighting game player.
Yeah, really.
Perfect space and just looking for his opportunity. Love a little bit of everybody just kind of sitting there and like, you got to press buttons. Just go ahead, do something. Go ahead, do something. Look for the big swing. Doesn't get the slash, but keeping this pressure up with Tony. Each and every single one. The red parry's enough, though, to get him killed. Boar looking for the opportunity.
Yeah, 1 life for each player now. Once again, they've each taken a life off each other. It seems like this is just going to be the way it goes, very back and forth. Kind of sounds like the way this game's been going so far. Now, we've seen a lot of diversity with these dual blades. We've seen a lot of different ways to approach, some from far and some very spammy up close. So it always keeps you guessing what's going to come out. A few parries, a nice red parry there as well. The approach comes through, goes for the low, doesn't connect. Still swinging, but Mr. OG unable to connect everything. So they're going to create distance, and we're going to have to see who's going to approach next. In the little back and forth dance, it does seem like it's Boar's turn now, and we'll see Mr. OG going to come in after. Try to burn down the heavy stamina, and he does catch him off position, able to take the kill. So Mr. OG taking the 3rd life in his run here, taking out a 2nd player. And now it's KLiK with just a 1 life advantage on a single player.
Absolutely. So let's see who's next. Taygeta sitting down, and we will see where we move to in a bit. Again, Die by the Blade is a really interesting game because of how swingy it is. You really have like these different characters, and you have the different weapons, and everybody kind of finds their style. And I don't think we've had anyone that's kind of jumped out as like incredibly strong immediately.
Yeah, there have just been a few players that seem like they're going to have something to say in this game, and they've got, you know, maybe want this to be one of the ones they have on their roster. And Mr. OG is going to go down, so it might not be him putting on the insane 5-man run performance.
But it is him sitting down to pick up the sticks. Shout out to the young GOAT himself. Him is looking to take names, and I want to see what setup he ends up going for. Looking at the Tony Monk, looking at the Wakazashi. What are you looking for? And he opts to take a very similar setup to as Mr. OG. But playing into this long range, you have to kind of find that way to cross the gap really quickly.
Yeah, you have to close that distance. And we're going to have to see if he plays the same style, because that's one thing about playing against players that have the same character, weapons. They don't always play exactly the same style. They might lean toward a certain stance more heavily than another.
And this is why he's the young GOAT, immediately button checking, even if he was just resetting his controls to be completely safe and to be completely sure, making everything is standard Here we go, doing the little steps. And this time catching him using a slightly different variation of the combo, the sequence there to catch the player with his arms up and to get a slice in. This is where the mind games are starting to run. And he managed to get to the cutscene as well, dropping down Taygeta before he even has a chance to react, and that would be Taygeta off of the sticks. Next up, who do we have? It's Scarlet Phoenix, and it looks like Phoenix has taken his opportunity and taking his chances in the ring.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Taygeta on his way out, it seemed like he was just a little bit – he should have been more hesitant about his approach because of the way that him was kind of spamming his way in. He would go heavy on the attack, and if Taygeta would have just left a bit of an opening, he could have waited to kind of take his turn, but he kept trying to make an approach when it wasn't certain whether him was finished with his move set or not. Like right now, you see him dashing in, and he's going to pay for it by running out of stamina and taking a slice from the sides. That's already a life lost.
Him did a great job of trying to hide the little dash up in his sequence, but because – and there we go. He tries it again. It gets parried, and that's a quick and easy kill coming out of Phoenix. All that's left is Killer and Chicken Tech. I have to expect Killer to sit down here next. And again, this is what, Tier 3 versus Tier 3, I believe, looking at the two teams. Both players kind of playing this role, and I feel like they've both had their high moments today. Obviously, Killer showing out a little bit in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah. Definitely had those shooters on lock.
Let's see which one puts their team in a position to win this Die by the Blade, though.
It is going to be a quick first elimination coming out from Killer. He's going to put that first life down, and now he just has one more that he has to pick up. Once again, playing the same character. Oh, my goodness. The approach was immediate.
Didn't even give him a chance. Just knew the range and felt really confident to just swing there and clip the edge of Phoenix's character. And here we see Scarlet sitting down. What weapon does Scarlet end up going for? Does he also opt for the Wakizashi? It does look low.
Like
this weapon has a lot of very interesting properties, and it puts a lot of pressure on your opponent. It's similar to like Rushdown, I think, in a lot of other games. And so it doesn't surprise me here that Scarlet just believes, like, from a fighting game fundamental, he can absolutely just win from that point. So pulls out the weapons, and here we go. Let's see what we're looking for. One swing just to kind of test the waters.
Yeah, it looks like Killer giving a little bit more respect here. Going with that same combo that we saw, though, previously from his teammates, and will connect on that. It seems like he just seems to get everybody on that swing overhead.
It has a deceptively long range. A lot of people will step in thinking like, oh, well, like it doesn't go this far, and next thing you know, your character is down and you've lost a round. Ooh, a nice job trying to go into the stab. Is able to deflect. That's a beautiful deflection. Both sides kind of paying attention to what's going on, but you're out of stamina. You have to give yourself a little bit of space. But Scarlet isn't going to let you just for free do whatever. And he manages to use the cutscene, use the sequence, the finisher there to finish up the game. And there we go. I'm reclined. I think KLiK can finally breathe. Recline, sit back, because they have absolutely found their victory. With that 17th win on the board and Die by the Blade, they have sealed their victory over the Bandits. 12 minutes to spare. I'm a little bit happy.
Yeah, first win of the season locked in for them. The Bandits still with an opportunity to close the score line a little bit, change up the records. It's, you know, there's always that possibility that something crazy happens this season. The teams play each other twice, and they each win one, and we have to go down to score line of the game. So you want to pick up as many games as you possibly can.
Scarlet versus Chicken Tech.
It is going to be Scarlet versus Chicken Tech. Okay, it would have been lovely to see Jury in on this one, but Scarlet versus Chicken Tech is still very, very exciting.
Absolutely.
Tier 1 versus Tier 2, a 1v1 game. If this one goes the distance, we're going to probably only get one more game. I would love to see this one not just go into like some crash out in the first lap. I would like to see this one go.
Well, it all comes down to, I know Scarlet's been working on a lot of the racers, and so it just comes down to where does he stack up. Chicken Tech has always been one of the best F1 players in the league and has consistently posted those top times. So I have to believe that he's not gotten worse since joining and maybe being a teammate with Jerry. I think the two of them maybe finally had a chance to hone, you know, steel against steel, get better against each other. And so we have to see where we go. But with 2 minutes left on the clock, we will see. And if that does crash out happen, we do have another game on the wheel, which I think KLiK is more than happy to play as many games at this point as available.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they've already got the win at this point. It's just practice for them. The Bandits actually have something to fight for. KLiK, I think, are pretty comfortable in their seating right now.
Absolutely. So 2 minutes on the game clock, and I'm excited to see where Scarlet is. So I want to kind of jump into some of those questions we had at the top of the day, maybe cover them while we get set up here. So yay or nay, Lovejoy over Lucci?
I gotta say, Lovejoy did not make the impact that he needed to make today. If I'm on the Bandits and I'm making decisions for this team, Lovejoy just didn't hold up. We might need to put in more data, give maybe another opportunity against a team that isn't KLiK, but I still think that Lucci being available would have given them a better chance in some of these games that they ended up losing. Some games that Bandits should have contested in and ended up just getting wiped by the KLiK. There shouldn't have been that many games that they were like pushed so hard on, and they really were. They lost to a whole lot of pressure from KLiK, and I think Lucci can hold up to that a little bit better.
Okay. Yay or nay, KLiK is the team to beat in Season 9.
I want to say I'll get back to you after everybody's second game.
Okay, that's
I
fair.
want to see where the Reapers, Cyclones, and X-Gods lie in their next matchups. I want to see them take on some of these tougher teams, and I want to see who stands that test better, because that's going to be the deciding factor. It doesn't have to be KLiK versus Reapers. It doesn't have to be Cyclones versus X-Gods, but I want to see them at least take on some tougher teams and figure out where they really all are. Ravens are in there. They're in the conversation, but I don't know if I consider them at the top or still in the middle. I'm not quite sure yet. So I'd say my top 4 right now would be KLiK, Reapers, Cyclones, X-Gods. It's going to be the Bandits and the Ravens that have to prove themselves, because I think they're next in line.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Last but not least, chocolate or vanilla? Yay or nay?
You're blowing my mind right now, but when you asked your last question, I was going to say chocolate as a joke. When you didn't even ask about chocolate and vanilla, that's actually crazy. Also, chocolate, no questions asked.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. People
No
at
questions
home
asked.
had to ask the question.
There is nothing wrong with vanilla. It tastes fine. People who say it doesn't have a flavor are kind of stupid, but if you say it's better than chocolate, you're also kind of stupid. Vanilla is for sure a flavor, but chocolate is chocolate, man. Come on.
As we enter this final part of the game, I would love to get an opportunity to look at the Tier 1 matchup once again, just so that we can kind of put a stamp in here, see what Chicken Tech's last game looks like going up here. And it's 6-5 and 8-5?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's supposed to be a 7.
It's supposed to be a 7.
But
I mean, we could see
that's
up there the 7 games that it is. It's the 4 racers, the 2 strategy, and the 1 shooter. To be they moved away from it. They knew they made a mistake. It's all right. But, yeah, 7 and 5. In a game when you're down 17-7. I mean, they only win if Jury's in.
No, that's my
they literally only win if Jury's in.
In 12 games he's gone in for, the 7 wins they have are absolutely the games he's in for.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, and I think it says a lot about the Bandits that they laid their cards too heavily on one thing. There are competent players on that team, but there might be a little bit of a skill diff between first and the entire rest of the team.
And looking here on top
and it's
bottom,
4th and 5th.
Scarlet is on top, and Chicken Tech is on the bottom.
Scarlet zoning him out, moving along. We got DBZ coming up next. It sounds like some people a little bit upset out there that we might not be playing it, but we'll see what happens. Right now, we do still have Scarlet in the lead in 4th place. Chicken Tech right on his tail. Chicken Tech notably plays this in first person, and we have seen a lot more players moving over to first person as well. But Chicken Tech's the first player I can remember that did it and kind of set a standard for having those tighter angles and knowing exactly how much space you can take.
Exactly. And here we go, Scarlet taking the turn. And he's right here just kind of sitting on Scarlet's tail, and he seems pretty comfortable to be there. While Scarlet is dealing with these NPCs directly in front of him. Ooh, that is a tight turn.
No.
Some damage to the front of the car.
Chicken Tech is taking a lot of damage. That's control over the vehicle as well that you lose when you lose those fins on the front. Oh, my goodness. Luckily, no damage, but Chicken Tech has to be really careful about the quick turns that come up here. Tries to wreck his opponent, but ends up wrecking himself. That's going to be
And
Scarlet
Chicken Tech-
taking the win. Scarlet just beat Chicken Tech in F1. Chicken Tech, I think, messing around a little bit because they hit that 17 mark, just messing around. And I think when Dragon Ball rolled, some of the players out there really wanted to play it. That might have something to do with why this happened.
I can tell you Global and Jekyll want to play it. Lovejoy wants to play it. So we'll see. We'll see. It should be a fun game to close out the day.
Yeah.
Players should be more than happy to get in the game and take an opportunity. And I think that I hear it, a little bird. No, actually, that is 2 cables. That's AV coming to talk to us live on the stream.
So excited that they beat Chicken Tech.
He's a top racer. You got to be excited when you get your wins.
Hey, man, I just think that Sky Guy probably should have been in Chicken Tech's ear to let him know what's up.
That's true.
Chicken Tech tried to crash out Scarlet, and it didn't work. And now everybody's chanting Scarlet's name.
GM Diff. The KLiK might want to look into getting a different GM there from Sky Guy. I would have stepped up here. I don't know. A really disappointing day there from Sky.
Definitely one of the worst. I mean, his team is only 17-8 right now. They're not very good. They've only locked in a guaranteed win. That's not really a great thing to do.
Yeah.
You kind of stink. I don't know why it's not 33-0.
Exactly. You know, we expect a little bit higher out of you.
Yeah, unfortunate. He'll be replaced in the upcoming weeks. Logan will talk about it, how Sky Guy is just the worst manager in the UEL. But, I mean, moving along from that, Bandits, it's not the worst scoreline ever. I guess having 8 points on the board is fine, but a 9-game difference, that doesn't really speak top of the pack to me.
This is the interesting thing to me, because this game brings to me a lot more questions of the Bandits. First game of the season against the Paladins, they came out, they looked really good, they looked really strong. Now they've played the KLiK. I don't know where to put them on the board, right? I don't know where they stack up, because both games kind of ran away from one of the teams.
Yeah.
And so now I have to say, like, cool, Bandits, like you said, what do you look like in your next couple of games, depending on your opponent? How do you end up stacking up so that we can get a real feel for the field? And on the flip side, KLiK, the hard part is now doing this again, because we have you up there, but if you start to show maybe holes in your armor, maybe you get a little bit too much comfortable, then all of a sudden, yeah, this team that has made a statement's a lot less effective.
Now, I will also bring up another point, is that not all of these players have guaranteed positions in these spots. Some of these players could change up. I think your top 5 are pretty solid, but I do think that there's a chance that Carnage and Jekyll, if things aren't in their favor for needing to counter some of the other side, whatever team they're going up against, it is possible that some of these other players could fill in these spots. And honestly, despite Jekyll being in the 7, it is Carnage in the 6 that I'm looking more at. Kind of like the Lovejoy position today. I think there is a little bit of discussion on that team of Carnage's spot being able to be swapped around a little bit depending on if they need his strengths or not with the team they're going up against. And it's Carnage knows very well that it's nothing against him, because I think he's totally on board with the plan as well. It's something that he's like, yes, I have my strengths. I know where my faults are as well. But today he put on a really good showing of being the go-to guy. He's not number 2. He's not number 3. Yet somehow he's the right-hand man every single time. When there needs to be a call-out, when there needs to be a play, a double kill in Valorant, a player to support your your heavy damage dealers in Overwatch, he's always there, and he's extremely reliable. Killer, on the other hand, he's like the silent but deadly of this team. He has not been making a loud uproar, but man, has he been putting some really scary performances on in these shooters. Yes. His category that he specializes in, the reason they brought him on this team, he is not disappointing. So at the very least, he's doing what he's supposed to do. If the KLiK determine that that's a tier 3 spot, then Killer's a tier 3 player.
Absolutely.
Other teams, I think, will have discussions about whether you should be more rounded in that position, but those teams aren't 17-8 against the Bandits.
That's absolutely true. DBFZ here should be getting started shortly. The timer is done, but these players are going to burn these timeouts and absolutely make sure we get into this game. Yeah. And what are the options? It looks like it's going to be Taygeta, Lovejoy, and Duck Season against Global Figure, Carnage, and Heckle.
Heckle, yes. Very nice. Okay, I like these lineups. I think this is going to be a tense match. So it is going to be a timeout for the KLiK. They're going to make sure that we go through on this one. And KLiK notably only using 1 forfeit despite all the space that they made here in this game and the amount of freedom they had to forfeit whenever they wanted. They were like, nah, I'm going to do my own thing. So
I think every team should be studying this game. These teams just in general, everybody on the board should be watching back this game, really taking notes. If you play the KLiK, you got to be prepared for it. If you play the Bandits, you got to be prepared for it. Both these teams, I think, putting on a showing and really starting to help define Season 9.
yeah.
And I think with that, we can now go back to that Tier 1 matchup. Now that KLiK has played more than likely his final game.
Yeah, that's
it. Looks
it.
like on the day 7 and 6 and 6 and
What?
6.
Jury, I mean, he lost. He won the battle, but he lost the war, you know. He did have the better record, but he will not end up winning this game. That is really impressive to be down double negative in this game. You are double negative, down by more than double the points of the enemy team, and you still have a positive record. That's a scary player.
Only racer he didn't win, that they didn't win, is the one that he wasn't in for.
Yeah.
That should say something if you're wondering about if Jury is still in form. I think that question had come up. He'd been stepped back a little bit the past couple of seasons. He is once again that dominant of a player. We saw him in the final stand. Ragnarok, he was a part of that for his team. Forza, he was a part of that for his team. Need for Speed, he was a part of that for his team.
But how frustrating does that have to be for a player like Jury to be putting in this work? You're positive by 1 game, so you have an impact of a +1 on your team. And every other time, it just gets dropped. So it looks like there were 8 games total where Jury and Chicken were actually against each other in this matchup. So out of the 12 games that Chicken Tech played, 8 of them he had to go up against Jury, 3/4 of them. So they had to go head-to-head, and Jury won out on a lot of them.
Absolutely. I think Jury is once again putting out a performance that proves his worth as a Tier 1 player. He's standing head and shoulders above, and it's going to come down a lot for these New York Bandits for who's going to step up to help him in the run that they're hoping to make this season.
Yeah, and we're going to get a little bit of news from the floor here toward the end of the game. AV's got something for us. What do you got, AV?
I didn't think the bots were playing today. But everybody being bots, they still have not gotten in Street Fighter yet, bro. I mean, I used to call it a Street Fighter. Dragon Ball Z.
Bots.
Look, the bots are coming over to me, baby. We still haven't gotten in the Dragon Ball Fighters at all with this timeout that KLiK has used. Look, Phoenix even left the building. He's gone. He's gone for the day.
Well, it's not like he doesn't know the results. We know how this one ended, so I could understand why he would need to get home. He's got to get some sleepy time before work tomorrow, but... yeah, this was a rough one for the Bandits. They started to come back at one point, but KLiK are a really solid team. We're calling another timeout here, so good to know. We are going to get into this Dragon Ball game. They're going to take their sweet, sweet time with it. They're just hanging out.
I feel for KLiK, by the way. Some of them are college students, and they're like, hey, it's Sunday night, and I probably have a paper I was supposed to do. Can I go ahead and, you know. And they're like, nah, we're playing Dragon Ball Fighters.
We're playing Dragon Ball
Go ahead, load up and lock it and be ready to go. So let's see what we have left on the table. Goodness.
Yeah,
Dragon Ball Fighters, though, had a huge patch. It's been a lot crazy.
Yeah.
We haven't seen some of that craziness on display just yet for the league. So I'm interested to see if anybody, and I truly mean anybody, in this building, global figure, drop some incredible sauce on us. It would be
I could see it being global. Lovejoy as well, I know, is big into fighters, so Tay Guetta's in there as well. There's a couple of people here. Jekyll seems like he's had his eye
he loves
on,
fighters. He loves
yeah, but
fighters.
he's seen, like, Jekyll seems like he's had his eye on other games lately, some of the weirder games on the wheel he's really been practicing up on and showing out on. So I have a feeling maybe he's not quite up to date. maybe he's not quite up on Dragon Ball, but we'll have to see if Dragon Ball Fighters' new techs are in his
and
wheelhouse.
don't worry, and don't worry, everybody at home. We won't hold you too much longer. If they got to call another timeout, I'll go out there and set it up myself. I got y'all. Make sure y'all can have Sunday dinner and enjoy your subs. So let's see what we have on the table. I don't know what Duck Season actually has in this game. I don't think we got a chance to see him play it, so it'll be interesting to see what the rookie brings to the table. You never know with these new rookies and what they're able to do, but what I do know is that when I'm in need of performance as an end-gamer here in the UEL, I look towards SurfThing PCs. They get you in fast, they get you in at top settings, and they allow you to play in buttery, smooth FPS ranges. If you're looking for a PC that can cover any and all the genres we play here in the UEL, the only PCs in-game approved, in-gamer approved, coming from an in-gamer myself, you have to check out SurfThing PCs. Head on over to surfthing.com and show them some love and pick you up a PC and get to gaming. I hope to see you in Season 10. It's, more than $1 million.
Well over $1 million grand prize, yeah. And
so grab your
total
SurfThing
prize.
and get prepared.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting It's already an exciting Season 9 we've got, so no wonder Season 10 is already going to be hyped up.
Absolutely.
But I'm really excited to see how Season 9 goes as we get toward the end game. We're starting to build up into the point where teams won't just have 1 or 2 games under their belt anymore. Starting next week, we're going to have teams that have about 3 games under their belt and then move into the 4 category the next week. And we're going to start to see where these standings line up within the next 2 weeks. We're going to know what our expectations should be for everybody. And people are going to have to live up to that. They're going to have to keep that solid performance or step up from poor performances that we've seen from just a few teams.
And ultimately, I think the question also has to be put out is, like, it always feels like there's somebody that starts off strong, but right around that middle part of the season, things change. So
yeah,
let's
last
see
year's
if things
X-Gods.
swing. And I hear the call from the floor like, yo, y'all got 30 seconds. We doing this or we're done. And it seems like they just might.
All right, I think we're heading in.
All right.
Here we go.
Carnage on S Broly, Global on Super Saiyan 4.
And what are we playing after this?
Nothing. We're going home.
It's going to be Halo
and
Infinite.
UI. And here we go. Tegeta
no,
immediately getting punched in his chest.
Dead by Daylight.
Boom. Knock him over. Knock him down. Dead by Daylight would be fun. I don't think we're going to play it.
Oof, the pressure is consistent even through the blocking. Just pushes him up against the wall, not letting him get down for a second. Gonna try to finish him without having a single touch on himself, but no, he will not be able to continue connecting, and now it'll be damage coming his way.
Stomp, stomp. Come on, you can get more stomps than that. Tegeta saying I'm not dying without getting some damage in. Swings back. That's a blue combo, though. That's not real. I need y'all to go ahead and check out. And catches him with the kick there. And here we go. Up next, jumping in his Duck Season on the Fuse Zamasu. Wait, let me find out. Let me find out that you got Fuse Zamasu loops. I might need to talk to you, sir. But I think Carnage said, hey, I heard you, Speedy, talking a little bit too much. Let me show you why they got me at the T6. It's every genre you put me in, I do my job. The level 3. So one of the new things is he's going to steadily build Mar while the super goes off. It is insane. I'm going to jump. I'm going to every single person in the world. Oh my God.
My goodness.
I am being heckled from the crowd. This is hilarious. He continuously grains meter now. That is the big change to the character. It's kind of insane. But Lovejoy on the Jiren. Big boss Lovejoy has stepped into the ring. There's a region the squad wanted to play it, and Lovejoy is looking to prove a point. Let me see it, but he's getting touched by Jekyll, and Jekyll is looking to end this game in style. And a nice job using Sparking. Sparking adds a lot of ability. Anybody can absolutely TOD, but he's got to get out of these combos first. And it looks like Jekyll's just keeping the pressure up.
Oh, yeah.
But here we go. Lovejoy starting to get started. Every little bit of damage is going to add up here. I see the health bars disappearing. Jekyll, once again, boom. Hey, yo, do I get a level 3? Yup. He brought him up to bring him back down. All the damage here. Jekyll's going to have one more opportunity, but Sparking is getting close to running out here. Let's see who gets the opportunity. Lovejoy steps back, looks for the vanish, doesn't end up catching anybody, but Global figures in here now, and I was asking for sauce. Let's see if he has it, because it looks like Lovejoy is ready to end the game, but Global gets started. No more Sparking, no more chances. Global figure might just do it. He drops the combo. What was that, Global? I need you to do better there, buddy.
He's on his way to closing out.
And this should end the game. No Sparking to save him. No bog him. And that will be the KO, not just of Dragon Ball fighters, but of the Bandits in a 18-8 victory in favor of the KLiK. You see the love coming from both of these teams. Everybody happy. everybody ready to go. A book close event on another great week of UEL. It's been week 2 of the season.
Yeah, it's already off to a hot start. We had an amazing week of UEL already. KLiK winning by double digits on the Bandits. I don't think that was expected. I think there were people talking about the KLiK being somewhere between mid-tier and just getting into the upper echelon. KLiK might be the team to beat depending on how this next week or two goes. We're going to have to see. But that is a dangerous squad right there. When you have Global Figure as your number 5, Jekyll as your number 7, that's not a team to be messed with because everybody above them is on fire. So we're going to get a couple of post-game interviews from both sides here. I don't think the Bandits are too out of it. They seem like they kept good spirits here, so but I'm sure KLiK are going to be really, really excited. So we are going to head over to those interviews in just a moment.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh, my God. Plant. So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is... You can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so...
Yeah.
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be...
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh, my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is... You can get to level 30 and have both...
So I'm joined here with the Bandits. Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. And the first question I had is a really important question that I know that you are itching to answer. Where do y'all think y'all stack up in the league right now? Just let's get to that. Oh, yeah, see, you thought I was going to.
No, it's okay. We had a discussion before, but definitely where we stack up with the league, I'm feeling very confident. Very, like, at the moment, it's like certain teams are a little bit of a hard matchup for us. This is definitely one of them. They cover a lot of games that we are kind of like getting the hang of at the moment, but I definitely say towards the end of the season, the matchup between this team might be a little bit different than it was today, just with the more versatility that our team gains.
Definitely saw in that second half y'all picked up some steam. What did y'all do during the halftime to maybe refocus the team, get everybody's head? Because y'all came out strong in that second half, really putting on the performance.
Yeah, I can take this one.
Yeah, you got it.
We kind of like discussed, it's like this is a learning experience. We're still like a new team. We're still figuring out everything that we can do. We had a good experience with the Paladins, but we know that's only one team. So playing another team and, they have different strengths in different areas. We're just kind of like learning, and then we're like, the next time we can take and apply that.
Absolutely, absolutely. I personally wanted to ask about, because there's a lot of different ideologies. I know, Scarlet, you came from the Reapers. Jury, you came from New Moon. And then you have some Bandits players. How did you bring those 3 different kind of sets of how they view UEL together to make the team that you have today?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough question, but I guess just kind of meeting everybody where they're at. Like, we had our expectations. We're like, we're not going to push everybody too hard because we're a relatively new team. We basically like established our goals and we're like, all right, this is what we're going to aim for. But it's like we can push further than that. But right now we're just like focused on learning and then pushing as far as we can, and then trying to go a little bit further than that if we can.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's great. And my final question for you on the day, definitely have to ask, what happened today?
Well, I knew this question was coming.
Yeah.
But definitely I just say like a couple games that were nothing. No game particularly was an absolute blowout. We kept everything close. Valor was definitely a game that I thought that they probably thought that they had 100%. Same with Rainbow Six, and we kept it either 1-2 or in Valorant's case 4-5. So yeah, 4-5. So honestly, it was just like not gaining the momentum from the first half where they had it was definitely one of the things. Like if we had certain games come up, I definitely feel like it would have been a momentum shift and we could have changed up the results.
I do want to thank y'all again for coming out to the interview. Anything you have to say to the fans at home, anybody watching, looking out for Bandits?
Oh, yeah, I have something to say to Chicken Tech. Like, get good, bro. You can't be losing F1 to a non-racer.
Thank y'all so much, and have a great night.
All right, thanks, man.
Peace.
30 and have both of your guns
Yeah.
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so.
Yeah.
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so.
Yeah.
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is
All right, I am joined here by Sky Guy and Chicken Tech following their win 18-8 against the Bandits. A very impressive showing, guys. Did you expect the scoreline to have this big of a gap going into this game?
If I'm being honest, I thought it was going to be a little bit closer, but like all in all, like even though like there was like more than double of a gap, today was still a loss in my opinion. There was a lot of games that like we was playing early on that we felt a lot more confident in, and the games were too close.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but I got to be honest with you. I think a lot of people consider the Bandits to be a pretty talented team, so being able to beat them 18-8, I think is going to put you guys pretty high on a lot of people's power rankings. What were some of those games that you're considering to be ones that you should have taken or that you let get too close that you ended up winning anyways?
Need for speed in the finals.
Yeah, definitely need for speed.
Yeah.
100% need for speed.
Especially since this is a roster that has players that, 1 through 7, have been on seasons where Need for Speed's been on the wheel.
Yeah.
And they have hours.
Let's just say they're going to be on Need for Speed for the next week.
All right, it sounds like you have a lot of training coming up. But one thing that I think a lot of us have noticed is that your team seems pretty darn well-rounded. So what did the training regiment look like coming into this season? How did you get everybody prepped?
The egg yolks, running up hills. Yeah. Oh, he meant in-game. Oh.
Yeah, anything useful for gaming?
Yeah.
Vegetables, sleep, a little bit of sly.
Basically just giving everybody their homework assignments, though. Basically, it's like, hey, this is your weakest category. I need you to do, like, at least, like, out of this category, focus on, like, these 3 games and, like, for the week. And at least, like, 2 to 3 hours a day. If you can't do 2 to 3 hours a day, double it down in another day and just, like, keep going on, like, those specifically, those 3 games specifically. And the rest of the day, do whatever you want as long as it's not a mandatory practice.
Understood. Well, you guys have been training up your players really, really well, but there is still a lot of season left to go. So what else should we expect from you down the line?
Hopefully improvement.
Well, we'd love to see it because improvement from you would mean really, really great things. So we hope to see you real far down the line, and good luck for you in the rest of the season.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. And, hey, just remember, there's always room for improvement. I don't care how good you are or how bad you are.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good one, guys.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so.
Yeah.
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG.
Some very insightful information from those players there, I think, from both sides. Jury letting us know exactly what is up with the Bandits. I think they're going to have a lot of rough training ahead of them. They're not going to take it easy from this point forward. And KLiK aren't going to let up either at this point. They're pretty determined to continue fighting hard. They still think they have room for improvement, and that's exactly the kind of mindset you should have coming out of week one, no matter how heavy-handed you win. This was a fantastic week, Strix.
It was. Each game gave a little bit more than the last, and we're fully now into Season 9 of the UEL. All teams have now played. They've shown us where they're starting, and the race for that $1 million truly begins from this point forward. Every single week, Thursday through Sunday. Ooh, why is that? I think Saturday. Thursday through Sunday, you can pop on, catch us, and watch these teams compete and ultimately chase that prize of $1 million.
Well, this week is technically not over. On Wednesday, we do still have technical timeout coming to you from Logan Summit, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Feel free to tune in and join us in the live chat there. Thank you very much to SurfThing for sponsoring the UEL. We appreciate it, and we will see you guys next week.